It's good to see you on this this Thursday morning, July 16th, after a little commission recess here. Hope everyone had a chance to catch up on things while we were not having official commission meetings. Most of us were here in the building anyway, but it's good to be back on the regular schedule. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we have our invocation to be given by Dr. K.A. Shakur, DAOM lay priest, Community of Mindful Compassion.
Welcome, Dr. Shakur.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Everyone doing this is a blessed day. Let us bow our heads and connect to the divinity as it has been revealed to each one of us. May all beings have happiness and the causes of happiness. May all beings be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May all beings never be separated from the supreme joy that is beyond all suffering. May all beings abide in equanimity, free from attachment, aversion, and sorrow. We pray for our city officials, the commissioners, the mayor, our first responders, firefighters, law enforcement, health and mental health professionals, our teachers, our senior population who have given so much, our veteran population who have sacrificed for us to enjoy the freedoms that we sometimes take for granted. We pray for the sick and shut in. We pray for those that have challenges and addictions of many types. And most of all, we pray for our youth that represent the future. We pray that the divinity opens our heart and mind so we can foster a brighter today and tomorrow. Amen.
Thank you, Dr. Shakur. Madam Clerk, we have a special announcement from you. That has nothing to do with bison.
Yes, that does not have
and,
anything to do with this.
Apologies to those of you who are just tuning in. You missed it. It's all right. Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I have a special announcement. We have had the absolute joy of working with a couple Teens Work students over the past few weeks. They've been in our office doing amazing work with our records team, doing scanning and downloading documents and videos. And I just wanted to take a moment to introduce Namari Bannister and Celicia Hampton. If you both would stand and give a little wave. Just say hi, everyone. Namari, with both of them are GHS students, and Namari is going into 10th grade, and Celicia is going into 11th grade. And we also have with us today Joseph Lewis, who's the job coach with Teens Work America, and you'd like to stand and wave. And I just wanted to say what an incredible opportunity this has been for us. We did it kind of as a pilot. It's worked out tremendously well, and we are so excited to do it next year and expand it. So we are very grateful. We didn't know if we could get a quick picture with the commission. That would work. Yeah. All right. Come on up. Yeah. And Mr. Joseph, if you would join us too, that would be great.
I would just say, please.
Are we set? Yes.
Very good. All right. Thank you all very, very much for the work, and I'm glad this worked out. Go Canes. You won't hear me say that too many times, but it's all right. All right, Madam Clerk.
All right, Mr. Mayor, we have our adoption of the agenda, and I don't believe we have any updates. So,
wow.
I know, amazing.
That's what a recess will get us. Okay, we have a motion. Second. And a second. All right. Commissioner Buck.
Yeah, clearly we're going to approve this adoption of the agenda, the consent agenda, but on our consent agenda is several advisory board appointments that we've made, and I just think it's important. So we had the people are getting appointed are Julie DeCarmine, Jacob Hyde, Larry Fowler, Faye Ricker, and Harrison Scoville. I think most of them have served before, but most important, we have 29 advisory boards, and we always need people who are willing to serve. So thanks to those who are serving, but more important, for those watching or maybe involved in getting involved formally with the city, 29 advisory boards, and we need people who serve that are willing to do the job of the city. So I just want to mention a thanks to those in particular and the fact that we have the ability to get involved with us. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner Book. Is there any public comment on this matter?
There's no public comment, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I see no other lights. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously with Commissioner Duncan Walker absent. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we have early public comment, but currently no one signed up, so we're going to move on to our discussion item. 2026-474, fiscal year 2026 Gainesville Community Reinvestment Area with a recommendation, quarterly report with a recommendation the City Commission hears the update and provides feedback.
Welcome, Mr. Smith.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. Hope you had a great time off. And hope you have a great evening as well. I'd like to present, we call it a quarterly update, but we kind of stray into the past and into the future because I know you're interested in those things, but bear with me and I'll go through what we've been doing over the last 6 months. We're going to first kick it off with Cornerstone in Ehetty and the G-Tech Center renovation that's currently happening as we speak. Here's the Cornerstone campus. You've seen the photo before. Hopefully we'll be populating that with buildings in the near future. Some of the activity that's happened at Cornerstone, we've had the weekly food truck rally happening ever since the beginning of the spring. We developed an RFP for real estate services to do a commercial brokerage service to market the Cornerstone property. We have gone through the process on that. We have selected an entity. I can't divulge it yet. We're still under the cone of silence, but we hope to be bringing a contract to you in the near future, most likely September. Plan for 2026, we're going to be putting out an RFP to determine the viability of a Cornerstone pop-up marketplace. We'll be releasing that, I believe, in the next 2 months. We're also going to be, as I mentioned, evaluating those commercial brokers. But let me turn to the RTS Eastside Station. That is expected groundbreaking in the fall. We have also released a call for artists to do the art installation. They're well into the process. We have now narrowed it down to 3 finalists who are to submit a design proposal by July 31st. There's going to be some public engagement around the 3 works, and then it'll go to the Public Art Trust Board sometime in September or October. The RTS building itself is estimated at over $4.2 million. It's funded by the Federal Transit Administration. It's got 5,000 square feet. A little under half of it's devoted to community space, and that'll help to augment what's happening at G-Tech. Speaking of which, we're currently under weatherization and demolition tear out on the 2nd floor. Scorpio did a very efficient job, probably about 10 days to clean out all of the demising walls, and they clean up after themselves, so it's a fairly tidy building, all things considered. We're currently in phase 1. Expect that to be completed by November or December, and then we'll head downstairs to do the community space at the rear of the building so we can keep our current meeting space open while we're under construction. And then once that's complete, we'll begin construction of the first floor office spaces as well. Hopefully we'll be finished by the beginning of January 2028. And looking forward to that, we'll be going from 34 spaces up to 64 spaces, so a lot of room for entrepreneurial growth. Talk a little bit about 8th Avenue, Waldo Road, both the public improvements as well as the private grant program. The grant program that you passed just this past October, we have launched it and have evaluated the applications, and they'll be coming to you in September. But to remind you, we have 4 different grant types: a residentially based one for the houses along 8th Avenue. We have a business and nonprofit item up to $50,000. We have a vacant an underutilized building package, and then we also have a site improvement package. We did a lot of engagement over the last 6 months. A lot of help from communications and GACR to make the community aware of what happened or what is happening. Communications sent out 10 emails and 4 mailers, all during the engagement process, to make sure we got the applications that we did. We had 37 consultations in-house with potential applicants. We also connected with over 68 of the 90 property owners. We did 4 rounds of walking the corridor and doing door hangers. The ultimate effect was to get 18 applications. We had 12 of them under the residential program. We had 3 under the business and site improvement, and we had 3 under the vacant underutilized. We had our evaluation session just this past Wednesday. Mr. Alexander with GACR was sitting on that evaluation board, as was Sarit Salah with Department of Sustainable Development. It was a very instructive 6-hour-long evaluation process, and we fed the applicants that were there around lunchtime. So I think it dampened any concern about that. But ultimately, we'll be bringing all the applications to you for evaluation and approval. Look for that in September. On the public improvement side, lots has happened. An RFP was released for design services and construction manager risk services in February. 2 were selected, NV5 for the design services and Scorpio for the CMAR. They were approved in May by this commission, and the City Commission will be having contracts brought back to them in FY27, early FY27, we believe, for execution. Heartwood neighborhood, we have completed the amenity package that has been conveyed to you and was started in December. We've got the sign finally erected at the 2 entrances into the neighborhood in June, so that package is completely completed, finished, and we're heading on to developing out the remaining lots. As you remember, back in January, we agreed to enter into a contract with Bright Community Trust to do a community land trust proposal for the site. 16 houses are to be built under that contract. We're providing $1.4 million to help to move these buildings along. We currently are executing contract with Bright as we speak. The hope is to have all of them built out by September of 2028. We're going to begin training the neighbors that are currently there on what it takes to operate and govern a homeowners association. Currently, we kind of run the board, run the organization. Once we get to 90% completion, it'll be turned over to the residents, so we want to make sure they're ready to go. Downtown strategic plan. As you recall, the strategic plan had 6 major principles that it wanted to support: become a destination, connect the dots, strengthen relationships with adjacent neighborhoods, increase housing opportunities, create supportive local business environment, and maintain and enhance downtown. We're really hitting on at least 3 or 4 of these with the programs that we have rolled out, and I'll go over what's been happening over the last 6 months. As you know, the streetery has started construction April 13th of this year, and it's moving along nicely. We expect a ribbon cutting by fall, but right now it's on schedule, and we're already starting to plan events for the streetery, including a celebration when it opens fully, and also ribbon cutting when we finally are able to open the street up. Downtown Ambassador Program, they have been in operation, as you know, since late 2024. We're in the second of 3 years of the contract. We've been getting really good support from the community. They find this is a very needed service. They provide the kind of intermediary service between GFR and the GPD with the public and help to diffuse something that might happen or need to go to GPD, for instance. Some safe and clean qualitative indicators. As you know, the hallmark of the strategic plan was that it led with the Clean and Safe Initiative, which is why we embarked on the Ambassador Program to begin with. That was, without a clean and safe downtown, everything else is probably not going to happen.
All right, I love the clean spaces, good vibes sign that they had. That's great.
This shows you some of the interactions the ambassadors have had in downtown throughout the district as well. They help to diffuse aggressive behaviors. They deal with customer disturbances. They get called whenever there's a dine and dash incident. Also, whenever there's a homeless situation where they're using restrooms and facilities. So they're well regarded in the services they provide. Here's details some of the safety and crisis intervention they've had over the last 6 months. I won't go through them, but these are part of the reporting that is provided to us. And it's important to note that this is both a qualitative and a quantitative reporting that we do with the ambassadors, because not all the value shows up in the quantitative side. It's a lot of it is stories and interactions that can't really be captured. And here we get to the quantitative side. This is the aggregate program performance for the first 6 months of this year. It's for both districts, the West University as well as downtown. Show you what that looks like in terms of trends. A lot of it reflects kind of the ebb and flow of our town with the campus opening and closing. Some of the safety information here. You see the real spike there in blue. That would be the first quarter of 2026. That's business visits by the ambassadors. We attribute that to basically the reopening of the fall, new businesses requesting ambassador service. This is both the ambassadors visiting on their own as well as a call from businesses. So there's a combination of factors there to consider. The ambassadors frequently will visit once a day with individual businesses. So I think there's an understanding and a recognition and recognizing of the ambassadors, which I think makes the program easier to work for. Here's some testimonials. This lady was very grateful the program was in place, that she could make a call for. She was out walking to her car and she saw a intoxicated woman who was being harassed by an individual. She called on the ambassadors to see if they could intervene. They did, and she felt more comfortable about the situation and the fact that she has someone to call that can deal with it in a prompt fashion. Again, the trend lines for the homeless outreach, fairly consistent on most of the measures. Again, another testimonial. Another thing we're doing in addition to the ambassador program, which is our major budget category, is the business improvement grant program. You saw over the last couple of cycles the funding for both the Matheson House and the Siegel Building. So we're very excited to get those projects underway. As you know, the Florida Theater is well underway, and they took advantage of about $95,000 in funding through the big program from the last cycle. We're excited to see that happen. Both City Church of Gainesville as well as Tecton architecture are actually within the program area of the streetery. So we're excited to see the renovations happen there. Our downtown event grant program has been heavily subscribed to. We funded 5 grants to the tune of $23,600. I would like to point out the big Cultural and Arts Festival was hosted on the Streetery in April. That was a really collective effort by the city, GCRA, Scorpio to make that thing happen. The big festival used to be located at Main Street and Depot Avenue. Change of ownership in the property forced them out of there with short notice. So we were able to respond with our grant program. We were about ready to start off construction of the streetery, but the city manager's office extended it a couple of weeks in order to allow for the event to happen, and it was very well attended. So we're excited to play that kind of role in making these things happen.
Let me pause you for a moment, Mr. Smith. Commissioner Chestnut.
When he's done.
Okay, all right, we'll come back to Brent. Commissioner Eastman.
I guess if we're gonna wait till the end, we can just wait till the end. That's fine. I can go back through some of these. Yeah.
Okay, all right, okay. Go ahead, Mr. Smith.
So going forward, we're going to be using the Downtown Event Grant Program to help program the streetery and make sure it's active on, as many weekends as possible and even during the weeks. Excited about that happening and putting together a package for solicitation, and we can get producers to come to downtown Gainesville. The Winter Market Series, funded by GCRA, was very well attended. Based on the Placer AI data that we use, we were able to detect a 60% increase in pedestrian traffic over the prior 2 years. As a result of the event, over 10,600 people attended the 7-week-long weekend series. So we intend to replicate it this year and in further years. Same with the Downtown Spring Market Series, 22% increase, and about 11,400 attended. Our Community Partnership Grant is one of our most heavily subscribed grant, primarily because it's a non-matching grant, but we awarded 10 grants for over $30,000 during the first 6 months of this year. We have 4 cycles a year and usually have about 15,000 available per cycle. Here's a list of the 10 recipients during this fiscal year or calendar year. Porter's Quarters is another one of our initiatives. We have 2 projects going on. We have the Porter's Pink House Community Center, as well as the Porter's Infill Lot, formerly known as Grandma's Park. The Pink House Community Center, we are currently in for permitting. This project was approved by the commission back in February. We're excited to be underway with it formally, and we're looking to break ground in the fall. Porter's Infill Lot Housing, we're going to be engaged in with the Porter's community about what they'd like to see there, what is possible under zoning and design regulations, and see if we can kind of bridge a difference of opinion on what uses can happen. And finally, the 5th and Pleasant Black Heritage Trail will have an RFP released hopefully in a couple of weeks for the sign fabrication and installation, with the hopes that we're going to have a ribbon cutting in early 2027. We'll also be conducting some engagement on the Rose Theater site, where we're going to have a community green, sort of an area of reflection. A civil rights sign will be erected in that area, but that will be one of our projects for 2027. shows you the locations of the signs and markers. And this summarizes what we've been doing over the last quarter. So be happy to answer your questions.
All right, very good. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You have been quite busy.
We have been.
Yes, yes, very good, very good, very good work.
Thank you.
I noticed on 8th and Waldo that land has been cleared. What's happening there,
Do
the
you-
public?
You
Maybe
mean the fire station site? Yeah, that's,
Right, that's what I'm trying to get for the public to hear,
Okay.
what's going on, maybe
All
the
right.
manager,
Whoever's appropriate. for
whoever's
that.
appropriate, but I want the public to be aware of why that property has been cleared.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we are, we've cleared the property and we'll be, we're starting construction on the fire station number 3. We have a groundbreaking coming up. I think, is it the 22nd?
Yes.
22nd is the groundbreaking, so it'll be exciting to see that start coming out of the ground.
All right, very good, very good. Okay, Mr. Smith, I want to clarify something for the public. Some people assume that the ambassadors are also writing traffic citations.
no, they're not.
Okay, thank you.
The parking ambassadors, they're the ones that write the parking citations. Although they have the same name and are housed in the same office, they don't do the same things.
Are they dressed in the same fabrication?
No, they're not.
Okay. Okay, all right, that, I wanted to clarify that. All right, and then for the Pleasant Street Black Heritage Trail, is this something you will involve I think it's the Fifth Avenue? Pleasant Street.
This has actually been a 3-year process. We've had engagement with residents and stakeholders of both Pleasant Street and Northwest Fifth Avenue neighborhood. The consultant that we contracted with, Community Planning Collaborative, they formed a legacy stakeholder committee to help guide
Okay.
not only the locations of the markers, but also, the content.
Okay, very good. And my final question, perhaps it's for the city manager. Will we anticipate a meeting with the school board coming up soon on the project, on the Citizens Field project?
I spoke recently with the superintendent, and my understanding is that they will potentially be talking about on the 22nd of this month, and then again, I think later in the month as well.
Okay.
So we've been in contact as it's as they've continued to do some of their diligence, both at Citizens Field and I think at from their last the last direction that they received from the school board.
Okay, very good. I just want to keep the public abreast.
Yep.
And I did send the letter 2 days after our meeting
good.
that you all directed me to send. So
We'll see. All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Good job. Good job.
Thank you,
Mr.
ma'am.
Smith.
thank you, Mr. Chestnut. So the parking ambassadors wear kind of khaki shirts and hats, and ambassadors wear the bright yellow. So,
Okay.
but I've heard folks confused about that as well. Yeah.
That yellow has taken hold of a lot of people. You see them all over town and say, I go, what are they doing out here? Oh, they're not ambassadors.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you for all the work that you guys are doing on just for economic development in downtown in general, just for the public's purpose. I remember when we moved money from the GCRA into downtown and we started talking with a lot of the downtown business owners. We put our DAB together. We started reaching out. People said that we needed to bring more people downtown. So a lot of the, you mentioned the community partnerships, the events grants. I mean, that is a direct economic development improvement. We are a destination downtown. We need to get people out there, getting aesthetic improvements out there, like really trying to invest in our downtown and make it lively. And thank you guys for everything you do with that. I was
Certainly.
curious about the events grant. Previously, there was kind of a ambitious goal of having the events that are outdoors, the $5,000 grant, and then there was going to be two $30,000 grants, if I recall right.
Right, we're contemplating retooling that to include the the tier two $30,000 grant to include not only places throughout downtown, but also focused on the streetery.
Okay.
We know the public investment there is substantial. I'm going to preview a little bit of this, but we're putting together a grant program to help meld the public improvements with private improvements along the corridor there and then along the block. So everything kind of works in conjunction, aesthetic improvements, activation. So we're working with the city manager's office with that program. We'll be bringing it to you potentially to the GPC meeting in August.
I think that sounds great. I mean, once that is done, a street is a street, right? If it looks nice, it looks nice, but there has to be reasons for people to be there. And so making sure that we're investing in events when that opens, whether that's a regular market or whether it's, whatever the community comes up with or whatever we can come up with that gets people's feet out there. And then, improve, facade grants, things like that could improve the area. I mean, that sounds like a very savvy way to continue forward with that. On this, speaking of the business improvement grants, where are we in the cycle for the next cycle?
The next deadline is August 1st.
Okay. And I think we had discussions previously about potentially retooling some of how we score that, both on sort of the larger ones are very historic preservation based, just based on the scoring, and then
Correct.
We have trouble finding people at that lower level, right? That can get through the paperwork, but it makes it worth it for them to do the match. I mean, have we looked at that at all?
We are going to look at it. We've had comments by the Downtown Advisory Board to restructure it. I mean, it's you're right. There's not that many preservation-related buildings out there that can take advantage of it. We'd also like to stimulate facade improvements that aren't so cost impactful on the owner. So
Yep.
we're looking at retooling it. As you may be aware, Daniel Blumberg, who is was the architect of the program and the real spear carrier for it, he has taken a promotion up in Alachua. So we're trying to fill those big shoes, but it's on our the front burner to re-look at that program and see how it meets with the board and the commission.
Yeah, I mean, I have heard from small business owners that are trying to bootstrap kind of small improvements within that area, and they find as with a lot of government programs, not unique to this, but trying to buy the lumber and go, it's just the needing the front end money and then having the 6-month wait. I mean, there's got to be a way to help kind of those small business owners. But then, figuring out what we're doing. I mean, the business improvement grant is at its core supposed to be about improving the aesthetics of a certain thing, and it's I think historic preservation is important too, but making sure that that's just balanced out. Right now, it feels like most of what we're getting there is historic preservation related, right?
Right.
Yeah.
The strategic plan does call for, preserving those locally specific Gainesville-like assets, but you're very right. I mean, we don't want to tilt the program too much one way where we're excluding other businesses that could take advantage of it.
Right. And then that's all I have for now. Thank you for all your work, Rick. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Willits.
Mr. Mayor. Director Smith, the 8th and Waldo, we set aside $2 million, or we reallocated for this purpose. Did we set, I cannot remember, did we set like roughly how much we wanted to go to each commercial, residential? I can't remember. I know we set dollar amounts max, but did we set like, this is how much we're going to put into?
We didn't say that, X number of dollars were going to go to any particular program. We wanted to see what came in through the cycle. The reason why residential is included is because they are, part and parcel of the 8th Avenue corridor, and their aesthetic upgrade helps the corridor upgrade.
Yeah, it's real, largely, particularly on the west end, it is a really mixed, use historically. So like some of those residences are mixed right in, so that makes sense.
And it's a small amount of money, relatively speaking. It's no more than about $12,000 for homeowners occupied. So we're not investing too much into that part. We definitely want to see economic activity.
Well, but for some of these people, it really will be great. I was looking at, so 11 of the 22 eligible properties put in an application. So clearly the word got out, but only one of the 19 non-homestead. So I wondered, did do we have any feedback on like, are the non-homesteaded residentials, are they just owned by people who are really out of town, so it's hard for them to really be in connection, or?
Oh, one of the major visually impactful places along the corridor, it's a subsidiary of a larger corporation out of Ohio. So we have to navigate that kind of bureaucracy in order to get them to participate even in a small thing like a site improvement grant.
Right.
But also, there's the match component that a lot of folks have problems with, and that's understandable. We may want to revisit the conversation on lowering the match, eliminating it, or what have you in future rounds.
I just bring that up because I know that some, people talk about how we can, non-homesteaded properties, whether it's the county's, their energy efficiency grant, how they still say, we still need rental properties. And if the renter can be part of the impetus to get it pushed through, if they can become an advocate and then, kind of drag it across the finish line with their landlord. So I just kind of always want to think about it. So I'm glad, thank you for bringing us that data so we can understand.
Sure.
And then, so I think that was my only question on that. And then for Heartwood, the Community Land Trust, can you just remind me what was our source for the $1.6 million? I've already forgotten because we have lots of pools and we're in the middle of budget. The 1.6 million is from?
The 1.4 million
Sorry.
is GCRA money.
Okay, that's right, it's GCRA, not the Street Stations Strong Foundations pool. When we're talking that big of money, my brain went to Street Station Strong Foundations, like, no, I don't think that's not done yet.
No.
So this is a different portion of, I've even forgotten that when we talk about all of the housing efforts that we are trying to largely leverage, I momentarily forgot about this. So thank you, that's a good reminder in that area. So on the streetery, so Southwest 2nd Street, right in front of the garage, it's open, right? It's already, I drove on it one day and I was like, oh, this is just a taste of.
I think it was
the rest
July
of it.
1st.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was very pleasantly surprised because I can't remember where I was going and I needed to drive through there. And it already felt more, I think, what we're looking for in that downtown feel in that area. So I was very appreciative to see just even that. But just north of there on Northwest 2nd, that's a street that we sort of rebuilt. We narrowed during the pandemic, temporary narrowing streetery in a sense, for a little section as a experiment. But then we expanded the sidewalks and paved. I think it was very, very early 2023 is when it happened. At least my Google Maps.
Might be a little bit before my time.
Yeah, it was. This is a larger conversation. I think we have a lot of bricks from this project, the streetery, about where they get reused, and I think we need to be a little braver and think about perhaps somewhere in downtown taking pavement out, taking asphalt out, and putting bricks back. In a small section of street, and I use the Northwest 2nd because it's one block, it is one car wide, it is not a high traffic, it is not designed to be high traffic. It is so narrow that, we're using our Vision Zero, like it's just one part of the grid where you don't, in my mind, looking backwards, I'm like, we probably didn't need asphalt. We could have extended kind of the grid of some of our historic brick streets. So I just use that as an example where I hope we can identify something downtown where the next time something needs to get dug up, we're like, wait, this is not high traffic. The bricks can handle it here that we have in storage. So it's just something I want to, if other commissioners, because I know some of our downtown activists and historic preservation, they really like the bricks. And so I think sometimes we think, they may even think, we kind of lost on one project, the existing where it's at, but maybe we need to dream a little bigger or outside of the box or outside of the street and say, wait, what about here? Bring those back to a small section. So I just kind of keep that in people's mind. If we have the bricks, I don't know exactly how many, but after the studio, we have a bunch. If there's a small section of a little block or half block or even a driveway into something that makes sense where we don't have high pedestrians, so it's not a safety issue so much, where not high traffic, not high pedestrian. So I just want to throw it out there as an idea. So yeah, I think that's all I have for all of this besides just the continued, when we come back around to ambassadors in the grant or the contract ends in what, a little over a year?
Yes,
It'd be December 27.
28 or 27, yeah.
27, okay. So a year from now, we will probably be talking contract extension or something like that.
Right.
I hope I'm here. I hope other people are here for that. I want to talk about whether that is extended through private or whether we bring it in-house. I know that's a lot of it is determined on budget, but if it can be brought in-house and those be city employees. So I want to keep on putting that in people's heads that if we watch something for 3 years, surely we can learn how to do it within 3 years, but not unless we start thinking about it kind of now, because if we wait until next July or August, it's going to be like, oh, we don't have time. Let's just assign a 1-year extension. And then we're never ahead of the game. It's always 1 year, and I see that in some of what we do. We don't always put it on our plan early enough. So I just want to say that, and then I want to say thank you to the Scouting America Scout, who I assume is taking the Eagle required citizenship in the community, right? Yeah. Just that's a little fun. I had to sit through a boring city council meeting when I was a teenager as well. I'm so sorry, Director Smith. I was saying what we're going to do later, not
It's
you.
the rest of the meeting that will be boring, not this. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willets. Commissioner Book.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So first off, to our Eagle Scout, don't listen to the Mayor Pro Tem. We're not boring at all. We're a very exciting group up here. I appreciate the efforts, a lot of differing efforts in our GCRA footprint, and they're meaningful. On the Heartwood, I really like hearing that we're moving towards self-governance, allowing the single-family homeowners to figure out what are the decisions that are best for themselves. And I think you indicated, so we basically have 16 home sites for the next about 24 months that we hope to build out that residential community. Was that accurate?
That's correct. And as I mentioned, at the 90% occupancy, we turn it over to them formally by the Declaration of Covenants. So we want to get at least a good year of training in for them to be able to competently take over the responsibilities of managing the fund, the HOA fund, and talking about budgeting and contractor solicitation for keeping up the common area. So it's actually going to be very interesting to me to be part of that process, to educate them on it.
Yeah, and remind me, just like Commissioner Willets was asking, what did we do to kind of ensure the single-family home ownership to the extent we're able to in law for those neighbors? Because often we've talked about up here that's wealth building. I know Commissioner Chestnut, you mentioned that quite frequently when it's about single-family home ownership, to kind of ensure that the folks that get into these homes that are very valuable hopefully stay in them for some time.
Well, there is a mandatory requirement for at least the CLT lots that they're in perpetual home ownership, at least occupancy of the property by homeowners.
Oh,
So
that's good.
that's
So-
the way we can ensure that.
All right, well, thank you for that. Just switching gears on the event grants that we've talked about and the community partnership grants, I think those are really good. I like the fact that we have rotating open solicitation sessions because it lets people to continue to look ahead, plan forward, plan for future events. I like the fact that we saw a couple of youth events that were funded, at least in part.
And we have the newly completed plaza here that can kind of work into our portfolio of locations for events.
Absolutely. My last thought, this is really just a suggestion. I know when the street reopens, there's going to be tremendous attention on that. And so I think just by virtue of the fact that it's new, many, many people are going to flock there at least today. And so our best foot forward, we already know that we're going to put forward. But we also want to try and drive that traffic incidentally to like the other quadrants in the downtown. So perhaps you may want to bring back to either our GCRE board, our downtown advisory board, some ideas about how when that street reopens, we want the attention there, but how the collateral attention and the economic development it starts to take a look at the other areas, because that really is what you do for the long term. Things like a downtown eat around or shop around, a business or restaurant of the month. Maybe our advisory boards could take up some ideas about how they incorporate the streetery into the larger economic development picture in ideas that bring people. So this is just me speaking out loud and making sure that we do it holistically in a way that benefits the whole area. The streetery is going to be very exciting. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Well,
Mayor.
we've been working with communications and GACR. Mike was at a meeting with us yesterday with comms to chart out the next 3 to 5 months of what the streetery is going to look like and what kind of marketing we need to do to drive traffic.
Well, good planning. Thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. So before I go back around, I have just a few thoughts to add. It's all very exciting. I'm thrilled to see the streetery after 6 years, almost ready to go. But I'm thinking about what's next, and I realize that what's next, what I'm going to talk about, is not budgeted. But it's, if we don't start talking about these things, then we don't make a plan for what's next. If we don't start putting the vision out there, I want to make sure that the entirety of the downtown portion of First Avenue, South First Avenue, works. And we started with the space in front of Harry's and down to Main Street, and that is great. I still get nearly, at least once a week, if not daily, somebody tells me how great that has turned out. But I want to make sure that from the parking garage all the way down to the Sweetwater Linear Park, that all of that works as well as we can. The federal building is going to be what it is. I know that isn't something that they're likely to work with us on, making that look bright and cheery. But it can look historically significant, because it is. It's very much an early 60s building, and there's a way to celebrate that. The Star Garage and the private parking garage, I wonder if there's a way for us to start thinking about how we work with the owners there to make those spaces more interesting, more attractive, to help everything flow from Bo Diddley on down toward the park. And I want to start thinking about how we work with those private owners there. And on the north side, across from the parking garage, we know that the county intends to move the current civil courthouse works to the new courthouse on Main Street, and move what they do in the current county administration building into the existing late 70s, early 80s courthouse there. While they do that, I don't want to miss the opportunity to brighten that up and complete that block. The Bo Diddley part of the block is great, but I want to make sure that the First Avenue side of the block gets good treatment in the process with our county partners, because the way it is now is pretty intimidating. It's the backside of a courthouse with a whole lot of deputies parked there and all that. Nobody really wants to walk by that if they can avoid it. So we want to change that. We want the whole, the entirety of the downtown South First Avenue to work. So we need to be thinking about how we work with the county on that, how we work with the library district on making that area look a little more inviting. We know we're not going to be able to do much with the federal building, but the north side of that block can be better. And it only gets better if we start talking about how it gets better. So I'm just putting these ideas out there so that over the next 2 or 3 years, we complete First Avenue as an actual pedestrian, not only opportunity, but a place people want to be. They're going to want to be on the streetery. They're going to want to be on the restaurant block next door. But let's bring them all the way down past the Hampton toward the park. And then, as I've had individual conversations with every member of the Downtown Advisory Board, we need to be thinking about how to improve and program the park. That's part of what got talked about in the original plan. Yeah. And I really believe it is primarily about programming, which is expensive. I understand that. But the only way that improvements in that park remain improved is if we use it, if we make people want to come be a part of it. We can do physical improvements, capital improvements there, and if we don't program it, it's going to end up exactly the way it is right now. There is opportunity for that to be a well-used 4-block linear park that then leads into what we've been talking about doing on the north side of University Avenue along Sweetwater as well. But we've got to be thinking about that. It's got to be in our mind for what's next. Partially so that we can, next year or so, start having conversations with the county about how we fund what is next. Because that is, looming. It's not a thing we have to do right now, but the idea that we're going to put a funding program together without some ideas about what we're going to use that funding for isn't going to work. We're going to have to have vision for what we want to do for that to flow. So these are just things I wanted to put out there. I'm super happy with what we're doing. I think downtown is moving along very well, and I really love the ability to count the number of people who are here. I'm glad that we don't know exactly who they are. That's a little creepy, but the fact that we could track the number of cell phones that are in the space and compare that to the number of people who were here before the pandemic and during the pandemic, and see that there are more people. I think that's probably because of what we've been doing, and I think it will absolutely get bigger when the streetery is built out in a couple months. And then the challenge to the business community is how they turn those more people that we have brought downtown into customers for themselves. We can't take that extra step, but we can certainly bring people to downtown, and we are doing that. And I love that we have a data-based way to prove that. So, all right, Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And then on, you pointed out on the sidewalks and the expansion of the sidewalks and making them more walkable through there. One of the things that happened, at least on First Street, was that we had a fairly large sidewalk, but then the railings at that point came out, which then opened up a large area. I know that years ago we made a decision to eliminate those railings across downtown. I promise this goes back to the GCRA. Before I jump into that, can you tell me, Mr. Manager, where are we in terms of the forward motion on that and trying to remove those railings?
So I think, as the commission knows, and as the commissioner points out, the city changed its code several years ago, and then subsequently had been working with downtown businesses with, we sent out, I think, 4 different rounds of letters. We walked at least 2 separate times downtown with staff to talk to owners. We've had several owners who have voluntarily changed their railings out to help support their businesses. Earlier this year, we actually began actual enforcement of that ordinance with work through the code enforcement department, and so we're continuing to see businesses submit for the required sidewalk permits and change some of those railings out with the allowed temporary or movable barriers. So that's been a continual work in progress this year, and so you'll continue to see that as businesses start switching out some of those permanent railings.
Yeah, thank you. I'd say particularly on University Avenue, the railings really can push everyone in when there's fairly good sized sidewalks there. And I'd be curious if the GCRA at some point might think about, supporting that with some facade money or with, ways to help the business owners. Part of this is enforcement, but then part of it also is just making sure that folks can get that out there and that it looks nice and that it works well. And so, I think to your point, Mr. Mayor, things have to look inviting. You have to feel good as you're walking along through downtown. It has to be safe. Those are all things that are within the city's purview and we have control over. Then, of course, the business owners themselves have to work to make sure that they're bringing businesses in and that they're, they're having events that are bringing people through. But I think that's one of the things that's moving forward that I'm excited for. And I'd like to see the GCRA at some point think through how we could, potentially also give carrot to that same process.
We could fit it in the big grant. It would work nicely. It would be sort of a low-cost grant program that to help remedy, code enforcement or enforcement violations.
For sure. Yeah, that would be one solution. These aren't incredibly expensive ways to get out there, but then making it look nice when everything is said and done might work out well. And that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Eastman. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think at some point we are planning to use the plaza as a revenue generator. That's what I've heard. I'd like to hear the plans for promoting that for as a rental site. If you could bring something back to us. We've made quite an investment in that plaza, and I think the public is waiting to hear how we plan to bring it forward. And then finally, I'm so sorry that Dr. Bloomberg is no longer with us. I was looking forward to the business grants and talking and seeing his proposals, but we wish him well. Thank you.
We do too, as an opportunity, and, you know, we're not gonna be sad somebody's taking an opportunity with their career, but we will fill his shoes. You know, we already have. It might be a collective effort. I used to do grants in my old job, so I can step in, but we're gonna make sure all of our staff have some utility. They're kind of touching on all of our programs.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did want to mention a couple of additional updates around downtown. The first is related to the streetery. We're going to be putting out, I think if you remember, we had quite a bit of discussion about the furnishings, the seating and whatnot, where they go, all of that stuff. So we are actually going to be, as we've continued to work on the project, discuss with some of the businesses and stakeholders. We're actually going to be putting out a request for proposals for an interactive art component in the streetery through the APPT. And that will mean that we're going to essentially kind of slow down a little bit of the furnishings component, you know, for the middle, as we see what we get back in terms of some sort of interactive art component. So I wanted to mention that. We're also, Public Works is also doing a variety of aesthetic fixes kind of in and around the streetery area, sort of on some of the side streets that are adjacent to it. We'll also be resurfacing and relighting Lot 13, as I think was on consent. You know, we provided an easement to Alachua County for the new driveway location for Lot 13. So we'll be resurfacing that, and we'll be putting in new lighting for that parking lot as well. And then finally, I want to mention a little bit about Sweetwater Park. We actually have started the planning phase for that through Wild Spaces. That was that, and sort of I think the kind of Festival Street, if you remember, was a concept through the downtown strategic plan, as well as making some improvements in Sweetwater Park. So we're starting the planning phase for that through the Wild Spaces team. I know there's been several departments that have been sort of involved in looking at the park and what sorts of improvements can be made for visibility, aesthetics, activation, some of those things that you discussed. So.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Manager. Commissioner Willits.
Director Smith, I want to again say thank you for the winter market, spring market, because I think even though it's before the streetery is getting done, I think it's really helping people conceptualize what the space could be used for in the future, vendors, but also just other people who go down there and go, oh, my group could do this or that. So I just want to keep on putting these ideas out there, because suddenly we're going to have this beautiful space, and I don't want a year or two to go by before people say, oh, I can go do this. So I just keep on saying words like Oktoberfest and Christmas caroling and Christmas. Some church should put on a Christmas pageant right in the public, you know, or several churches do a ecumenical kind of thing. And like, I'm just imagining how to really activate it. And so I hope people in the community start to think about it now, so they don't wait a year before they come up with their good ideas. Because I think there's just so many opportunities. Because in the end, it can't just be the city programming it. It's not like the mayor says we don't have a football team. Maybe we should propose a football team. Is it, you know, I mean, we have a youth for stadium, but we also don't literally run, I guess, you know, Christmas pageant troops, you know. So just telling the community, like, hey, dream, this space is there. You know, you could, you know, if that's the thing you want to do. And I'm sure some church will pick it up and say, yep, we're the Christmas pageant people. Hopefully they share that with a couple churches or something. So anyways. I just want to keep on throwing those ideas out there, and I think the winter market, spring market, kind of helped people start to envision. It helped me understand, like, oh, this really is going to happen, right? And that we have a lot of potential going into the future. And just for the rest of the street, I agree with Mayor about what we do on the other end, because if you walk towards the other end, I know I always change sides of the street when I get to that courthouse building. I'm like, I'm not, it's got the ick. I'd rather walk near a parking garage, because good trees, continuous sidewalk on that side, the other side is broken up, and, you know, nowadays we would never say like, yeah, let's put a small side parking lot on this main street right next to, you know, we would be like, no, please do something different to the county, or if we were developing it. So, yeah, then that next stage of what we do there. But thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Willetts. I love the idea of a Oktoberfest celebration on the streetery leading into Fest. I think there's lots of opportunity there. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I forgot to mention, to Commissioner Chestnut's point, we have met and we've established a preliminary or a pilot rate for rental for the plaza. We have a process in place for taking payments through the finance department. The actual reservation form and sort of the logistics will be handled by the GACR team in my office, and so we'll have that set up, and we'll definitely give you an update to the whole commission so we can start to put that out there and stuff.
Very good. All right, I don't see any further lights. Is there any public comment, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, no public comment.
And we don't need to take any action on this. This is entirely information item, correct? Okay. All right, Mr. Smith, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Lots of great information to work with. And
Welcome back.
Get us thinking creatively again. Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we're on to our resolution for the morning, 2026-444, resolution for grant applications and agreements with the U.S. Department of Transportation Federal Highway Administration. With the recommendation, the City Commission adopt a resolution that authorizes the city manager or designee to execute grant applications and enter into agreements and any other necessary documents with the U.S. Department of Transportation Federal Highway Administration to deliver, design, construct, or maintain, or receive funding for projects, maintain, or receive funding for infrastructure, and to perform work or maintain infrastructure, subject to approval by the city attorney as to form and legality.
Very good. Welcome, Mr. Gomez.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor, Commissioner Jesus Gomez with the Transportation Department. Sometimes we get notifications for funding, available funding, and we need to apply quickly. So they give us an opportunity to do so. All these grants also, you're gonna see it at the TPO level, and then you also at the City Commission, you know, the Finance Committee, and then for City Commission approval. So it's just to don't miss the opportunity for grant applications.
Okay. Commissioner Willetts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is for, do we do this annually?
Yes.
This is the annual.
Yeah, we do it for transit, but now we're doing this is for Federal Highway and DOT.
Got it, okay.
Yeah, Public Works does the same every year.
And the application, so sometimes applying, you know, the commission doesn't necessarily know everything you apply for first, but it doesn't put us on the hook necessarily. We don't have to accept those grants if it,
Exactly.
if it has some sort of like long-term, you know, replacement liability that we're like, oh, we don't want to do that. We
Yeah.
can still decide not to. But I just bring it up as because sometimes we might feel trapped, like, oh, well, it's free money, of course we'd accept it, but if it just creates a liability in the future, you know,
Yes, and you're gonna be discussing that at the NTPO or TPO level.
right. All right, with that, let's see, what do we got here? Is this the resolution? Yeah. I move we adopt resolution 2026-444.
We have a motion and a second. Thank you, Commissioner Willetts. Commissioner Book.
Thanks for making the resolution motion, Mayor Pro Tem. Really, this is just about being very aggressive and proactive to find monies for roads and infrastructure and potholes and stuff. And that's my read of this if I were to boil it down.
Yes.
Yeah, I absolutely support that. That's what the city should be doing. It's always going to be a core need, and we'll never have enough monies to do all our streets and roads and infrastructure and complete streets and making sure that basically all forms of transportation get where they're going. So it's a good resolution. I know that we end up getting millions at the city. We've been quite successful in doing that over the years, so thanks for that work. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. So every week, if not every day, somebody, some well-meaning neighbor says, Mr. Mayor, the city really needs to start working on bringing grants in. There's so much grant money out there that the city should think about, working on grants. And I used to try to explain always that, well, we do this department, and we have this much money coming in, and now I just say thank you. That's a great idea. But this is a reminder that we do actually have an incredibly well-functioning grant operation in many of our departments, and we in fact could not do the things we do without the grants that flow into our city. Is there any public comment on this, Madam Clerk?
There is no public comment, Mr. Mayor.
All right, seeing no further lights, all in favor, please? Yes.
It's a
It's a roll call, okay, yes. Please call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Commissioner Chestnut?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker is absent. Commissioner Book? Aye. Commissioner Willets?
Aye.
Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Commissioner Engel? Aye. Mayor Ward?
Aye, that passes unanimously with Commissioner Duncan Walker absent. Thank you, Mr. Gomez.
Thank you.
That concludes the morning agenda.
Excellent, all right, I will see you all back here at 1 o'clock for a very busy afternoon. Back to the afternoon session of this Gainesville City Commission meeting for Thursday, the 16th of July. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we have the Gainesville History Moment to be presented by Ms. Donna Waller.
Welcome.
Hi, everybody. Hope you're having an easy and good day today. Excellent. Some of you know I've been talking about the American Revolution all over town in various ways for the last month or so. And so when I knew I was going to do this, I, of course, wanted to do the revolution in Gainesville or in Alachua County, because Gainesville does not exist in 1776. And for the second time, I started working on this and doing research, and Commissioner Eastman totally preempted me. And if you have not read his article, Gainesville in 1776, Cattle, Vigilantes, and the Revolution, you absolutely should, because there really isn't a lot I can add, and I am subtracting some of the details that are in his article that I found really fascinating. And it taught me a lot. My students at Santa Fe always used to ask me how I could teach early American history all the time, because it was always the same. And I would look at them and say, no, it's not the same to me. It's not the same to me. So Commissioner Eastman has a lot to teach us in this article, and I urge you all to read it if you haven't. The story, actually, of Alachua County and the Revolution begins with William Bartram. And if you've never delved into Bartram's descriptions of Alachua County when he passed through here, you really, really should. It was one of the most critical parts of his trip through the South. And he came and observed what was essentially a Seminole Indian empire by 1774. There were Europeans here, and there had been for quite a long time, but it was basically Seminole land, and it was the home of a person I've mentioned to you before, who was known by the English as Cowkeeper. And he was actually the chief of the Alachua Seminoles and one of their greatest chiefs in a lot of different ways. Now, the story of the Revolution is bad in Florida for the way I'm dressed, because there's no celebration here. Florida was firmly allied with the British and remained loyal to the British through the entire Revolution. And it had the distinction of actually spearheading the ability of the British to keep and hold one of their North American colonies, which was Georgia, the last colony to be founded in 1732. And what that's about was, and this is the story I didn't know that Commissioner Eastman told me. I didn't know the name. St. Augustine apparently was the center of resistance to the Patriot cause in Florida. And in 1776, a man arrived in St. Augustine named Thomas Brown. And he had been a planter in Georgia and had been horribly ill-treated by the Patriots, by his Patriot neighbors. And I'll let you read the article to figure out how ill-treated. It's pretty gruesome stuff. So he fled to Florida, and he founded a group called the East Florida Rangers. And they were frontiersmen, they were escaped or freed slaves, they were literally a motley frontier crew. And he and the Rangers managed to make an alliance with the Seminoles. And the Rangers and the Seminoles succeeded in raiding so thoroughly in Georgia and South Carolina that the population of St. Augustine went from 4,000 in 1774 to 17,000 by 1776, with people fleeing from Georgia. So what the Floridians did was to essentially make Savannah the only major city that the British managed to capture during the Revolution. And they all came home and felt themselves to be heroes. And then the Americans won the Revolution. And at the Treaty of Paris in 1783, at the end of the Revolution, the British did to the Seminoles what they did to all of their Native American allies all over the United States, which was they sold them out. And in the case of the Seminoles, what occurred was they turned Florida back over to the Spanish, knowing full well that Spain probably could not or would not even try to protect Native American interests. And then there's a kind of a moral to this, interestingly enough. What happened at the end of the war is what some writers call the Second Seminole Golden Age in Alachua County. For about 20 years, all of the white control receded. The Seminoles went back to the way they had been when Bartram had seen them, only better and richer. But gradually, by the early 1800s, Americans began to encroach into Florida, and the Seminoles ultimately, the U.S. ultimately goes to war in the 1820s with the Seminoles, and they lose everything. And the last time I talked about them, I said this to you, and I'll say it to you again. Please remember, we are all living on Seminole land here. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we have early public comment on agenda items, and we have Jim Conish, who is speaking to the budget development item as well as the resolution to set the proposed maximum.
Very good. Mr. Conish.
Mr. Mayor, Jim Conish. In terms of your budget development, I would ask you to cease the litigation over control of GRU immediately and really begin to understand how to make this new model work that is not going anywhere, sir. And I'll give you a couple examples. It's ridiculous that you're paying GRU for county streetlights. It makes no sense, sir. It's based on this like aspirational goal of going back to the status quo. We'll never be there again, sir. In terms of all the things you get from GRU that you don't pay for, like free collection of your pyramided utility taxes on our sky-high utility bills that this commission have saddled us with, like the $12,000 a day influx of funds through the intra-exchange funds into your fat fleet maintenance account that you're going to use to balance your budget, like the IT, which has been addressed over a multi-year period. These in-kind transfers from GRU to the city of Gainesville under the table where nobody can see the accounting, even members of the GRU authority, that will come to a halt, sir. That is contrary to the express language in the charter that you've sworn to uphold. So while there has been a draconian cut to the direct transfer of approximately $30 million, GRU has not been able to make any headway on paying down the massive debt at all. They're in the process of trying to borrow $500 million, $350 to refinance bonds that have matured, and $150 in new borrowings, which will wipe out any debt defeasance achieved in the last 3 years. So I don't see compliance with what Representative Caruso told you years ago in Tallahassee. And what you're doing is unsustainable. The idea that we can adjust our thermostats and not have 3,500 disconnects in the heat of August is ridiculous. But I do want to applaud you for finally moving your solid waste assessment and your stormwater assessment off the GRU electric meter and onto a parcel by parcel basis. I'm going to be speaking about this at greater length because we really haven't looked closely at what you're doing, which, as usual, is regressive. You're not progressives, you're regressives. And when we get into the millage, I want to touch on exactly what's happening with stormwater and what the bills are going to look like when they drop in November. There's going to be sticker shock, sir, because we're moving $28 million off of our in the city of Gainesville GRU bills onto the tax bill. There'll be a notice on the trim. There'll be notice of this on the trim notice, and you have a small window to say something. And I'm imploring the GRU authority to notify people who own their own houses but have low income of the availability of hardship exemptions for not only stormwater and solid waste, but also fire. Because when those 12 payments hit all at once, certain people are going to see their tax bill skyrocket, not on the basis of maintaining your millage, but on the basis of new ad valorem assessments hitting while you've jacked up the fire assessment. So I'll get into that on the next item, sir. But I'm telling you that this is a lot of money that's shifting, and the underlying policies are very unfair. And I'll address that at the appropriate time. Thank you.
So, Mr. Conish, you had 5 minutes to discuss more than one item.
Okay, then I'll go into, I'm sorry, you're right. And I'll do so, sir, and I'll stay with it.
No,
Okay, I'll stay with it.
You
5 minutes to
spent
vote.
5 minutes already.
Yeah, I've done all 5 minutes already.
You've done 5 minutes already, yes, sir.
Okay, that's fine. I'm done.
Okay, cool.
I'm done.
All right.
Mr. Mayor,
Madam
that
Clerk.
was the end, the last speaker for early public comment. We now have general public comment. We currently have 4 people signed up for general public comment, and the last person is downstairs, so I'm going to read all the names so that they know to come up. First up is Jamie Swick, followed by Jim Conish, then Khalid Blount, and then Minister Arnu Naku.
Welcome.
Hello. I do want to use this mechanism. This is my first time, so I'm not really sure how to activate that.
Go get it turned on.
So my name is Jamie Swick. Thank you guys for your time. I wanted to give you some exciting updates. So as you know, my work that I do is focused on reducing gun violence, which means I put a lot of focus onto Maslow's hierarchy of needs. At the bottom is food.
So hang on just a second. Could we get the overhead? There we go.
There we go. So Maslow's hierarchy of needs and food is right down here at the bottom. So this summer, we had a really great experience participating as part of the GPAL program. Coach DJ reached out to me based on my leadership at the McCrory Community Garden and invited me to do a gardening segment with the kids. And so we had a lot of fun with them. And we're going to be finishing up next week with a field trip out to see Mr. John Nix's farm. And then we're also going to do a farm-to-table tour of the facilities there so they can see the food that's coming in from their cafeterias. So we're really trying to kind of bring things full circle for them. And we also have some really great programs that are going on in Gainesville around food autonomy, like the program that Reverend Rawls is doing over at the Greater Bethel Church. And then you guys may have seen recently the new program that Chef Carl Watts is putting together with the Underground Kitchen and the Gainesville Housing Authority. So we've got a lot of community initiative around this food autonomy conversation. And so where I wanted to ask you guys for some help is in reference to updating some of the artwork at the MLK Center. So that's the artwork at the entrance to the MLK Center. And it would just really be awesome if we could do something. This lady was like reading my mind around some of the heritage of the community. That showed an agrarian focus within our community. I think that could be really helpful because we're trying to make gardening cool for these kids. And it's really kind of an uphill battle because we're competing with their screens and video games and all of that stuff. And so I think just demonstrating some of the strength of the agrarian history of our community could really help those of us that are putting together some of these activities and engagement opportunities to make it a little bit more cool. So that's it.
Very good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Jim Conish.
Welcome, Mr. Coach.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. This was the appropriate time I was talking about. So in terms of your stormwater policy that is going to be implemented as you shift the billing from GRU to the tax collector, instead of being billed by the electric meter, you're going to bill by the parcel. And right off the bat, for people that own multiple parcels like myself, the parcel by parcel analysis is going to often be incorrect. And there's a lot of other factors that you're not taking into account. The tax collector, not GRU, will be the arbiter of any disputes and will be a fair and impartial arbiter of some disputes. But what I'm concerned about is on the trim notice, people are going to find out what it's going to be, and I'll be looking for mine very closely because I have no stormwater. I also have master meters, so I wasn't paying it anyway because it was a bad system, sir. So they're going to get this number that's going to, like, depending on the circumstance, really up their total bill. It's vital for low-income people to be aware of the hardship program. GRU doesn't administer such programs. The tax collector does. That's one of the benefits of the new system. People can go down there and show that these 12 payments that are going to hit all at once, you could have billed it in arrears. The tax collector would have let you do that, but you chose not to so far. But also landlords with commercial tenants could get, like in certain situations, stormwater fees which will knock them off their chair. And unless they look very closely at their trim notice, they'll lose any opportunity to challenge it within 30 days of the trim notice being issued. So I think in all fairness to low-income people, I think in all fairness to landlords, we really have to make them aware of the implications of what we're doing. There's a very quiet little policy for the people with the tall buildings that have been freeloading on their tenants. They've got it so they're not going to be charged by the unit. And you're going to ignore the fact that these tall buildings are dumping everything onto the street in a concentrated area, requiring multi-billion-dollar facilities like Pekin's Pond at Depot Park. So I think that's also fundamentally unfair, regressive, and par for the course, quite frankly. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Connors, for always offering solutions. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Khalid Blount.
Welcome, Mr. Platt.
Hello. I might be repeating the story to y'all, but since I told it to the county commission the other day, I want to make sure you're both current. I've told you possibly before about a special kind of whistleblower back in the day. It's curmudgeonly sort of spook sitting by the door named Lyndon LaRouche. And he would make appointments endlessly with members of Congress and go in their offices and sit with them and look around and wait for his chance to nick documents and leak them to every left-leaning independent outlet out there. So I was connected to the Republic of New Africa. Our paper, The New African, got his notices. And he found this document off of Strom Thurmond's desk that was called Global 2000. This was 1978, late 78. And this program, this document throughout it referred to pockets of useless eaters. It talked about fomenting wars, about withdrawing food and medical aid, and about these pockets of useless eaters sitting on top of important resource pools. And in fact, 26 metals that are strategic for modern industry have their largest deposits in the world on the African continent. So that is the ancestor of Project 2025. This is not out of the blue. Go and find Global 2000 in the library of the Heritage Foundation. So what is going on under the current administration is this culling of the herd. And we hear high points in our news cycles, individuals killed, I think 5 now so far by ICE in street actions. And ICE should be called Murder Incorporated. And we hear very little, or not enough, about the estimated now 700,000 additional deaths in areas of the world where aid by USAID was suddenly withdrawn. You know, withdrawing PEPFAR and nutrition programs, etc. So what we are watching is culling of the herd. The preferred stock is white, male, affluent, Anglo-Saxon Protestant, heterosexual, and that describes most of the billionaire, now trillionaire class. So we should be aware of what we're really facing. And all that trickles down to us. The one thing, trickle-down economics didn't work, but trickle-down tyranny definitely does.
Thank you, Mr. Blount.
Minister Arnunaku.
Welcome.
Greetings. I must say that the trillionaires are black women, so that's what category that falls under. Hello. My name is Ananaku. I'm here to speak on behalf of Sawajira Village and Porter's Quarters community. We're having and hosting a concert benefit called the Pecan Tree Root Back Porch Get Down on July 25th, which happens to be Emmett Till's birthday, which hasn't been recognized, you know, just his death. And so there's a call for that. It's also a call to build safe space and sanctuary for our youth, to focus on our young African-American men. You know, I have a passion, but there's not a frustration, but there's just a weariness around the lethargy is the word that I'm hearing. There's still an energy of a lethargy over our communities, over our consciousness, over our souls. And there's a real call to step up and step in. Safe space and sanctuary is so important. A place for our youth to go and thrive and tap into their genius is the only way to catch them and get them, and they need indigenous practices. We are all indigenous practitioners to some degree. The old systems and structures are not only not working, they're crumbling. There's a lot of judgment. Florida is under a state of emergency. It's going to get deep. It's going to get deeper before it gets, you know, better. So there's part of this is a little activism. It's a hip hop concert. It's free. But it is in support of Porter's Quarters Community Farm and Garden to bring presence of youth, to bring financial currency and sustainability, to keep it longevity. You know, it's okay to sow a seed and then leave it, let it grow, die, and then that was it. But the longevity of the project, you know, is so important. And these are the new age programs. These are the things that are going to captivate our youth, because they have to tap into their genius, so they have to recognize their roots, their cultures, their potentials. And so this pecan tree root back porch you get down is in honor of Emmett Till, the life that never got to finish living because it was taken out early. And that's another thing, you know. The other day I was at the other county commissioners and I was tapping the irons. And that's one thing I want to promote, tapping irons over steel. Don't grab the gun, grab your irons. You know, there are ways to regulate. And so I don't have the passion I had the other day, but this is different. But this is important. This is important that we need to get the youth to come out to this. They need to know the histories. There will be film presentations. There will be fireside chats. There will be a lot of indigenous spaces where the youth can come and learn so much. And Porter's Quarters community is qualified. So I just wanted to put that out there.
All right, thank you.
That was our last speaker for general comment.
Okay. All right, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we're on to our discussion items for the afternoon. 2026-488 Santa Fe College Automotive Training Center update with the recommendation the City Commission hear an update and take action deemed necessary.
So I'd asked for this to be on the ballot at the request of, I'll give you a little backstory, at the request of the Pleasant Street Neighborhood Association. I had visited with them, and some members of the association asked if I would pass along some questions that they had, some things they would like to see implemented in the new auto repair facility, auto repair training facility at Santa Fe College Blunt Center. I agreed that I would write a letter to Dr. Brody, and I finished the last draft of that letter this morning, and have given a copy of it to everyone here on the dais. I will read it to you. It is pretty straightforward, and I know that some members of the community and representatives of Santa Fe College, including Dr. Brody, are here as well. I will read you the letter, and Commission, you're welcome to join, put your names on the letter as well if you would like, but I'm not asking for any action. It's entirely up to you all. July 15th, 2026, dear Dr. Brody, first, thank you for all that you and the faculty and staff at Santa Fe College are doing to improve our community for the people who live here. I particularly appreciate the work and vision you have put forth to make the Blunt Center an integral part of our city core. I recently met with members of the Pleasant Street Neighborhood Association, and they asked if I would pass on a few requests to you from them regarding construction of the new auto repair training facility and the adjacent Northwest 5th Street. Those requests are as follows. Number one, that SFC please limit closure of the street to the times requiring exclusive use. For instance, when SFC is not using the street for educational purposes, overnight and on holidays, weekends, and other days when SFC is not holding classes. Number two, that SFC construct sidewalks on both sides of the street. Number three, that SFC work with the city's Historic Preservation Board on design of gates and signs prior to installation. Number four, that SFC work with the city to install signs at both ends of the closed portion of Northwest 5th Street that state the street is open to pedestrians and cyclists. Again, these are items the Pleasant Street Neighborhood Association asked that I pass on to you. I am very much looking forward to the opening and ongoing use of the facility, and I look forward to working with you and the college on future endeavors regarding the Blunt campus. You and Santa Fe College are a blessing to our community, and I appreciate you. Sincerely, Harvey L. Ward, Jr. I'm sure we have some folks who have signed up for public comment. Let's let that happen first, and then if anyone has any questions, concerns, comments from the dais, I'm happy to add signatures to this. But this is the letter that I am sending. If anybody wants to put their names on it as well, I'm open to that, or not. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we have 3 signed up currently, Dottie Fabisi, Khalid Blount, and Thomas Hawkins.
Welcome, Ms. Fabisi.
Mayor, Commissioners. I haven't been here in a while. Good to see you all. What I want to say is this, earlier today I received a phone call from a friend asking me why I was against the Santa Fe training building. Well, I am not against that building at all, not at all. I'm going to let Thomas Hawkins speak about what the amendments that we would like included, but I just want everyone to know that I'm not anti-Santa Fe. I'm very happy that they're our neighbors. You know, they're a cornerstone of our neighborhood, and I would never be against anything that would encourage our young people to have a better future. So I just want that out there, that I'm not against the building, but I do want these amendments that Thomas will talk about. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Kaliblau?
I do not live in Fifth Avenue or Pleasant Street. Never have. But some hours I've spent there included several years running a Saturday school program at the Wilhelmina Johnson Center, 2 non-consecutive terms on the Fifth Avenue Pleasant Street CRA, a number of other projects, a Freedom School in the Seminary Lane apartment office, so a lot of engagement with that neighborhood, and a little lawsuit trying to hold off that those student towers where Seminary Lane stood, because I had been on the GHA board and knew the mishandling of custody and sale of that property. So I don't say this lightly, and I've had a lot of engagement with Santa Fe. I've gotten 2 degrees there, including my RN. I ran the Pilot for Success program for a year and a half, and still have contact and work with people that I was privileged to assist in that program. So, and I served on the community board for Santa Fe downtown for several years. John Alexander was the last chair of that. And I don't have time to go into the stuff we try to put forward. But so I've been thinking about and caring about that neighborhood and studying its history for a long time. And something I have wished for, longed for, asked for so many times is for that college to bring some of its programs out of the Northwest Hemisphere and make actual job-ready training closer to people in Fifth Avenue, Pleasant Street, and to the east side. This is a blessing. Nothing should block it. And to me, it smacks of elitist gentry to complain of anything that will advance this plan. To not be willing to suffer a little personal convenience for something that will so incredibly benefit multitudes who've been waiting and waiting. It's shocking. Everybody should be cheering for everything this project wants to bring. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blau.
We have Thomas Hawkins, and now followed by Dr. Paul Brody II.
Very good. Welcome, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to thank all of you all for having this on your agenda, and I'm especially thankful for you, Mayor Ward, for putting it on the agenda and drafting that letter. I also want to thank Mr. McCrae from Santa Fe. He took the time to meet with myself and Dottie, and I think he's met with other folks from the neighborhood too, and we really appreciate that overture. Obviously the mayor knows this, but for the rest of the commission's benefit, we talked about the items that the mayor included in his letter at our last neighborhood association meeting. Like Dottie, I'm personally very glad, and I think I speak for most of the folks in the neighborhood, to have Santa Fe as a good neighbor. But there are some things that the license agreement left out that would be part of being a good neighbor that we want to make sure y'all have buy-in on and that Santa Fe commits to. I think they're pretty minor things that won't in any way prohibit use of the road to support the educational purpose, and but they'll be a big relief for folks that live there. So I hope if you decide to vote that there's a unanimous vote in favor, and if there's no motion and vote, that at least y'all from the dais can say that you support these changes to the license agreement, so that Dr. Brody and Liam can work on making those changes and getting the revisions in. Thank you all again. I really appreciate you. Thanks.
Thanks.
Dr. Paul Brody II.
Welcome, Dr. Brody. It's good to have you here with us.
Well, good afternoon, and it's always a pleasure to speak before you, and I want to express my deepest appreciation for all of your support, not just for this project, but for all the projects for Santa Fe. You know, we're committed to changing lives. We're committed to impacting the community, and we're deeply committed to creating those opportunities in East Gainesville that give people an opportunity to enter high-demand careers that set them up for a lifetime. The Automotive Technology Training Center will do just that. It has a 100% job placement rate. Bringing it to East Gainesville, bringing it to where we are located now, will be transformational. It will impact the families in the community. It will touch lives. It will impact that entire community. As far as the project is concerned, we did take into consideration the community's need. We are good neighbors. Our Blunt Hall, when we opened up, was 800 students. It is now 3,000 students since we opened Blunt Hall. 3,000 lives that we're touching and changing, that are walking across the stage, graduating, and then going off to UF and getting degrees. That's Santa Fe's commitment. And when we thought about this project, we thought about the community. So right now, sidewalks don't exist. We will have sidewalks. It will be a walkable place where the community comes and they can sit and interface with our students. They can sit on the benches that will be placed there. They can enjoy the trees that will be planted there. We will be enhancing that area in a major way. And I'm glad that you're supporting this project. It's a $17 million investment. It's the most important investment that we're making. And we're making that investment downtown Gainesville because it matters. It matters that we touch the lives of individuals throughout our county. But since I got here, all I've heard is bring more to East Gainesville. Do more in East Gainesville. We need more educational opportunities. And Santa Fe, we're the communities college. And we will step up and continue to do more. Continue to offer those programs and opportunities that change people's lives. That's our commitment. So as far as the letter, I can't speak to the letter, unfortunately. I would love to. But I can't speak to the letter because the Pleasant Street Neighborhood Association, which was created 5 months ago, made up of Thomas Hawkins, Dottie Fasby, and Nesta Perez, has filed litigation. So up on the advice of counsel, Santa Fe College must not discuss the requested items until either the proceedings are dismissed by a judge or otherwise, resolved, or withdrawn by the corporation that filed the case. So although I would love, you know me, I would love to have the conversation about those items, I cannot do so at this time. But I do thank you for your support. I thank you for your commitment to the citizens in our community.
Thank you, Dr. Brody.
That was our last speaker, Mr. Mayor.
Very briefly, very briefly.
I greatly apologize for speaking out of turn. That's not appropriate, and I apologize. The Neighborhood Association has not filed litigation. Your land development code allows folks to ask for a quasi-judicial hearing, the same kind that y'all have all the time, that your plan board has all the time, your historic preservation board, your development review board. We asked for one, and I understand the city is going to allow us the opportunity to have one. Not related to the street, related to the building and some aspects that don't meet your comprehensive plan and code. It's not litigation. It's just not. It's not true. Okay. Nobody is suing anybody.
All right. Any commissioners have anything they want to add? Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thanks to everybody who's here today and who's commenting. I do want to make sure that everybody is very clear and that we are all on one accord in terms of our understanding of what is happening. Because I think that is where a lot of angst lies. A lot of people don't know what's going on. From the very beginning, we heard concerns here at this commission about what community was not aware of in terms of the project. And now we're hearing a different conversation about the idea of litigation. Now, it has been brought to my understanding that there had been an administrative complaint that was filed. And so that people are clear about what an administrative complaint is, I would like it if our attorney would take this time to explain exactly what that is, what the process is, Attorney Nee, and what the community as well as Santa Fe can expect from that. I'd also like it if the manager would chime in after Mr. Nee about what staff's role is in that process as well.
Mr. Attorney.
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Under our Land Development Code, administrative decisions that are made by city officials under that code can be subject to an appeal, and an appeal before a hearing officer seeking to overturn those decisions. In this case, the development order was applied for in a cooperative fashion by Santa Fe College, and the development order was approved by staff management at the Department of Sustainable Development. And under your code, any person who meets one of 4 categories can appeal that. An applicant who's adversely affected by the decision, in this case the applicant would be Santa Fe College. A property owner whose property is the subject of the decision. All the property at issue here, I think, is owned by Santa Fe College. All owners of real property that lies within 400 feet of the property that is the subject of the decision. I don't believe we've had an appeal sought by any owner of real property that lies within 400 feet of the property that's the subject of the decision. And any resident, landowner, or person having a contractual interest in land in the city who demonstrates a direct adverse impact from the decision that exceeds in degree the general interest in community good shared by all persons. And I have to suppose that's the category in which this 501c3 group, I think calls itself the Pleasant Street Neighborhood Association. I'm not sure if it actually has any involvement with people who live or reside in Pleasant Street, but that's what they've termed themselves as, sort of the self-appointed champion of that group. So what will happen is that appeal will be scheduled before a hearing officer with the Department of Administrative Hearings that we contract with to conduct the hearings, and they will make arguments within 50 days, if possible, and it should be possible, to determine whether or not the decision is consistent with our Land Development Code and comp plan, and if there's any reason to properly overturn that decision. And then we'll have that hearing and proceed accordingly.
Attorney Nee.
It's quasi-judicial. Whether you term that litigation or not, quasi-litigation perhaps.
Okay. Once again, for the community, can you please give a definition of quasi-judicial? We do this all the time up here, but I want to, for the sake of people being very clear about how this is going to unfold and what to expect, would you kindly define that for the public?
Quasi-judicial proceedings are those in which due process is afforded to all involved, that there's the opportunity to be heard by people, to confront witness, to present evidence, and that a decision will be made by an unbiased decision maker based upon the evidence presented. And here, to determine whether or not the decision comports with the essential elements of the law, in this case, the law being our comp plan and land development code. So it's a semi-formal, more formal proceeding to determine whether or not the decision made by the professionals in the city's Department of Sustainable Development have made a decision that comports with your code and our comp plan.
Thank you very much.
We've reviewed, obviously, the decision. We've met with them, and the city and the city attorney's office is certainly prepared to defend the decision of the board, of the department, as being in line and consistent with the comp plan and the code. And in fact, the standard by which it would be overturned would frankly be highly deferential to the city. In order to overturn the decision, they would have to convince a hearing officer that the decision was clearly erroneous or patently unreasonable and will result in a miscarriage of justice, or has no foundation in reason, meaning the absence of a situation where reasonable minds could disagree and is merely arbitrary or irrational exercise of power having no substantial relation to the public health, moral safety, welfare, or was an ultra-virus act, meaning the administrative official clearly lacked the authority to take the action under the statute or the City of Gainesville charter laws or ordinances. It's a very high standard to be successful, but we'll go through the process, and you'd have to speak with the applicant, the landowner, if it will serve to delay their proceedings at all.
Absolutely.
We will act as expeditiously as possible.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Attorney Nee. It sounds like no dates have been set yet. Is that what I'm hearing, or have any dates for this hearing been set?
I think the decision was just made on Friday, June, was it 26th of Friday? And the appeal came in the following Monday or Tuesday, so a week ago or so. And at this point, I think Santa Fe has been made aware, obviously, of the challenge. They'll be given an opportunity as the applicant to file a notice of appearance. Perhaps they already have, I'm not sure. And a time will be coordinated with a hearing officer that we contract with the Department of Administrative Hearings. And again, the code provides that hearing shall occur within 50 days unless it has to be extended out further, but only by agreement between the parties. I'm not aware of any interest amongst all of the parties to extend that. I think it's in the city's interest to get it resolved as quickly as possible. I presume that would be the case with the applicant as well.
Absolutely. And so this 50-day period, without kind of prolonging this line of questioning, because I think we've done a pretty decent job in terms of getting some clarity about the legal, thank you, Attorney D, the legal terms. I'm concerned about now where we are in the process. We're hearing from the community that they want to see this happen. There are some conditions. There is a measure of compromise that it sounds like is desired. And it also sounds like Santa Fe has the desire to compromise as well, but they are now in a position where they cannot have a conversation because of the administrative complaint.
Santa Fe is represented. I think what their president was saying is that his counsel has advised him it's best to let them handle it.
Absolutely.
I don't want to put words in his mouth either.
For sure.
That's what I understood him to say.
He's nodding. I think he's, okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Attorney Nee.
Mr. Manager, did you have anything you wanted to?
The only thing I would add in terms of staff involvement is, you know, as the administrators who provide the approval, staff participates both in the preparation of any materials for the administrative law judge, works with the city attorney's office, and oftentimes ends up providing testimony during the hearing and answering questions from the judge in terms of the applicability of the appeal provisions related to the Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan.
Absolutely. Okay. Thank you very much for that. And Mr. Mayor, thank you for your response to the community. And, you know, that's one of the things that we all are charged to do as public servants, to be mindful of your requests and to be responsive. So I do appreciate this. I do want to make sure that I am very clear when I express both my support of a community that I have a long and very deep history in, both from a historical perspective in terms of my family landing there at Reconstruction, to being in the area now as business owners and people who live there. I also have a very deep appreciation for Santa Fe College and the work that particularly Dr. Brody has done in bringing educational opportunity closer to the urban core where all residents of this community can access it. I'm very concerned about doing anything that is going to hamper that. And if Dr. Brody is saying that, well, and I want to be careful here too, because they have their attorney involved, and frankly, the attorneys will hash all of this out. I just simply want to say this. I think the learning opportunity is that these types of ventures, always, when they come to us, we hear about the desire for the community to be brought in more. The thing about this is so far down the line that the compromise is essential. I am going to say some of these things, I would think, and we have even heard from Dr. Brody, that they're probably feasible. That gives me confidence. I'm glad to see that. I'm also glad to know, here's where my concern is. In the administrative complaint, the remedy appeared to be, and I can pull it up here, that the proposal itself does not go through. I'm curious as to if that in any way will be modified to say, you know, it's not that we don't want to see the program happen or the project happen. We'd rather just do these compromising things, because this sounds like something that has come up relatively recently. They have verbally stated that, you know, meaning the Pleasant Street Historic or Pleasant Street Neighborhood Association has sounded like they want to see this move forward, has come with these requests, but it's not what's in the administrative complaint as it currently stands. Help me to kind of hash through that, if you would, Attorney Nee. There was the complaint that said, we don't want to see this happen. Am I correct? That was the requested remedy.
I don't have the notice of appeal in front of me, Mr. Mayor, and I don't think a hearing officer is going to be in a place to sort of rewrite the decision. They're going to decide whether the decision is meets the code and comp plan or not try to crowd. It's not a mediation exercise.
Mm-hmm.
So, and again, and I'm not sure. Also, to be quite frankly, and the organization that the mayor referred to, is that the same as the organization that has filed this appeal, or is that an association of actual neighbors who live there, as opposed to a 501c3? I'm not sure where these suggestions came from.
And those are good questions. There are some heads in the audience that are nodding. Thomas Hawkins, the individual that is representing the organization, his head is nodding that, yeah, it's the same.
I don't know what that means. Okay. And I'm not that interested in it, frankly.
It's okay. It's okay. Well, here's what I would simply, what I'm asking. That the relief that they were requesting, and excuse me while I pull it up, because I just want to be clear so that there is no confusion for them or for Santa Fe or for us.
Who's them and they? The ones who
What's your name?
appealed the decision?
Yes.
Or the people who live there?
The ones who appealed the decision.
I'm not aware of anyone who lives within a 400-foot radius complaining about a darn thing.
I hear you. The ones who appealed the decision. The ones who came, who filed the administrative complaint. I hear you. And so then, Attorney, is the question, is this viable? Is that the question?
I think their complaint will fail. I think the decision is good and valid, consistent with our code. It is defensible, and we are pledged to defend it. If a person appealing that decision wants to enter into some sort of negotiation or discussion with the applicant for some sort of side deal, that's between them.
Mm-hmm.
They're the ones that they're sort of the real parties in interest. We do our best as a city to fairly apply the code that is adopted by this body, and to do so in a consistent, fair, and an efficient way, because time is money for everyone involved. So we're confident in the decision, and we're confident that in defending the decision will be successful. I would assume that the applicant whose rights have been adjudicated in these decisions will be even more aggressive in defending their rights. And my interest is in making sure that the city officials who made these decisions, who I think have made these decisions appropriately, that their work will be defended.
For sure. Absolutely. Absolutely. I will, Mr. Mayor, conclude with my questions at this time. Thank you for providing those points of clarity for both the community as well as Santa Fe.
Thank you, Commissioner Duncan Walker. So the board is lit up, but I am going to ask that everybody be cautious in your comments. Commissioner Eastman.
Well, actually, I'll circle back around a little bit if you want to show.
Okay.
Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. My first question is to Dale and Dottie. Is the Pleasant Street Neighborhood Association a newly formed group?
Okay, come on up to the
Microphone. Whomever, somebody should answer it. I don't think this is a new group, I don't believe. Yeah.
It's I didn't move into Pleasant Street till 2006. I actually asked Dottie what year the neighborhood association was founded. She couldn't remember either.
Excuse me.
I talked to the oldest serving member I could find who said that his best recollection was 1988. The association was not incorporated until this year. So in other words, we've always been a community neighborhood association. We are also now filed with the state.
I see. Okay, all right. So it's a long-standing group. Well, what happens now with the quasi-judicial system? Will everything with the automotive venture stop? Does this stop everything? Mr. Attorney?
Mr. Mayor, under our code, there is a stay during the appeal, but what that stay is that the filing of a timely notice of appeal shall stay all proceedings in furtherance of the decision being appealed, including the issuance of any building permit or development order, until the appeal has been concluded in accordance with this division. The applicant may file applications, plans, or other information with the city pending the outcome of the review, but the filing of such shall create no rights to any related approvals by the city. So the stay really stays any action. The stay really stays any action by the city to grant building permits, development permits, and so forth. Santa Fe College is situated differently than your typical applicant in that they, under the statutes, don't need the full range of permits that a private developer, a private applicant would need. It wouldn't be up to me to counsel them on what level of risk they should assume in going forward. But if they think that the work that they have before them doesn't require permits under the statutes, then the stay doesn't, they're not enjoined in any way from doing anything. What the stay means is that the city will not be granting any additional permits or building permits and so forth, or development orders. As to what they need, what they are required to seek review from the city is limited.
Okay. All right. Well, I think the requests on here seem very, very reasonable. Hopefully something that can be resolved.
And those aren't requests of the city.
No, they're requests of Santa Fe.
Right.
Oh. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just clarify so people understand, this is not, this potential hearing, quasi-judicial, it is not the commission that will be hearing this. This is off somewhere, administrative law judge or some form of, typically I think of a magistrate, it is appointed outside, that is where that is heard. So commissioners are free to continue to hear from interested parties because this will not be coming back to the commission.
This decision was never before the commission. This was, under your code, it's an administrative decision made by our staff and management, and this will be heard by a hearing officer that has expertise and experience in the areas of land use and planning.
Just wanted to clarify that because
you are not this board will not be the adjudicator of this appeal. and it will not be before you for a further hearing.
And if I might just quickly interject, this is not about the licensing of the street. This is a totally separate issue.
Exactly.
The licensing is done.
Right, and so I just wanted to clarify that. And I wanted to remind folks that I think it was January of this year, that because of how this started last year, when we realized this type of licensing for the street did not fall under our land development code the same way public notification of, and so there was an interest to change it so that this fell much more in line as if we were officially vacating a street, right, Mr. Manager? So I think that's what we changed. I can't remember when it finally got back to us.
That's correct. There was direction to the to staff to bring back amendments to your real property policy, and I would expect, I think those are probably going to be scheduled within the next month or so.
Okay.
So
we talked about it back then, and we're moving along. Okay. So just to give some folks, this has been a process and where the commission has been hearing and listening, and we decided that we did not like that this very specific type of thing that does not happen very often fell through the cracks in our policies about how we notify the community, to just have some of these conversations a little bit on the front end as opposed to perhaps now. So the request, just some of these requests, though it is to Santa Fe, I think from what I remember reading, some of it is actually not included in this letter, but there's some, or rather it involves the cooperation of the city is what I will say in some of this. So I will say that. I'm very glad to hear Mr. Blount describe that, remind us about why this is so important, that a lot of us want this, as Commissioner Duncan Walker said, like, we're ready for this job training to be there. But that we didn't necessarily like the process because it just didn't exist, and then we closed that, or we're in the process of closing that, so that anything that would be like this is there. So that part we responded when we realized this wasn't in there, and so I just wanted to throw that in there, and thank you, Mr. Manager, for reminding that we've talked about it a bunch. We're in the process of getting close to putting it into policy. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willits. Commissioner Engel.
So it is hard for me to overstate how much I believe in and think it's really important to have technical training. Being able to go through an apprenticeship program and my involvement in a union is what lifted me out of poverty and is what allowed me to take care of my family. And I think the idea that you can give people a trade and give people the skills to take care of themselves is hugely important, especially to be able to do that in the neighborhoods where they live. So to have something that is available from walking distance that really allows educational opportunities, not just for degree programs, but also for good technical trainings that will lead immediately to jobs, is a very important and life-changing thing, and I'm very proud to be able to support those type of things. As near as I can tell, the issue before us isn't before us. Like we've heard about it, but a decision got made on whether or not this fell within our building code. Staff thought that it did. The project moved forward. Some neighbors thought that it didn't, and have filed an appeal. Whatever's going to happen with that is going to happen with that. I don't think that there's any action we can take or decisions we can make as a board that are going to affect that one way or another. I think it's a very important process going forward. I think some neighbors rightfully have the option to appeal that, and they filed that appeal, and that process is going to play out however that process plays out. I hope it does not derail this. I think it is very important to have these opportunities in the area that they are. I would hope this project continues to go forward. I would also hope that Santa Fe looks at what seemed to be a list of pretty reasonable asks outside of this process, as far as some signage and making sure that people know that that's an area they can use and they can be part of the neighborhood. But in general, like I said, I don't think there's much for us to do on this outside of acknowledge that I think that the process originally could have been clearer, and we're changing the rules to make sure that happens going forward. So again, I hope this doesn't derail the project. I hope Santa Fe is able to work with the neighbors, but this is mostly out of our hands. So.
Thank you, Commissioner Engel. Commissioner Book.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and Commissioner Engel. The thing is, you just said is I agree with 100%. You know, and this is not a decision that weighs before us, but we want to weigh in on what this means for both the community and Santa Fe College. Just to finish up this quasi-judicial line, because that did kind of back us up a little bit to make sure that we're in line with what we should be doing. Mr. Attorney, normally our quasi-judicial processes impact our restrictions when it's coming before us. Is there any restrictions as it relates to this pending quasi-judicial process for us to engage with a constituent, talk to a resident, speak to Santa Fe? Is there anything there that would, as it relates to this process?
Mr. Mayor, this process isn't before you, and so therefore there's no, those protections you're talking about are designed to ensure that there's an unbiased decision maker and that the matters are decided within the context of the hearing so that everyone has due process. You're not part of this process. This process, by your code, is going to be taking place before a hearing officer.
All right, well, that's terrific to know, because it's really important that we're able to listen to people, whether it's community, college, folks who are planning the project, and continue to make sure it's the best project for the community and the neighborhood that we can create. Commissioner Duncan Walker was talking about the fact that you always need to bring in people more. You need to bring in the community more. If there's anything that typically has been our misstep as a board or as a city, it's often not the project itself that we support. It's often the fact that not enough people knew about it, not enough people felt valued when they had the chance for input. Some people didn't even know that it was coming, and then here it is before us as a vote or a decision-making body. And people say, God, I just wish I would have known so that I could have weighed in. And so what you said, Commissioner Duncan Walker, often that's normally where we draw the line. And we always talk about the fact that we can never do enough to make sure that the community is heard. And the community is both business and residents and nonprofits. So it's not merely people who live there, it's people who live, work, and play there. And this is really a combination of all that. I was thinking, is there a possibility to ask a question? I'll pose it for Santa Fe College, but if they can't answer it, that's totally fine. And I just wondered, do we have an update on the timeline of the project? Because that's information for the community, or where we're currently at. Is that a question that can be answered or not?
Thank you, Commissioner. It was, the timeline is projected to be completed next fall, and open in 27. And that's barring no delays.
Right, I understand another process or whatever. So fall 2027, potentially open for business. Fall, maybe this year, completion of project type of stuff. And then that's important because that's a piece of information for the community. Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it. My institutional knowledge is not as good as Mayor Green, who's sitting over there, that's for sure, who probably is one of the originators of the Pleasant Street Neighborhood Association. But I will say that it's no secret, I was a cop in Pleasant Street in the late 1980s and 1990s. And Pleasant Street was not the same. Pleasant Street was not a pleasant street. It was not. It was horrendous for the residents who lived there, and I was right in the middle of it. And I am happy to say that because of the organization, like the Pleasant Street Neighborhood Association, I attended last night, and the organization and the engagement of that group is unbelievable. They had city staff from several different areas. They had an agenda. You had, I think, Ms. Fabici, you had 20-something people there, and all were engaged, and that's what we need. That's what helps us make good decisions too. So I was very, very impressed. And as I was a cop there, I can say today it's a whole lot better. Not perfect, there's always improvements, but it's a whole lot better today. And I think most people who live there, Mayor Green, I see you shaking your head today. And I think that's very largely in part because you have such an active, engaged group. It's really important. Since I can weigh in, my opinion on some of the requests is, you definitely want collaboration and cooperation, not requirement. One of these lines says requirement. That's not compromise and that's not cooperation. But I agree with collaboration and cooperation. For sidewalks are great for all neighborhoods. They're great for a educational institution. So I think that's a fantastic idea. However they can be put in to benefit the neighborhood. And I think if there's opportunity to engage, for example, one of our advisory boards, the Historic Preservation Board, and say, you know, what might the neighbors be? What might honor the past and still move us forward? I wouldn't put requirement on there, but I think that's a great idea also. So that's just my opinion. And I really appreciate the efforts that I've seen Santa Fe College do, because they took over that train station when I was a cop down there, and that was terrible for the neighborhood. And all I have to do is look at it today, and what it has done is, I think the president talked about transformational. I know it's a term we often use. That was transformational for what the college did at the time for the neighbors. And so I hope to look for more transformational projects there. Hope we can kind of get through, you know, some of these things, and maybe 2 and 3 and 4 years down the road, we're looking at some more incredible educational and career and technical opportunities for all of us. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I kind of want to take a step back. This is the one opportunity we've had, I guess, since we talked about the street closure and all of that, but to really talk about the this project, which I think is we're talking about kind of one component of something that I think is honestly, it could be one of the most impactful things that's happening in Gainesville right now if we play our cards right with it. And I think we can. I mean, so we're talking about this particular project as this one incredible $17 million, I believe you said, investment in automotive training. Everyone has seen the beautiful building that went up at the Blount Center, which was on land that was originally owned by the city of Gainesville when we bought the Gainesville Gas Company back in the 80s, and then helped to, I mean, this has been a partnership with Santa Fe and the city to help build this for a long time. But Santa Fe, I don't think I'm telling any secrets up here, has purchased the land across the street at Opportunity Square as well, right? What's happening here is not just, you know, one automotive. It is, I mean, what we're talking about is one of the best colleges in the country that wins award after award after award, building a downtown campus that is 5 blocks to the north, 3 blocks, I mean, a significant amount of acreage. And I think there's a lot of questions as to, well, and it's a downtown campus. A lot of communities have downtown campuses, and there's questions on how do you interact with the surrounding communities? How do students get around that? How do cars get through? It's more complicated than building in a green field on the northwest side of town, but it's exciting. It's very exciting. You can see this really transforming an area of town into something that is, you know, that we will look back on and say, wow, that's something that happened in our time here. Santa Fe built their downtown campus here, and it is a real benefit to the community. The questions that are being asked in this letter, and I don't want to get into the quasi-judicial, but they're questions that the city is going to need to ask itself anyway. How are people going to get around? How are students, if Santa Fe owns Opportunity Square across the street and they own the Blount Center, how are students going to get across a major thoroughfare right there on 6th? These are important questions. How is the neighborhood going to interact with this? I have been a proponent, I've mentioned this to, I think, Liam, I've spoken with you about it, or at least I've spoken with folks at Santa Fe, I've spoken to our city manager, about how can we do better long-term planning so that the neighbors know what's going to be happening here. The city is putting, you know, investment and money in to make this successful, that Santa Fe knows that there's some consistency. Is there some kind of longer-term strategic planning that we could be doing, something that would allow us to really come to the table, work together, and say, we want a long-term vision for what this can be, because I mean, the questions here, they're important. Like, it's important to have sidewalks and important to have roads. It's also very important. I mean, this is an incredible project at a larger scale. Like, when you take a step back, and I know that Santa Fe is like all the rest of us. There's no trying to get money, trying to figure out how they're going to make these investments, you know, where capital dollar is going to come from. Not everything is clear right now, just like it's not clear for the city. But I think with partnership and finding ways to work with the community, with the city, with our transportation, with Santa Fe College, this could be this could be the continuation of something that we will really look back on as something good. And so something I'm putting out there. I would love for us to do more formalized visioning and planning as a city, as a community, for what's going on at Santa Fe, and be as supportive as we can to see that area really thrive and be robust. I think that's something that I would like to see over the next few years. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Mr. Mayor, thank you so much. I did have another question. While I can definitely appreciate the community coming to us to ask for any type of, I guess, assistance in having a conversation, I wonder, Mr. Mayor, if you might be able to answer, since we probably shouldn't call Commissioner Hawkins back up. Do we know why we're being asked to write this letter, as opposed to the organization writing the letter to Santa Fe itself?
Because I went to visit them at their invitation and they asked me to do it.
I mean, I understand that, but why, do you know why you were being, I guess what I'm asking is, this is an organization that could write the letter itself. We've heard up here that the city doesn't have anything to do with it. I guess I'm just wondering, and Santa Fe seems to be very amenable and willing to have a conversation.
So in the past, I have generally, when two parties had difficulty working with each other, I have always been willing to say, let me try to help you get to a better place. That is what I'm doing.
Okay, so that, I think you're answering my question. So there was some difficulty at some point.
I've said everything I'm going to say about this issue. I do not want to be called as a witness at some point. So
Oh,
I'm
okay.
done.
Okay, okay. Well, I wasn't trying to put you in a precarious
I
position.
understand. I just don't want
I
us
just-
to be in a further precarious
Okay,
position.
all right, well, let's not. In looking at what you've asked us to consider, I'm looking at the last 3 points and being very comfortable with them because those are things that the city actually does. But I'm concerned for me with the first one, especially if we need to be concerned about being called for anything as a witness to whatever. I don't know that I, without fully understanding what the impacts to the project, I don't know how I shake out on this very first bullet here.
So I am going to send the letter as it exists because it's from me.
Mhm.
And if anybody else wants to be a part of it, they're welcome to. But if not, that's okay too.
Gotcha.
So that's,
Okay, I can't support it as it currently exists,
Understand.
but there are certain parts of it that I do support. Thank you to the community, thank you to Santa Fe.
all right. I see no other lights. So going once, going twice. All right, Madam Clerk, let's move on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're on to 2026-487, Civil Rights, Dignity, Public Access, and Safety, with the recommendation the City Commission discuss and take action deemed necessary. And I do want to let you know we have 17 people signed up for public comment, some of which who are downstairs.
Okay, so this item before us now is, we promised that we would hear this. A resolution draft was brought to us at our last meeting, I believe. We promised that we would put this on the agenda for today. I will tell you right up front, for good or ill, as I have told many people throughout the community, I believe if we take an action toward a resolution on this issue, there will be ripples of harm throughout our community because of the action that we might take with something that has no force of law on our part. I am unlikely to support any resolution moving forward today on this because I believe it will cause harm to individuals in our community. That said, there are people who want to talk about it. Do any commissioners want to say anything before we open it up for public comment? Go ahead.
I said that I was interested in looking at this and I'd be willing to bring it forward just at least as an item. I am not prepared to enter the resolution text that was given to us by members of the community as a resolution of the City Commission. I did not prepare that for today as given to me. I've since learned that the County Commission is looking at something similar, but they are not, we're going to talk about this until well into August, I believe, with kind of their own, inspired by what the community brought to them, but in a perhaps much different format, and much more in line with what the county and their leadership thinks is kind of, let's say, possible for them to make a comment on. So I'm not prepared to enter what was kind of the text or even the majority of the text that was presented by members of the community, to me at least. So I'm not prepared to enter that as a proposed resolution of this commission, but I will just to start part of this conversation, because we're going to hear from parts of the community, is that this feels like an ever-changing issue where part of what the community, I think some members of our community were asking us, is now, I'm not going to say the least of our worries, but we have this enhanced worry about what is happening in other states, and that even the federal government is now confused by who's calling the shots in immigration, any kind of immigration enforcement, when you have parts of the government saying we're going to step down on this interaction in vehicle pursuits or whatever, and then the president saying, oh no, this is all great. So we're in the wild, wild west with all of this, which we have been ever since this current administration has gotten in there, and even before that. So I just wanted to say with the deaths of residents, I believe of the state of Florida, who was a resident who was killed crossing a street after being chased, and a death of someone in public, a young father in public in Bedford, Maine. By chance, I actually know one of the Maine city councilwomen there that I used to work with, decade ago, more than, and seeing her tell the response of Bedford, Maine has been heartbreaking. And that came on top of what we saw in Texas with another resident of Texas. So I just want to say, I'm a little thrown off by just the development, and then I'm like, whoa, what is it that we need to even be communicating if we as a body or the community as a large wants to communicate particularly up to our state and federal government about the current situation. So I want us to, and I believe we do have the right and ability to speak basic truths about how we are experiencing what other levels of government do, particularly when it interacts with what we believe is Fourth and Fifth Amendment liberties or rights. So that's why I just want to stay where I'm at right now. I don't have something to produce. If someone else does have something, I would be willing to hear it. But at this point, I want to wait. Even my response, just personally, I want to wait a little bit and hear a little more from county commissioners. I've talked to one at least so far, but not all of them, to hear a little bit about what they're thinking, and continue communication to portions of our community about this. But Mr. Mayor, I hear you, and I do think that we have to be somewhat careful, but at the same time, across all issues, portions of different parts of our government, local bodies make just opinions known up the chain when they're affected. Everything from, oh, there's a small error in a law that's holding us up, can you please change this? To, we believe you are infringing on the Fourth and Fifth Amendment rights of people who live in the United States. And just to be clear, you do not have to be a citizen to have Fourth and Fifth Amendment rights. You do not even have to be here as fully documented and with permission to have Fourth and Fifth Amendment rights. Those are given to all people largely. At least that's my understanding. I could be wrong. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willetts. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm wondering if we should schedule this for the joint meeting with the county commission in August? No? Don't want to? No appetite?
I don't know when the county commission themselves is planning versus our date. So that just sounds like putting the cart before the horse, or I don't know. Don't know yet.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. I see no other lights. Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So I'm going to call 5 folks at a time so people, if they're downstairs, know to have time to come up. We have Diane Bellamy, Reverend Rebecca Lawson Putnam, Joe Smith, Joan Anderson, and Etha Maya de Nidell. Any of those folks? Go ahead. If I called your name, come on up.
Somebody come talk. Yeah.
And please state your name so I can know who's speaking and I can adjust the public comment list.
Welcome.
My name is Diane Bellamy. And I just want to say that when we turn our heads and deny the violation of human rights in our country, our state, or our city, we the people have become accomplices. Perhaps the residents of Gainesville and the city commissioners themselves are not yet familiar with the suffering that takes place in the cruel and unnecessary detention of our immigrant neighbors. I'm certain that when ICE policies are more understood by the good citizens of Gainesville, ICE will be resoundingly rejected and denied. Oops, got stuck there. Wait a minute. The clock is ticking.
Take your time, it's all right. Maybe speak from the heart.
Okay, wait a minute. It's here. It's just got,
believe you.
I went too fast, I think. Will be resoundingly rejected and denied the chance to continue the torture and detention of hardworking members of our community. These are immigrants, hardworking immigrants, making a life for their families, as did our forefathers in years gone by. I've had several opportunities to visit with detainees in an ICE detention center near Gainesville. I walked through long, cold halls with many doors. Beyond these doors, we saw rooms where lives were diminished to numbers and hopes were dimmed for all who passed there. The reality of punishment for being an immigrant in a country built by immigrants is indeed absurd. I've spoken with dozens of detainees, most of whom had been on track for asylum status here in the U.S. when they were detained. They had completed many appointments with officials and complied with our laws and requirements and regulations since their arrival here. The reality of a day in the life of these detainees includes sleep deprivation, lack of access to medication or medical treatment beyond the basis of an in-house medical post, inedible meals, as well as unclean mattresses and poorly washed undergarments. I also want to mention that there is complete lack of staff who speak any language other than English, where all detainees are from other countries and many of whom speak and understand very little English. I'm sure that you agree that the conditions I have mentioned here are absolutely unacceptable. We are treated like criminals here, one woman told me, and she showed me the shackles on her feet. We are not criminals, we are mothers, and we are now separated from our children, who are suffering greatly from worry and fear since our detention. The fathers also spoke with tears of their families that they worry for in their absence. Many human rights were trampled on during the growth of our country, our state, and our city. Now is the time to respect human rights and stop this inhumane treatment of immigrants. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so the next time we have a rule against clapping or cheering or jeering because there's a fine line in between. So please don't do that. We have a steadfast rule against it around comment. So thank you.
This is the Reverend Rebecca Lawson-Putman.
Hi, my name is the Reverend Rebecca Lawson-Putman. I am the pastor of Westminster Presbyterian Church here in Gainesville. Mayor Ward posted on Facebook this morning that 4 years ago when he was first running for mayor, he promised to deliver for working families in our city. And then he said that we, and by that I assume he means himself, city leadership, the city commission, have delivered. Have was in all caps. Now, I'm not questioning his assertion. Y'all have certainly done good work. But I am reminding him and the City Commission that the immigrants in our city are the working families of our city. If you want to deliver for working families, that must include the 20,000 immigrants who call Gainesville home. As part of our resolution, one section was asking for the city to pass a language access plan, which is a tangible way to provide help, welcome, and city services to those members of our community. It would deliver on a promise that was first made years ago and formalize a system for communication, which is the first step in being able to truly understand one another and build community. I'm from a faith tradition, Christianity, that values love for our neighbors. Sometimes love is a feeling, sometimes a statement, yes, but most of the time, love is an action. And something like a language access plan would be a tangible, welcoming, loving action. It would deliver on behalf of these working families. I understand the fears that have been expressed, but I come from a faith tradition, which I know some of you share, which teaches that perfect love casts out fear. I'm not asking for perfect love. I'm asking for small, incremental love. I'm here today as a faith leader, asking the City Commission to act out of that love and not their fear. I'm asking our leaders, our city leaders, to lead, to deliver on their promises to all who live and work in the city of Gainesville.
Thank you.
Joe Smith, followed by Joan Anderson, Ethan Maya Nidal, Miss Alice Gidley, and then Abigail Perret-Galil.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Mayor. My name is Joe Smith. I know some of you personally, and others I don't know at all. But I can safely assume that, but I think I can safely say that I don't think any of us would have chosen to be living through a time like this. I'm here as a faith leader to speak in favor of the Ginny resolution and to stand with our immigrant neighbors. Honestly, I wish we didn't need to have this conversation at all, but here we are. Funny enough, this reminds me of my favorite line from The Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Ring. Frodo, sitting with Gandalf, says, "I wish the ring had never come to me. I wish none of this had happened." And Gandalf replies, "So do all who live to see such times." But that is not for them to decide. All we have to decide is what to do with the time that is given to us. The people we admire weren't brave because the path was clear or because there was no cost. They knew exactly what they stood to lose. They just decided that there were some things worth risking for. They kept taking the next step, even when they couldn't see how the story would end. Whether any of us likes it or not, we are living inside of one of those chapters. Years from now, people won't remember the agenda items from today's meeting, but they will remember the choices communities made when their neighbors were afraid. They'll remember who found their voice when it mattered. And I know that there are people warning you about political consequences. Those concerns are real. It's easy to let tomorrow's what-ifs drown out today's opportunity to do what's right. This resolution won't solve every problem facing our immigrant siblings. What it will do is tell them that when fear and uncertainty came to their doorstep, their city didn't look away. One day, this meeting will just be another page in the public record. What won't be forgotten is whether, when your community needed its leaders, those leaders answered the call. And I'm choosing to believe that you will. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Joan Anderson, followed by Ethan Maya de Nidal, Miss Alice Gidley, Abigail Perret-Galil, and Rachel Nguyen.
Welcome.
Yes, I'm Joan Anderson, and I'm a volunteer with Baker Interfaith Friends. Volunteers have been visiting people in immigration detention up in Baker County, just 60 miles north of here. bringing a ministry of presence for about since 2015, actually. So, and we witnessed to the devastating fear and deprivation that takes place in these detention centers, as been mentioned earlier by Diane. The fear that we're seeing now has really escalated, owing to the terrifying new ways in which more and more people are being dragged to detention for the sake of senseless and cruel enforcement policies. We see overflowing beds, coffers of detention companies, prison companies and their contractors are overflowing, to say nothing of the increasing cost to taxpayers and the social cost to community members and families. One man in detention told us recently, related that he'd been driving with his father from Tallahassee to Tampa, and a Florida Highway Patrol car was trailing them, and he kept moving in and out of the lane next to his car to check, to confirm their dark skin. Finally pulled the car over and said to him, "You seem to have a dent in your car." And the next thing he knew, he was being taken to detention on account of the color of his skin. Another man wanted to know if we could help him locate his new truck, which had been left by the side of the road when he was dragged out of it and taken to detention. And this is not an uncommon story. A lot of abandoned cars out there. I don't know what happens to them. Detention is where the American dream becomes a nightmare. Gainesville community members have held vigils right here on the City Hall steps of the City Hall, and to recognize the growing number of people who've died in detention across the country, including one just this past Monday in Georgia, bringing the total to 26 for this year, I think, which is an all-time high. It's a terrible system. I'm hopeful today because we have an opportunity here to take a stance, a positive stance for our community in the face of yet more killings that you all yourselves have alluded to across the country. And these deaths could happen here. It's imperative that we in Gainesville be proactive in our resistance to these brutal tactics before someone is killed here. I hope we do not fail to act because we are ruled by a fear of retaliation. We are strong together in this for the good of our community. I feel compelled to speak here today on behalf of those who have no voice, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Ethan Maya de Nidal, Ms. Alice Gidley, Abigail Perret-Gilliel, Rachel Newton, and Christina Castillo.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Ethan Mayadeni Dell, and I'm a coordinator for the Ginny Initiative. We have, in the past week, seen multiple articles covering the Ginny petition and resolution. However, none have covered the reason for why we gathered over 2,500 signatures and put together a resolution in the first place. There has been zero mention of the over 160 neighbors who have been arrested, a majority of whom have committed no crime whatsoever, and then picked up from our jail to be taken to a concentration camp. There has been no reporting on the debilitating fear and environment that allows this to happen without any comment, that leaves so many of those in our city and county afraid to go to work, take their child to school, and from simply enjoying and participating in our community. Instead, focus has been on the potential harm passing our resolution may cause, rather than the very real harm that has been impacting thousands of our neighbors for over a year and a half. Concerns over funding raised by the Task Force on Homelessness should be taken seriously, but not reacted to without deeper investigation. We should note that the fears raised in the letter do not mention a particular line or phrasing within our resolution or petition that the sanctuary policy of concern refers to very specific and narrow laws around data sharing, and that the letter itself was not meant to be publicized. Our resolution was never released publicly, so these fears were based on what I assume was the petition's language. However, before finalizing the petition and resolution, we had our language reviewed by multiple attorneys to ensure no state or federal laws would be violated. We are asking today that you motion to share the resolution to the city attorney for review and bring it back for the commission to pass. As it stands now, the language within our resolution would simply denounce the illicit and discriminatory immigration enforcement actions taking place in our state and community, such as the arrest of over 70 Alachua and Gainesville residents for no crime, the documented and reported racial profiling by FHP, the arrests by ICE and FHP of multiple U.S. citizens in Florida alone, just to name a few, not to mention the atrocities occurring in the detention centers themselves. The resolution would oppose the encroachment of U.S. immigration and customs enforcement processing and detention facilities into our region, commit to passing a language access plan at a time when open and clear communication with the immigrant community is more important than ever, and ensure that all our neighbors understand their constitutional rights and that they are welcome in our community. Our immigrants make up millions, or thousands in our community, make up or contribute tens of millions of state and local tax revenue, and make up a significant portion of our workforce, both in STEM and essential jobs. It would be also releasing this resolution would also build on the growing momentum of resistance in our state, such as from the commissions in Orange County, the city of South Miami, the city of Miami. We expect our leaders to lead. Pass a motion today to move our resolution forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Miss Alice Gridley, Abigail Perret-Galil, Rachel Newton, Christina Castillo, and then Elia Castillo.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My projection is not so great. My name is Alice Gridley, and I'm a member of two groups that have been signing and supporting this petition. The first group is the Social Justice Group of the Unitarian Universalist Fellowship. The second group, and it's an older group that's been involved in this, is the group that Joan talked about, and that is the Friends of the Baker Interfaith Friends, who have been going to a detention center in McClenny, just an hour and a half from here. And they've been doing it for over 11 years. The petition before the council is not about money. It is about humanity. It's a choice between allowing ICE to continue to murder, to maim, to bully, to do whatever they want. And of the over 30 people who have been murdered, the latest one is in St. Augustine this week. It's just a matter of time before it's going to happen in Gainesville. And you know what? To date, not one single person has been brought to be responsible for those murders, even though there are videos and there are many witnesses. Please consider that. ICE, we want to require them to honor their self-proclaimed statement that it only arrests criminals. We all know that that's not the case. In fact, if they were doing that, they would have to start by arresting each other. Innocent people have rights that are being taken away from them. And I'll leave this for the council. These are cards that we give out if we see somebody that might be a future victim. And it has in English and in Spanish what some of their very basic rights are. Even if the nation's administration attempted to cut funds to any agency, we would win in court. The law is on our side. I ask that you take this opportunity for Gainesville to stand for humanity. Support this petition and make ICE accountable. Thank you to Ethan, and to Joan for their work and for the opportunity that's been brought forward. And thank you all for listening.
Thank you.
Abigail Perret Galil, Rachel Newton, Christina Castillo, Alea Castillo, and then Caitlin Cadell.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Abigail Perret Gentile. I am a Venezuelan American who experienced homelessness in this community as a teenager and a young adult. I've spent 12 years professionally working with people who are experiencing homelessness, and in recent years, immigrant communities and many people who experience poverty in our community. My experiences shape my support for the Ginny petition and my belief that recent policies affecting homelessness have little to do with immigration enforcement. Since March, Florida ranks first in immigrant abductions. The Ginny proposal was carefully crafted with the law in mind by the same people I have known for years to be deeply concerned about the housing crisis. This is not two separate groups competing for protection or resources. I am saddened by the narrative that has been spread that both groups cannot be considered at the same time, pitting marginalized people against one another. The idea that supporting immigrants and those experiencing homelessness are competing goals is a false narrative pushed by those who want to weaken our safety net and our bonds. Allowing these tactics to manipulate us is how we got here in the first place. We should not let fear-driven reactions undermine thoughtful decision-making or our moral compass. The proposed immigration resolution does not create a sanctuary city, and the executive branch cannot simply cut housing funds for being immigrant-friendly. Federal courts have repeatedly blocked attempts to withhold HUD funding for such reasons. Personally, I am heartbroken by this ongoing violence and reticence to acknowledge it. A quiet siege has already been underway in our country. It only disrupts a select group of people, though. But people across the nation have stepped up, and it's our responsibility to do something as well. If you are scared, imagine the terror of children and their mothers as they are scooped away from one another by armed men. I have met many people impacted in the community, and not one has been a criminal. They are hardworking people. My family came here to contribute despite experiencing oppression, starvation, and kidnappings. It infuriates me that they escaped, came here to build our homes, take care of our animals, grow our food, only to experience that here. Immigrants are so scared that they can't even access healthcare or get groceries or diapers for their babies. Our community is stronger when we support immigrants and people without housing. I truly hope that you will deeply consider the ethical implications of letting fear rule our decisions and support the Ginny petition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rachel Newton, Christina Castillo, Alaya Castillo, Caitlin Cadell, and Marilyn Wendy. Rachel here? All right.
Any of those names?
Christina Castillo.
Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Christina Castillo, and although I've proudly called Gainesville home for the past 4 years, I was born and raised in a vibrant immigrant community in Chicago that shaped who I am and taught me the value of community. As a result, I am a guardian ad litem here in Gainesville, and I also volunteer with Baker Interfaith Friends, which is a nonprofit organization that visits people in immigrant detention centers. We offer compassion, human connection and hope, and to remind them that they're not forgotten. And there's been a lot of horrible stories that we've witnessed and heard as well. And some of my people have said that to you guys. But those experiences, together with the community that raised me, have reinforced my belief that every person deserves dignity, compassion, and respect, regardless of their immigration status. As a Christian, I believe every person is created in the image of God, and that belief doesn't stop at a border, a language, or an immigration status. It's one of the reasons I'm here today to proudly support the Ginny resolution. This resolution isn't about politics, and it isn't about changing federal immigration law. It's about who we choose to be as a community. I've heard concerns that this resolution somehow makes Gainesville a sanctuary city or violates states' laws. It doesn't seek to change federal immigration law. It was carefully drafted to affirm communities' commitment to welcoming immigrants, respecting constitutional rights, and acting within the law. This resolution simply asks our city to use one of the few powers it has, its voice. And today, your voice matters. A city is strongest when every person who lives here feels safe enough to report a crime, call 911 in an emergency, take their child to the doctor, attend school, or simply exist without living in constant fear. When fear keeps people in the shadows, it doesn't just hurt immigrant families, it weakens trust throughout our entire community. And the Ginny resolution recognizes a simple truth. Immigrants are our neighbors. They are raising families, working in businesses, attending our schools, serving in our churches, paying taxes, volunteering, opening businesses, caring for our sick, teaching our children, and overall contributing to the city that we love. They are not outsiders. They are part of the fabric of Gainesville, and our community is stronger because of them. Supporting immigrants doesn't mean ignoring the law. Fear is not a public safety strategy. Trust is. And when people trust their local government, they are more likely to report crimes, cooperate with law enforcement, and seek medical care and call 911 when lives are on the line. That makes every one of us safer. And over the past year, many families in our own community have lived in the fear of separation. Children have worried whether a parent would come home from work. Businesses have lost valued employees, and neighbors have been taken from the communities they helped build, leaving families, coworkers, and friends to pick up the pieces. And as a mother of 3 brown daughters, I've watched this fear become deeply personal. My own children have cried, worried, and even had nightmares about whether they or their classmates they love might one day lose a parent or someone they care about. And as a mother, there are few things more heartbreaking than trying to reassure children that everything will be okay when they're terrified that someone they love may never come home. No child should have to carry that kind of fear. Whether we agree on every aspect of immigration policy or not, I hope we can all agree that every person deserves due process, dignity, and humane treatment, and the constitutional right our laws guarantee. And each of you was elected to serve this community. Today, you have the opportunity to affirm that every member of this community deserves dignity, constitutional rights, and respect. And doing the right thing isn't always easy, but history rarely remembers those who remain silent. It remembers the leaders who had the courage to use their voices, defend the dignity, rights, and humanity of the people they were elected to serve. And as scripture reminds us in Micah 6:8, we are called to act justly, love mercifully, and walk humbly with our God. So I respectfully ask that you seize the opportunity to do exactly that by supporting the Ginny resolution. The values reflected in this resolution are not radical. They are deeply American. Fairness, equal treatment, human dignity, and the belief that every person deserves respect. And to me, they are deeply Christian as well, to love our neighbors, welcome the stranger, and recognize the God-given dignity of every person. A community isn't measured by how it treats the powerful, it's measured by how it treats the most vulnerable. And history remembers the moments when leaders had the courage to stand up for what was right, even when it wasn't easy.
I'm going to ask you to please wrap up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Elia Castillo, followed by Caitlin Cadell, Marilyn Wendy, Miriam Elliott, and Jackie Davis.
Welcome.
Hi, my name is Elia Castillo. I am 9 years old. I believe everyone deserves to be treated with kindness, fairness, and respect, no matter what they look like or where they come from. The choices you adults make today will affect my future and the kind of community I grow up in. I want to grow up in a place where everyone belongs. Immigrants are the backbone of our country and community. I want to grow up in a community where I and my classmates feel safe. God teaches us to love our neighbors, so please do that by supporting the Ginny resolution.
Thank you.
Caitlin Cadell, followed by Marilyn Wendy, Miriam Elliott, Jackie Davis, and Daniela Gonzalez.
Welcome.
I'm Caitlin Cadell. The language of this resolution was written with the legal review to ensure that they would not violate state or federal immigration law. These anti-sanctuary laws have very specific, very narrow definitions that are not in this resolution. Fears around the potential for increased scrutiny by the state should not prevent our elected leaders from using their positions of power to lead. The resolution is an affirmation that law enforcement action should comply with our residents' constitutional rights, that immigrants are welcome and invaluable to our community, and oppose the well-documented illegal actions being carried out in the name of immigration enforcement. If our elected leaders are too frightened to publicly state what is obviously right and what is wrong, then we have a much bigger problem on our hands. Thankfully, we have examples of resistance from places like the city of South Miami, the city of Miami, and Orange County. Also, members of the state's own Immigration Enforcement Council. None of these entities have seen any type of retaliation, whether through increased enforcement or through legislative action. Much of the federal and state government's plans around immigration enforcement are beyond our local elected leaders' control. Jenny and over 2,000 community members are demanding that they at least use one of the few tools that our commissioners have, their voice, to show their support for community that has directly been under attack for over a year. ICE has shot and killed 22 people since January. 52 people have died in ICE custody since Trump's inauguration. And then we know what happened in St. Augustine. A man was chased into the street by ICE and was hit and killed by a semi-truck. People are very scared in our communities, and passing this resolution is a way to say, Gainesville, seize your fear, and we care about you. We care about your feelings of safety. Thank you.
Marilyn Wendy, followed by Miriam Elliott, Jackie Davis, Daniela Gonzalez, Jackson, I apologize, Calagiros Pepper. Yeah, and that's 5.
Hi, my name is Marilyn Wendy. I'm a member of the Party for Socialism and Liberation. I'm a member of United Faculty of Florida at UF. I'm a worker, I'm a union member, I'm a mother, I'm a neighbor, I'm a daughter. And this week, we saw 3 workers, fathers, sons, killed by ICE. Our community is outraged. How many more people have to die like this? And in our state, in St. Augustine, a man was fleeing in fear from ICE when he was hit by a truck. Those were his last moments. And what we're talking about here in Alachua County, in Gainesville, is ICE terrorizing our roads. That is exactly what led to that man seeing his life be ended, be murdered by ICE in St. Augustine, is ICE terrorizing our roads. We have the power to speak out against that. And we know that that was facilitated directly by a 287G agreement. Here in Gainesville, we have the power to speak out against GPD signing a 287G agreement. And we know that over 160 traffic stops have led to arrests in Alachua County. I want to just debunk the idea that staying quiet is a viable strategy. We saw this year that Operation Metro Surge was stopped by mass uprisings in Minneapolis. And this was not the first time that it happened. We know that when a community stands up, it scares this administration back into its hole. It has happened time and time again. And I think the thing that makes us think that's a viable strategy is because it soothes our fear. We are meant to be afraid, and this seems like a viable strategy because it makes us feel better about our fear. But it will not work. It has not worked. We have to study what is working in communities. Joan Sebastian Guerrero in Maine, there were mass uprisings, and DHS paused traffic stops as a result of that. And then the Trump administration resumed them, which was a signal to us all that they can be stopped and resumed if the community takes action. So we have to pick a side. You have to pick a side. Neutrality is a political choice, and you need to show our immigrant community members that you are picking a side, because this is meant to make them feel fear, and I know you feel fear because of this idea that we can somehow take in action and that will work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Miriam Elliott, followed by Jackie Davis, Daniela Gonzalez, Jackson Caligiros Pepper, and Mary Fukuyama.
Yes, my name is Miriam Elliott. I am a church council member at Emmanuel Mennonite Church here in Gainesville. Most of our members have signed the Ginny petition. We donate to organizations that support immigrants. The Interfaith Alliance for Immigrant Justice began at Emmanuel Mennonite. I think some of you know Richard McMaster, who was very instrumental in that, formed many years ago. We have a long history of support for immigrants, and the city should be doing the same. I read an article recently on a different social justice topic in which the writer said the most dangerous sentence in the Christian scripture is, "Whatever you did for the least of these, you did to me." Whatever you did to the least of these, you did to me. Whatever your faith is or your beliefs are, I think we can all be guided by the teachings of Jesus in making a decision on this resolution. We need to follow the teachings of Jesus, welcome the stranger, welcome the immigrant, and take care of them. I support the petition and the resolution. If we need to tweak it a little bit, so be it. I was very encouraged to learn that attorneys have looked at it and don't feel like it violates any laws. So maybe the consequences that have been talked about have been overblown, and our people are scared. I understand why they go, whoa, wait a minute. But I urge you to fight that fear, to be strong, to resist all of these things that have trickled down from the White House. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jackie Davis, followed by Daniela Gonzalez, Jackson Caligiros Pepper, Mary Fukuyama, and Jason Jaquith.
Hi, good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. I just want to say I really understand your concerns about retaliation, and I know that a lot of you are doing really good work on this issue and many issues. But at some point, I think we have to take a stand before we become, like in World War II, putting the Japanese in internment camps, or we are virtually not unlike Nazi Germany and World War II. So we got to take a stand. And so I urge you, on behalf of the Racial Justice Committee of the United Church of Gainesville, to support this. Thank you.
Daniela Gonzalez, followed by Jackson Caligiros Pepper, Mary Fukuyama, Jason Jaquith, and Jai Bocanera.
Good afternoon. My name is Daniela Gonzalez, and I am a master's student at the University of Florida. And I just wanted to let everybody here know some very alarming information, actually. In the last 5 days of June, ICE arrested 10,000 people in 5 days since the Trump administration announced a new quota of 2,000 detainments a day. So I ask, how are they going to manage that? And through the new government, it looks like the 287G agreements that are growing throughout the nation, especially here in Florida. And it is because of this 287G agreement here in Florida that Florida is #1 in ICE detainments. They are chasing down our hardworking immigrant neighbors like animals. No due process, and they're taking away the legal pathways that they once had. And this is unconstitutional, I'm sure you guys know. Kidnapping them and separating them from their families. Here in Alachua County, as many of my community members have also said, there has been over 160 arrests using this 287G agreement. Just this year alone, and it is only July. This is shameful. These are hardworking immigrant neighbors who contribute greatly to our community, who have children and families that need them, and they're being separated and being tortured in these concentration camps. One is just 60 miles away. So I'm here on behalf of the Gainesville community demanding an end to all the 287G agreements here. And especially as a student, I demand an end to UFPD's agreement with 287G. This does not protect our community. It keeps us living in fear. Every time I'm on campus, there's a UFPD vehicle officer at every corner. And I just live with so much, I'm terrified knowing that they can detain my classmates. And for those who aren't aware, the University of Florida has the largest population of international students. And we all have that fear because of that. And as a proud daughter of immigrant parents who were once international students at the University of Florida, I cannot be silent about this like you guys. I don't have that choice. I need to stand up and speak. We do not have that privilege to not say things. Because the truth is that immigrants run Florida, and immigrants run UF too. And the community, as you can see, is ready to stand up, fight back, and protect immigrant rights. So I ask you, are you going to stand with our community, or are you going to stand with ICE?
Thank you.
Jackson Caligaros Pepper, followed by Mary Fukuyama, Jason Jaquith, Jai Bocanera, and Lee Scott.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Jackson Caligaros Pepper. I am a wildlife ecology and conservation student at UF. I both work and volunteer at the Florida Museum of Natural History on campus nearly every day, and I'm also a member of Solidarity Gainesville. Like the person before me, I also want to focus on the challenges of many students here in the city. Last fall, UF enrolled 4,788 international students. That is part of what makes Gainesville what it is. Academic research is one of the biggest reasons people come here, stay here, and build their lives here. In the field of ecology and STEM as a whole, international collaboration is not optional for us. Nature, the earth, does not recognize our made-up borders. Therefore, the ecosystems we study do not recognize our borders. If you're studying migratory species or tropical biodiversity, you have to go to where those species live. They don't decide to just take an occasional vacation to Gainesville, Florida. I've worked and volunteered alongside researchers in many other countries, and I've watched over the last few years how much uncertainty has crept into their lives. I know researchers whose work depends on traveling to countries such as Brazil for field seasons they've spent years planning out. Some have decided that they cannot risk leaving the country because they don't know if they'll be able to get back in, even though they're already here legally. Missing one field season can set back an entire project by a year. It pushes back publications, it delays dissertations, and years of work end up sitting on hold because people are afraid of what could happen when they try to come back home to their community. I've also heard from faculty in multiple research labs that recruiting international graduate students has become significantly harder. People who would have come to UF are deciding to go somewhere else because they don't feel secure building a future in Florida, let alone Gainesville, Florida. That's a loss for our university, but it's also a loss for the city. Our city depends on research produced by the university. We depend on the people who come here to do it. Immigrants make up nearly 1/4 of Gainesville's STEM workforce, while making up only about 12% of our city's population. Their work makes up a significant portion of the foundation that keeps this community moving. As stated earlier, this resolution won't solve every problem I've talked about tonight, but it does matter. It says that Gainesville values the people who have chosen to build their lives here. It supports language access, affirms that our constitutional rights matter, and rejects the kind of indiscriminate immigration enforcement that leaves entire local communities living in fear. Those are the things the city has the power to stand behind. I know I can't change federal immigration policy, and neither can the commission, but you can decide what kind of city Gainesville wants to be. We rely on people from all over the world to teach our students, drive our research, and strengthen our community. They deserve to know that the city stands with them. We deserve to give them a safe space in what is otherwise a tyrannical state. So I'm begging you to vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mary Fukuyama, followed by Jason Jaquith, Jai Bocanera, Lee Scott, and Khalid Blount.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor Ward and Commissioners. My name is Mary Fukuyama. I've lived in Gainesville for 44 years. I love Gainesville. My father and his family were put into concentration camps, along with over 100,000 Japanese Americans, most of whom were American citizens during World War II. The question I hold is, who spoke up for them? 45 years later, in 1988, it was determined that such incarceration was illegal and primarily due to war hysteria. Let us not have to live with regret for not acting. I support Jeannie I support the city for taking an active stance. The conditions for immigrants are not likely to get better, and the situation is more likely to get worse. I ask you, if not now, when? I hope that you will act now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jason Jacquith, Jai Bucanera, Lee Scott, and Khalid Blount, our current last speaker.
Somebody from that list, please come talk.
All right, moving on to Jai Bucanera. Lee Scott, I'm sorry? We can come back to him. There's a few, Mr. Blount?
If you shrink from this, what are we as a city? How do we live? If you shrink from this, how is that different from state receivership?
Thank you, Mr. Blount.
One more call for Jason Jacquith, Jai Bucanera. You said, did Mr. Scott come, or Ms. Scott? Mr. Scott? Do we hold up a moment and?
I think we have another person. So.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Hi, my name is Harry Zhang, and I'm a rising local high school junior, and I would just like to reiterate something else that was said earlier by Aaliyah, who is a 9-year-old living here in Gainesville. And I would like to emphasize how, as a young person who has many beloved families and loved ones who are immigrants and have immigrant backgrounds, and some of them have had the privilege to go through the process and gain legal status, and I myself am an American citizen, even though we have all these things that, you would assume would help bolster our status in this country and give us a sense of safety. I would still like to talk about how, despite this, in my own family and in my community, that we have felt the fears of ICE in our communities. And just recently, this was something on my mind. My grandmother had been telling me that she didn't want me to go out because she feared that even though I am an American citizen and my parents are American citizens and have green cards, that we would be persecuted for our skin color and for, our racial background. And I would like to emphasize that as a young person living in this community and who has plans of staying in this community and going to college here, either at Santa Fe or the UF, that I want to know that my city and the people who represent me and my family and my loved ones will stand with me against this oppression, and they will be here to reassure us and to affirm our worries and, really ensure that they are with us and in our investment and for our futures. Thank you.
Thank you.
Scott?
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Lee Scott, and I'm here today not on behalf of any organization or particular group, but as someone who grew up here and now works extensively with the homeless and justice-impacted communities for years here in Gainesville. I'm reminded of the immortal words of Cool Hand Luke, "Calling it your job, don't make it right, boss." Taking action only when it's politically expedient, safe, or won't lose us a grant, that is how we got ourselves into so much of a mess. In the absence of doing the right thing, people who don't have our community's best interest at heart have filled that void with harm. But what I've always loved about Gainesville is we have quite a few citizens and leaders who are willing to do the right thing even when it's not politically expedient. I fully expect you all to do the right thing here and to vet this with your city attorneys as thoroughly as it's already been vetted by the groups that are bringing it to you. So much of what I do now with our unhoused community is limited to documentation. I can't help people the way I want to because someone doesn't have a piece of paper. I can't help them because it doesn't count towards data. Or I can't help them because they're not in a favored demographic. Please help us by not making our jobs harder and more complicated. We're out here watching people starve because the breadwinner of the family has been kidnapped, stolen off of the street because he got pulled over for a tag light being out. He couldn't pass the driving test because you can only take it in English now. He's taken to the Alachua County Jail and disappeared to some intensely terrifying facility where nobody can keep track of him. So now the wife and 3 children are left behind in a small shack in Bronson or Chiefland or Gainesville or the woods outside of Micanopy, too afraid to leave the house to get groceries, too afraid to go to the hospital when the 3-year-old has a fever, too afraid to go to the hospital when they're pregnant, too afraid to call the police when they've been sexually assaulted. Nobody should live in that kind of fear in our community. And let me be clear, these folks have been here for decades, contributing to our city, making it better, not worse. They're repairing our roofs, pouring the concrete at the stadium where you all go watch the Gators play, cooking our food, manicuring our nice lawns in Hale Plantation. I want to tell you I'm formerly incarcerated. I not only know how terrifying this experience is and how hard it was on my family, I'll also say how rarely I saw someone from the immigrant community in our jail. These are not criminals. These are hardworking people who are the backbone of our community. And I think if we could all rewind the clock 40 years, we would not have built the largest prison population in the world. If we could undo what we know now with the data and evidence that we have, our prison system has not made us any safer. We all know the harm it's done. And if we don't stand up right now, we're going to replicate that with these immigration detention facilities. We'll be 40 years down the road and we'll go, oh my God, we did it again. How do we unwind this? So I ask you all to do the right thing, even when it's a hard thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Aiden Ostroff.
Welcome.
Sorry.
Welcome.
Thank you. I won't take long. I just wanted to mention that I was told to come here, and I almost didn't go out of fear with the threats of the federal government, with the people that have been murdered by these agents. It's not limited to immigrants who did crime. It's not limited to immigrants who didn't do crime. It's anyone who speaks out against this. I think if we allow ourselves to be threatened and unable to pass law just because we're being threatened by the federal government, I think it is disappointing, at least to me.
Thank you.
That was our last speaker, Mr. Mayor.
Very good, thank you. So I will say once again, I appreciate everyone being here and speaking their mind. There's no question in my mind that an official action taken by this commission will invite more FHP and ICE scrutiny on this community, and people in our community will be harmed, and I'm not going to be a part of that. Commissioner Book.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to all the authors of the resolution, and certainly the folks who are showing a lot of passion and advocacy for the planks that are in there. I think the very fact that y'all are here and that we've listened today and we listened before and we've had a lot of discussion about it, not as a group because we can't do that by law, but individually and talking to people, show that my opinion is we're not fearful of consequence, and we're not fearful of having a welcoming community. When I think about the various things that I hear from many of you all who just spoke, I think about what is our community doing right now and the way we treat people. And I think, and I hope you all share this, I think we're a very welcoming community. I think we're a very inclusive community. I think we do a really good job in the way that we treat people, the way that we're respectful and compassionate and show dignity. Not perfect, but very, very good. And we certainly have not shared some of the real divisiveness that has been in many other areas of not just Florida, but the whole nation. And that shows that we're doing good things. So I'm just talking from my colleagues' perspective. For me, I think we're not afraid to take a stand. But I think sometimes the stand looks different What we do as taking a stand may look different than what some of you all who have spoken look like. Just because you may think it's politically expedient, or we're doing it because we're worried about this funding stream, or the fact that there's an illegality or a legality. We had an organization, and it's been referenced, so I printed out that email, and I thought it was important to understand that, and this organization wrote, concerns that a federal organization and the federal government could view Alachua County and Gainesville less favorably upon grants and monies and efforts that our community relies. That's important, because we don't want to do collateral damage. We don't want to create collateral consequences for much of our community. So that's an organization. And then a citizen wrote, and I really paid attention to what they wrote, and I just highlighted this. They like the advocacy and the passion, but this person wrote, many people feel strongly about this, and that's clear from you all and from probably feedback we've all gotten. It says, but not all. It makes Gainesville stand out, the resolution they're talking about, in an unwelcome way. I agree with that. I know we may disagree with some of you all, but I do think it makes Gainesville stand out in an unwelcome way, because even though I believe that the resolution is extremely well intended, often what happens when you think that you're creating language that unifies, it doesn't unify the entire community. It creates further divisiveness. This is my opinion. And so I don't think the resolution unifies, nor does it make us a better community. I think the mayor, you said this at the beginning, and I was impressed by that statement. It says there can be ripples of harm through other areas merely because of what we do. We have long-standing relationships with federal partners and other agencies, and it's not always about whether something is illegal or legal. It's about continuing to have those partnerships that we can do more good for more members of the community. I don't think this resolution does that. So I'm not fearful, but I think us taking a stand, my opinion, I know I've used that term I've said that a few times. My opinion is this is how we take a stand. We recognize the passion and the advocacy of people who bring it forward to us. We continue to make policy and create practice and protocol to make sure the city is doing things that treat people well. And we have a lot of policy and procedure that does that. And that we treat people well. We role model the behaviors we want to say. The resolution, I don't believe, does that. And I think I'll probably stop there and realize. So a few of you members talked about dignity. On the aside, I'll just mention that there's a project called the Dignity Index and the Dignity Project, and some of us may be aware of it. But it talks about the way we strengthen our bonds as a community. And I've been reading it, and maybe something that other members or other people sitting here in the audience may want to read. But it talks about the manner in which we treat each other every day, every action. And those are the things that really make our neighborhoods and our communities and our businesses stronger. I think Gainesville's doing well. Not perfect, but I think we're doing very, very well there. So those are just some of my thoughts, and I am very, very appreciative of the people who are willing to take a stand in a different opinionated way, and that is good. So thanks. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So one of the reasons I was not prepared to just take the whole cloth resolution that was presented by parts of our community was because there's an inclusion about our language access policy, which is really a completely separate issue, which I want to talk about in just a moment, because that is something that has been a long-term plan, process, goal in works at this city. So I want to talk about that in a minute, because that is something that outside of today and outside of the people that are here to talk to us today, that is something that's already on the plate of the city through different departments. So I want to get to talking about that in a moment. But I just want to say, partially to our community, but to my colleagues, is that the letter that came from the Continuum of Care, and for people who don't know what Continuums of Care are, they are federally instituted organizations that help apply for localities to the federal government for the big grants, what they do provide in homeless funding. And then it's the separate organizations locally that are members of that Continuum of Care, and we recently switched our Continuum of Care, I don't remember, a year and a half ago. And so that's what those are, and the concerns we got from them, I will tell you, I was very confused, a little shocked, I was most dumbfounded by the comment of, well, we didn't mean this to get to the commission. The letter said, we think it is, well, let me just say this, because this is, I believe it is appropriate for the city to consider, the city, capital C, the city to consider whether the adoption of such a resolution could have unintended consequences for continued and future state and federal funding opportunities that serve as a lifeline for thousands of Gainesville and Alachua County residents who experience homelessness or need to flee domestic violence. So I don't know why this person didn't think that capital C was not us, because when it comes down to it, we are capital C. The voters elected us. So they did want us to know about this fear. It is a fear that is hard for me to understand. This is not part of state or federal law. What they are referring to is an executive order by the federal administration around grant funding, around the assessment of risk, going as far as saying that they will look at, quote, public sources like news reports about whether the likelihood of a successful carrying out a project by one of these applicants. And so this is way down the line of probably discretionary opinions about whether we get our fair share of federal dollars to take care of our homeless neighbors. So I just want to kind of provide some of that reference if people didn't dig deep in and read this, because it is a little confusing. And so this is being into the mix. Outside of the resolution, I do want to I want to ask someone from either the manager's office or the Equal Opportunity Office, Mr. Folson or his designee, to talk to us a little bit about where we stand on our language access policy, because this is something that's been kicking around for years. I know that it is not ready today to implement, but if somebody can give us not a full update, but just some sort of understanding where we're at and where we could bring this forward again. And I don't know, Mr. Manager, if someone from Mr. Folson's office is here to speak about this. There he is.
There he is.
Speak of the best dressed charter officer.
Good.
At least today. Thank you, Mr. Host.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Zaria Folson. I'm the Equal Opportunity Director for the City of Gainesville. Yes, we do have a language access policy that is still in the review stages. Essentially, it's just going to put more structure to what we already do on a daily basis in terms of providing language access to our residents. It's something that we already do. We're just putting it in paper form so it's more structure. But I just wanted to be known that these are things that we've always done and we're going to continue to do in terms of providing language access to our limited speaking English speakers within our community.
Can you give us a few examples of the things we've already instituted in the past couple of years?
Great. So if you need access to an interpreter for meetings, whether that be here in the commission meeting, whether that be a Zoom meeting, whether that be a community meeting, you have the opportunity to contact the clerk's office or my office directly or even the city manager's office. And in advance of that meeting, we're able to work with staff to be able to provide language translators at that particular meeting. We've already translated documents. We've already translated signs throughout our community. We've been doing that. If you look outside on some of the signage outside, you'll see that it's in both English and in Spanish. So those are things that the City Commission has committed to well over a year ago now, and those are things that we've started to implement within our community. All the policy is going to really do is just highlight and put in writing the things that we've already been doing as a community and that we will continue to do with or without a formal policy.
Thank you, Mr. Fulton. Tell us a little bit about that, because it's a process that we've been going through, and despite not passing a very, very super solidified, this has been a process that both in the past commission decisions staff has been listening to and acting on, but also the best practices of cities to do what cities have to already do. Some of that is not the absolute direction of the commission. Staff does what it takes to run cities. And so I appreciate that. I just wanted to throw that out there and understand a little more. I think the language access policy is something we need to continue to follow up on. We're in budget season, so sometimes we push things off a little bit. But this is an ongoing process that we just need that continued. I would say that we should either put it on, a schedule to talk about if it is not already scheduled in the future, particularly if a piece of it is ready to go, Mr. Folson, or if it is, then let us know. We can get it put on a city commission agenda. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willits. Commissioner Engel.
So if you look over the history of this country, it's got a pretty poor track record with immigrants. And if you look back to Chinese exclusion acts, to the Japanese internments, to how the Irish were treated when they came here, to how civil rights marchers were treated, we can look back and looking now at the people enforcing those policies, they are clearly the villains of that story. And when we see people turning dogs or fire hoses on people standing up for workers' rights, no one has to question who's in the right and who's in the wrong in that. And I think we're in a similar situation today. I can tell you, first family member I had came over from Ireland, John Fellon. His son, who's the first native-born person in my family, got his Bible sitting in my office. Remind me where it came from. Spent most of my time in my life in the union movement. Labor is very important to me, and I think it's where a lot of my values come from. And when you look over union history, the families that were machine gunned in Ludlow, the martyrs at Haymarket Square, those people were overwhelmingly immigrants. Tied very tightly to the history of our country. I can tell you my personal history. You know, I've certainly put myself on the line in the past. I've been tear gassed and rubber bulleted while marching in the streets for labor rights. I think standing up is an important thing to do. And having gone through that, I can tell you, absolutely loved it. There is no more joyous and righteous feeling than pushing back and fighting against injustice. To stand up and know you're on the right side of history is, I think, an amazing feeling. Feels great. It's easy to get into. You know, there was some clergy here earlier that mentioned that one of the big tenets in Christianity is how you treat the least of those among us. Sorry, I'm less religious than I am union. So how you treat the least among us is how you treat me, or something along those lines. And the union movement is always an injury to one is an injury to all. It's the same idea. You know, we're all in this together, and we've got to make sure everybody's taken care of. So there was also some talk about how there was some good examples about how mass uprisings in places like Minnesota have really shut down some of these type of tactics that the community is pushing back against and is very worried about here. You know, there was also some talk about political consequences and risk that we're going to be up against. I can tell you, I don't think anyone on this dais is personally worried about political consequences. I'm not especially worried about risk. We had a young man talk about being worried to come here today and speak out against this. Don't be worried. Nobody's making a list. I will tell you that everybody who spoke here today, I won't say everybody, for the most part, people that spoke here today are not going to face the consequences of this decision one way or the other. When I see risk, what I am worried about is not the governor gets angry at somebody on his board. It's not that they're going to come mess with James Engel. It's not that they're going to come mess with any of the speakers today. My worry of risk is that Florida kind of likes messing with Gainesville. The state legislature is taking particular interest in messing with Alachua County and Gainesville pretty regularly in the past, and I can very easily see there being, we tell them to go pound sand, I can very easily see them coming to retaliate on that. What that retaliation is going to look like is going to be increased raids on these vulnerable communities and increased pushback. You know, we said it was important to hold ICE accountable. I don't think a resolution holds ICE accountable. I don't think a resolution is especially mass uprisings. I think it's a strongly worded letter to some people that is almost certainly going to ignore it in the best case scenario, and in the worst case scenario, are going to come down here and make life worse for the people that we are trying to stand up for. I don't know that this is a good tactic. I can also tell you, I spent most of my life in those chairs, not these chairs. I can tell you as a labor leader and union member, I didn't need people sitting in this chair telling me the best way to handle our business. It feels very good to me to stand up and tell evil people to go pound sand. It's great, love it. I don't want to do this because of that. I don't want us to all feel good about standing up and telling people about themselves and then have someone else have to deal with the consequences of that. But I'm not the one that's in the field, and I'm not the one that's talking to immigrants every day. That's a couple of you. And if what you're telling me is that you think the best way to help these people, not to stand up, not to hold us accountable, not any of that, because I don't think that's a thing we can do. If you are telling me, in your experience, working with those people, that is what those people need and want, you got me. I've got a couple issues with the way the current resolution is worded. I'd be happy to sit down with Jenny and whatever immigrant groups are represented, talk about a different way to do this. But I want some serious soul searching on, is this the best way to move forward? You know, standing up to, there were several World War II comparisons when people were speaking over this. Standing up and fighting back was an important thing to do. But carefully and under the radar, taking care of vulnerable communities was also an important thing to do. I don't know the best way forward on this. I'm not in the field every day doing this work. People that are, if this is what you tell me you need, we'll get it done. But make damn sure this is what we need. And as I said, I don't think there's particular consensus on the board today for the wording that's up there now. But I'd be happy to sit down with you and work on some different wording if that is what you think needs to be done. That's what I've got. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Engel. Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As per usual, James is not a man of many words. When he does speak, it's usually better than anything I could possibly say. I just, for everyone who spoke today, thank you all. I hear everyone talk about the importance of not being neutral in these terrible times, and I mean, at the sake of not being, what we see on our news every day is awful. The way that this is being done, not that immigration enforcement is new, but the way that it is being done, in which there's a numbers game where folks that are coming, that are in a pseudo-legal state, because we have this broken immigration system where it is not clearly black and white, where people are being taken, where people are in fear, where there is, it is bad. It is not good for the folks that are on the wrong side of it. It's not good for the communities that they live within. And so when I saw Ginny's resolution, there's absolutely nothing in this resolution that Brian Eastman, it is a very measured resolution considering everything else that has been said, that Brian Eastman, have no problem saying anywhere that I would like to say it. The question I think that we're all saying up here is, what does the City of Gainesville as an organization say as an official body with 1,500 employees, with people that rely every day on the bus system that transports them around, that relies on homelessness funds? And there are certain things that as I said, feel comfortable within the language here for me to say. I don't know if I feel comfortable with the organization of the City of Gainesville saying. It is, I would like I'm happy to sit down, similar to Commissioner Engel, sit down and figure out what that language looks like. I have some thoughts as to what that could look like. But I don't, I want to make sure that I think there is certainly a way for us to stand up for our immigrant communities while at the same time making sure that we are defending and protecting the very real services and the very real things that people rely on every day within our city. And so I don't want to speak any more than that because I think Commissioner Engel said it very well, but that's where I'm coming from, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. See no further lights. Going once, going twice. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The question was posed a little bit earlier today about the conversation with the county. And I'm just curious, are we under any type of time constraint? Help me, because I could have missed something.
The county is talking about discussing this in one of their meetings in August. I don't know the date of that.
Okay. August 11th? There is clearly not a single person up here who does not have compassion, love, and a desire to stand up. In the very first master's program that I was in, it was funny, an instructor was talking to us about fear. And one student said, I'm not afraid of fear because it establishes boundaries. I don't want to speak too much towards the idea of fear, but I do want to speak towards the idea of being responsible for the people that we represent and what that looks like. I want to talk a little bit about how sometimes you have to play the long game. I too want to have a conversation about what the language can look like. Because everybody up here wants to make sure that we are not just signaling that we are not performing, but that we are actually demonstrating how important it is to protect everybody who lives here. What does that look like? How do we consider the potential negative impacts? And those are real things we have to consider. We wouldn't be being responsible public servants if we didn't consider those things. Because that's the reality that we're living in. We've already experienced some of the impacts. So, I too am curious about what verbiage might look like that demonstrates our commitment to the people. And I'd be interested in a time to do that. Mr. Mayor, I don't know what that looks like, but I'm happy to sit down. I know, Ethan, we kept missing each other. Our schedules just did not jive, but I'm happy to sit down and have that conversation. And then come back. Because this is too big and too important for us not to do something that is not going to have that unintended consequence that we have to consider. So with that, I'll conclude my remarks and say thank you to the people who do some of the hardest work that people can ever do. And that's standing in the paint for the most vulnerable. Thank you for your continued work in that. And I look forward to charting a pathway forward that is going to provide the level of safety that we all need in this. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Duncan Walker. All right, so for the lights, we will at some point in the next few weeks take this back up after anybody who wants to have a conversation has been able to have one with staff and with community members who are interested. Commissioner Eastman.
Sorry, I would like to submit, I think what probably makes the most sense is if the city attorney would take a look at some of the language that we have in here. I have some language that I've drafted as well, and I think if you think that's an appropriate way to handle it, I would like, before we do anything that could impact the city or impact anything, or impact any of our grants, for our city attorney to take a look at it and then come back at that point. I'll let you go forward.
I mean, without objection, yeah.
Always, you send it to me, I'll look at it.
Great, perfect. I think, Mr. Attorney.
All right. I see no for the lights. So we're going to take Madam Clerk, did you have something to add? All right, we're going to take 10 minutes, and then we'll be back, and we'll do everything we can up until 4:30, and then likely move items M1 and P1 to the end of the agenda. Thank you all.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
did you mean M4?
don't know.
M1,
Let me look.
we've already covered M1. M1 was the,
All right, M5 and P1, my apologies.
that's okay,
That is the
M5.
appointment to the Airport Authority and the Equity and Inclusion name change.
okay, thank
All
you,
right,
sir.
we'll be back here at 3:55 on the dot. Remaining 35, 40 minutes of the afternoon. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, 2026-458 Advisory Board and Committee Annual Report and Updated Rules of Procedure and Bylaws. With recommendation, the City Commission hear the annual report from the Police Advisory Council and approve the updated rules of procedure and bylaws that have been approved by the City Attorney's Office as to form and legality.
Very good. Welcome, Chair Dunkel and President Fox. Good to see you both.
Thank you, Mayor Ward and Commissioners. Good afternoon. I am Norb Dunkel, Chairperson of the Police Advisory Council, and with me is Ms. Evelyn Fox, Vice Chair of the Council. I would also like to present to you this afternoon 3 areas of the council's work. First will be our annual report, which responds to your 5 questions. Second, our executive summary, and finally, a few recommended adjustments to our bylaws. So let me start with the annual report. The Gainesville Police Advisory Council has completed 3/4 of the 25-26 council year. I've served as the PAC chair and was subsequently selected as this year's PAC chair. Bob Cohen served as the PAC vice chair through the January 26 meeting, and Ms. Evelyn Fox was selected as the new 2026 vice chair and began her duties with the February meeting. The PAC recognizes and appreciates the work of Ms. Deborah Holt, Executive Assistant, Office of the Chief, who serves as liaison to the PAC. So let me respond to your questions. Question 1, what is your mission? It is the purpose of the Police Advisory Council to act in an advisory capacity to the Chief of Police, City Manager, and Gainesville City Commission by bringing to your attention feedback from the community concerning public safety issues and law enforcement needs and actions. To this end, the Police Advisory Council is devoted to facilitating the flow of ideas relative to police services for the continued improvement of the quality of life of citizens of Gainesville, Florida. Question 2, what are the 3 most important things your council has done during the calendar year 25-26? First of all, PAC members Norb Dunkel, Evelyn Fox, and Josh Pittman served as an interview panel for the 3 finalists for Assistant Chief, and that has resulted in the hiring of Efren Torres as our new Assistant Chief. Secondly, a PAC objective is to serve as a panel to discuss and review closed internal affairs investigations for discussion purposes with regards to what processes may be considered in preventing the occurrence of future incidents. And we have thus far reviewed 16 closed internal affairs investigations. And third, a PAC objective is to continue to work to schedule meetings in various Gainesville communities and neighborhoods. The PAC met in the Congregation B'nai Israel on Northwest 16th Boulevard, the Clarence Kelly Community Center, the Pleasant Street neighborhood, and the Oscar Lewis Building. We also utilized the conference room here in City Hall. These community meetings are important for citizens to be able to not only see the working of the PAC, but also able to ask questions and enter into discussion with the PAC and GPD regarding issues that are important to their communities. Question 3, what are the 3 most important things your council is working on right now? First, the PAC has worked hard to complete the council membership. 3 new members started this past few months. We will still work to fill 2 vacant seats as of June 26 before the end of the year. Second, the PAC worked hard to increase its visibility at various GPD events, such as the annual awards program, promotional events, oral board interview panels for the new officer applicants, assistant chief interviews, ride-alongs, and the like. The PAC feels that providing support for GPD and its officers' staff is important. And third, training of new and current PAC members remains an ongoing emphasis. The PAC worked this year to bring a steady stream of training topics and presenters to the meetings to increase the PAC members' knowledge accordingly. We've combined question 4 and 5. What could the City Commission do to help your board? And what else do you need the City Commission to know? The PAC greatly appreciates the City Manager and City Commission members' support of the work and discussion that PAC members provide. The PAC and citizens enjoy it when you are able to attend PAC meetings in the various neighborhoods. Any opportunity you have to join us, please do so. The common theme for all PAC members is that they want to see Gainesville grow and succeed in all aspects of community life and are willing to put in the time necessary in this small way to contribute to that growth and success. Let me move on to the highlights of the executive summary. Throughout this past year, the PAC has received presentations from various Gainesville Police Department officers and staff, and these presentations were regarding data, operations, challenges, and needs. Topics included the Chief's review of their quarterly reports, an overview of the GPD organizational structure, presentation of GPD's goals, mission, and values, a presentation of the 2025 crime rate statistics, a presentation on the annual internal affairs report, a review of the laws and rules for individual transport vehicles. I just have to tag onto that. Individual transport vehicles, bicycles, unicycles, razors, mopeds, motorcycles, and anything else that you see buzzing around you are in fact individual transport vehicles. And until we had that presentation, did we realize the complexity of the laws surrounding those, or the lack thereof, did we not have a good discussion. So we're probably going to come back to that one because it's just incredible.
Last mile transportation.
Yeah. We also had an overview of traffic cameras on 2 Gainesville intersections, and we understand that the commission would like for us to provide some a little bit of overview and insight into the use of those cameras as data begins to come in, and we will certainly do that moving forward. We also had an interview of deferred prosecution and diversion programs by State Attorney Brian Kramer. PAC business and discussions were held throughout the year. Just a few of those are the approval of the PAC calendar of events, the PAC 4 quarterly reports, the PAC approval of the 25-26 annual report, the establishment of PAC committee to review the PAC bylaws, establishment of PAC interview panel to interview the 3 finalists for the assistant chief. The PAC continues to meet with an energy, commitment, and dedication to creating a line of communication between the City of Gainesville citizens and the Gainesville Police Department. Council members will continue to review policies, procedures, and practices with recommendations sent to the Chief of Police, City Manager, and City Commission. The PAC thanks Chief Moya, City Manager Persons, and City Commission members for their continued support of the PAC. This is respectfully submitted by myself, Bob Cohn, and Evelyn Fox. And finally, the bylaws. You've asked us to review our bylaws to make sure that they're in line with policies and procedures of the city. We did this last in 2023 and made quite a number of adjustments, so we only have a couple. This was approved by the Advisory Council, and it was reviewed by City Attorney Lee Libby. And the first is in Article 3 under officers. We had a statement in there, in the event of resignation or removal of the chairperson, what the council needs to do. But what we failed to do is have something for the vice chair, if the vice chair was resigned or was removed. So we added in the wording, in the event of resignation or removal of the vice chairperson during the year, a new election will be held for the new vice chair at the next regularly scheduled meeting of the PAC. So that would be an addition. And then under Article 6, membership, number 6, we brought the attendance policy in line with the City Commission. A member who fails to attend 3 of the 6 most recent council meetings at which voting occurred without an adequate reason for such absences may become subject to removal from the PAC. Members will be allowed 2 excused absences per calendar year for medical reason or professional educational obligation. Members must notify the staff liaison of an excused absence prior to the meeting if practicable. So those are the 2 that really provide some adjustments to the bylaws in wording. There's a number of little editorial remarks, uppercase, lowercase, and all that kind of thing. I don't think you want me to go through that. That concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, Evelyn will be happy to answer those.
I think you gave all the answers, but other questions.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the effort that y'all have put into this, and the fact that you're probably, of the 28, 29 advisory councils and boards that we have, by far the most, the best evidence of having understood the assignment. So thank you.
Thank you for
Appreciate
the
it.
opportunity.
Thank you.
Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just going to express my thanks. And now when someone asks me, what do your advisory boards do, or particularly this one, I can be like, oh, I know the answer to this. Let me go find it back in the... Sometimes I struggle with some of ours to describe to someone who's interested in getting involved in the city or serve on something. All of them I have trouble understanding. And this one in particular because it's weird relationship to what other states, cities can do, and then versus what the state has now legislated against that we can't do, but we were never doing. And so it's confusing. But I will say I'm very glad that y'all did the review of laws and rules for individual transport vehicles. This has been an interest of mine the past couple of years, and I hope it's because y'all reviewed it because I've been poking and wondering about it because it's such a weird mix between transportation and safety on the streets and this individualized and I'm sure we're not done with this, but the future is coming, and I think we need to be prepared for it. So I'm glad. I didn't know if it was just the police department thinking about it between police and attorney, and or whether where we can start asking the community. And so after this, there may be some more asking of the community and observing. So I'm just really excited. So because I keep on seeing them, and yes, the weird unicycle. And we don't mean pedaling like a. We mean
motorized.
We mean they are zooming along. Both I guess gasoline and electric, but the future's electric. But yes.
To your comment, Commissioner, when the state made the adjustments to the wording for these councils and committees, many cities sunset their particular group. You did it right. You had the right wording. You created a council, not a committee. And it's a big difference, as I've become to know. And several of those cities have been in contact with us wondering how we do it. And they read our minutes and agendas online so that they can formulate a foundation to bring it back to those communities. So you did it right.
We always like to lead the way. And to city staff, to GPD, really thank you for doing that review of the individual transport vehicles, because it is coming, and we have a lot to deal with every time a law changes, but the future's coming, and I really appreciate that we're paying attention and at least getting ourselves prepared for the future. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Willits. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank you for taking your meetings around the city. I think that's very important about citizen engagement. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. Commissioner Book.
Ditto to what you just said, Commissioner Chestnut. I appreciate, I may be losing track of time, but you came to Pine Ridge, did an outside meeting, and that's in District 2. And I think that's really important to get out and hear from people who live there, work there, play there, so I appreciate that. And if Mr. Manager would allow, I'd really be interested in just hearing what the chief thinks about the kind of the partnership and how we're interacting with the council.
Welcome, Chief Boyd.
Good afternoon, Commissioner, Mr. Mayor, City Manager. It's essential. It's always good to have representatives from our own community, not only to give you a historical perspective for me, who I'm still relatively young to our community, but also advice. And we sure are far from not wanting that. We need that advice. It keeps us, because we look at things from a very defined lane, and oftentimes we may skip something or forget something that a member of our community, through their own lens and their own experience, lives through. And if we don't know that, sometimes it's hard to connect those dots. So aside from their formal function, this is a function of engagement that goes far beyond the purpose of advisory council. It helps us plan and grow the organization in a manner that is adequate for our community. So you see why they're your favorite group, because they give us the same work product every time we meet. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Okay. All right. Thank you, Commissioner Book. Commissioner Eastman.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you, Chief Moy. That's very high praise. He's not very flippant with his compliments. So I mean that's very high praise for your organization. Thank you guys for all you do. With that, I guess there's one motion that's here on the table, correct?
Right, and I don't know, Madam Clerk, Mr. Attorney, either of you, do we need to? Can we approve their updated rules, recommendations, and bylaws with a simple motion, or does that need to be put into resolution form? How would we best do that?
I think in the past, and I'll defer to the attorney, but I believe it's a simple motion. I don't think it's needed.
I think it's how we've done it in the past. We can, if that's what you wish to do, we can also go behind and look into it, see if anything more will be required in the future, but I think that's sufficient.
Okay. All right, Mr. Eastman.
All right, yes, and I'd like to move to approve the updated rules of procedure / bylaws that have been approved by the City Attorney's Office as to form and legality.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any public comment, Madam Clerk?
There's no public comment.
All right, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously. Thank you all very much. I appreciate you. All right, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we have 2026-473 submittal of the annual action plan to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development with the recommendation The City Commission hear the presentation from the Department of Housing and Community Development staff on the 2026-2027 Annual Action Plan for the Community Development Block Grant Program, CDBG, including outside agency funding recommendations of the Citizen Advisory Committee for Community Development for the same period and the Home Investment Partnership Program. Approve and adopt the 2026-2027 Annual Action Plan and all components for the CDBG and home programs. Authorize the city manager or designee to submit the 2026-2027 Annual Action Plan to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Authorize the city manager or designee to execute all necessary documents required for the 2026-2027 Annual Action Plan for the CDBG and home programs. Authorize the city manager or designee to take actions as appropriate to allocate the fiscal year 2026-2027 CDBG and home funds, and authorize the city manager or designee to execute sub-recipient agreements with those outside agencies designated to receive fiscal year 2026-2027 CDBG and home funds, subject to approval by the city attorney as to form and legality.
Very good. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Ward, members of the Commission, Mr. Manager, Mr. Attorney, and Madam Clerk. Today, the Department of Housing and Community Development, we're very pleased to share our efforts to compile the city's 26-27 Annual Action Plan. My name is Vianne Conkrum-Ginyard, and I serve as the Housing and Community Development Supervisor with responsibilities for the city's block grant programs. I'm happy to say I have the support of our Director, Corey Harris, our Manager, Finetta Lewis, and my right hand, Ms. Joanna Brocante, with me today. As an entitlement jurisdiction, the City of Gainesville is required to generate a consolidated and comprehensive plan for approval by the Department of Housing and Community Development, Department of Housing and Urban Development, also known as HUD, to secure commitment for 5-year funding. Each year, we are required to submit an annual action plan. This is the 4th annual action plan of the 5-year period, program year 23 to 27, which is fiscal year 24 to 28. This historical narrative that you see on the screen provides details of actions of our presentations and also of your approval for submission of the annual action plans, the comprehensive and consolidated plan, as well as the funding agreements as signed by all city managers. Today's program presentation will focus on the upcoming program year annual action plan, which includes our outside agencies. And of course, these are our nonprofit agencies. So briefly, what is the consolidated plan? It's an official indicator to HUD of intent to plan, collaborate, identify, and strategize for successful outcomes within a municipality for our city of Gainesville. These funds support the identification and addressing of areas of concern within the city, such as housing, homelessness, community development, economic development, and supports solutions by using these federal funds appropriately in a pre-planned and approved manner. As the broader use of funding for eligible CDBG activities includes the areas listed on the screen, HUD requires that at least 70% of all CDBG funds must benefit low to moderate income households or families, meaning the incomes are at or below the area median income. The City of Gainesville further identifies its beneficiaries as extremely low, very low, and low income, meaning that those incomes are at or below 80% of the area median income. The exact midpoint between the region's income distribution, meaning at least 50% are under that area median income and 50% are above that area median income. And all services are required to benefit those areas and those citizens that live within the incorporated city limits. So what is the annual action plan? The annual action plan confirms for HUD that there is ongoing progress towards stated consolidated plan goals, ongoing community collaborations, and identifiable budgets which indicate where and how the federal allocations will be spent. This flow chart actually shows how this process works. HUD identifies to us what our CDBG and home funding allocations will be. They are directly given to the participating jurisdiction, which is the City of Gainesville. We have a 5-year consolidated plan. We also have an annual action plan, 5 of those. We identify set-asides for in-house or city programs. We identify funding for outside agencies. We have our Citizens Advisory Committee for Community Development, which looks at our outside agency funding recommendations. The City Commission looks at what we have requested. They then review, ask questions, and we ask for approval for that to submit the annual action plan to HUD. Once that's reviewed and approved by HUD, then we work on the implementation, meaning executive signage of our allocation and agreements, and then subrecipient agreements with our outside agencies. The use of community development block grant funds allows each participating jurisdiction the freedom to choose from program goals and eligible activities listed. So program goals: decent housing, a suitable living environment, expanded economic opportunity, and eligible activities include housing rehabilitation, public services, which the federal government caps at 15%, community revitalization efforts, code enforcement, and then, of course, planning and administration, which is capped at 20%. Home investment partnership programs is specific to home ownership assistance, bricks and mortar, the construction of houses, related activities assist in driving the focus of affordable housing for low-income households and families. So this year's annual action plan is a part of the 23 to 27 program year consolidated plan. The consolidated plan objectives: affordable housing, public services, suitable living environment, and planning and administration, of which the strategic objectives as adopted by the City Commission include housing, homeless assistance, job training and employment opportunities, nutritional support, and assistance to disadvantaged youth and at-risk youth, and also our seniors. So for this year, HUD has said that we will receive $1,430,548 in community development block grant and $654,934 for home funding. So in the middle of everything, we have our home funding, we have our community development block grant program funding, and all of the dollars that you see here are exclusive of the administrative dollars, set at 20% for CDBG and 10% for home. So meeting community and affordable housing priority needs, we have housing rehabilitation, house replacement, and roof replacement. We have community development and public works and facilities projects. This was actually identified under the 24-25 annual action plan to allow the city greater flexibility in the use of these community dollars. Then, of course, there's new construction. The City of Gainesville does not participate in new construction at this point, so we utilize our outside agencies for that work. And then, of course, homeowner assistance, which is our down payment assistance. Home dollars are used for that to assist first-time home buyers with the dollars in order to get them into their first home. And meeting the public services priority need, this is handled strictly through our outside agencies: food and nutrition, homeless health services, homeless housing services, educational enrichment under homeless services to at-risk youth, also senior services, and then, of course, special needs services. So you can see that our anticipated HUD allocations, we're right at about 68% of CDBG dollars, and then 32% for home dollars. We are getting a little over $2 million this year from the federal government. Our outside agencies, our CACCD is strictly involved in that, and the CACCD, which is, of course, the Citizens Advisory Committee for Community Development, has been assigned to look at $210,000. The 15% is actually a little bit over that. We always go slightly under that, because if you go over in any of the expenditures, then of course you have to repay HUD, so we don't want to risk any of that. $210,000 for public services and $180,000 for affordable housing projects. That's through the Community Development Block Grant Program. Home dollars, we assigned $46,000 for affordable housing projects, and then there is a HUD mandated 15% set aside for a community housing development organization, acronym CHODO, that was set at $98,240. The city has one CHODO, Neighborhood Housing and Development Corporation. So once HUD notifies the city of its expected allocations, we identify and present a notice of funding availability. We published that. We had an optional workshop that's held for the outside agencies interested in applying for new funding, and we're very pleased to say that we have 3 to 4 new agencies that will be receiving funding for this particular upcoming year. Agencies are normally given 2 weeks to work on their applications. Then the CACCD reviews all of the applications. They have the opportunity to visit those agencies, talk with them, and then they make their own individual recommendations, come together as a group to finalize the recommendations. And if you do all of the math, what you'll see is we received close to $500,000 in requested dollars with only an ability to fund $210,000. Our home projections, you can see the $98,240 there to the Chodo, and then of course the $46,000. We only had one applicant for that, and so they were awarded that. A part of everything we do involves community engagement, and it includes focused yet broad outreach to provide input and explanation of the processes that we have to go through, the requirements, the timeline, the reviews that we have to go through. And so we held 4 community engagements, 1 in each commission district, June 1st at the Senior Rec Center, District 2, June 2nd at the Thomas Center A in the Long Gallery, District 4, June 3rd. There is no center in District 3, but we do go to the Celebration Point, Alachua County Sports and Event Center. And then June 4th, we were at GTEC, that's District 1. So presentations are provided on the annual action plan. What we hope to do, we receive community feedback, answer any questions, and then provide an opportunity to hear directly from citizens. So additionally, right now we are in the required 30-day review of the draft annual action plan. That will conclude on July 21st, and any comments that we received from citizen engagement from those community meetings, as well as any comments that we received during this 30-day period, will be included in the final plan. So in conclusion, the Department of Housing and Community Development is requesting the following. The City Commission hear the presentation of the 26-27 Annual Action Plan for the Community Development Block Grant Program and Home Investment Partnerships Program, including outside agency funding recommendations of the Citizen Advisory Committee for Community Development. Approve and adopt the 2026-2027 Annual Action Plan and all components for the CDBG and home programs. Authorize the city manager or designee to submit the 26-27 Annual Action Plan to the U.S. Department of Housing and Housing and Urban Development. Authorize the city manager or designee to execute all necessary documents required for the 2026-2027 Annual Action Plan for the CDBG and home programs. Authorize the city manager or designee to take actions as appropriate to allocate the fiscal year 26-27 CDBG and home funds. And finally, authorize the city manager or designee to execute subrecipient agreements with those outside agencies designated to receive fiscal year 26-27 CDBG and home funds, subject to approval by the city attorney as to form and legality. At this time, I'll be happy to receive any comments and answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you so much. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be happy to put the motion on the floor, but first I have a question. Can you tell me what happened in the proposal with the cold night shelters? Were you able to expand that program at all?
We did not get any applicants for cold weather shelter between Community Resource Paramedicine, Mr. Phil Mann. We worked to try to reach out to the churches. We did not get any type of request for funding. Those dollars are still in place to be used during the 26-27 cold weather shelter program. We are continuing trying to find a resource or resources to take care of this.
Was an on-site meeting held with the churches? Did you go to the churches? Or did you set up a meeting?
There were meetings set up with the churches, yes, that went through our Community Resource Paramedicine program.
Okay, explain that to me a little bit more.
We work with the City of Gainesville under GFR Community Resource Paramedicine Program. There was an outpouring to them to ask if they would be interested in applying. Meetings were held, but we did not get any traction on that.
That's interesting. But I just have a concern there. That is very interesting. So you didn't do it. You used the fire department to do this, not your department.
GFR, that is correct. Mhm.
I would like, Mr. Manager, I would like to see a more rigorous outreach to the churches for this, because I think that maybe with housing doing it, but I think that people would be interested.
I would agree, and I think we did do a number of. I think we sent a series of letters as well. And maybe Mr. Harris would like to come up and speak a little bit more about that.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, to the Commission. Corey Harris, Director of Housing and Community Development. Yes, there's been a number of outreach efforts to the various churches about this opportunity. And so one of the things that we have been doing is meeting on a regular basis, seeing that we didn't get any applications, meeting internally to continue that outreach to see if we can leverage these dollars and understand it. We're looking at $25,000. So with any entity, they're gonna have to have other infrastructure in place because it's such a small pool of resources. But yes, ma'am, we are continuing to.
I just don't remember anything coming to my church at all.
Okay, we can definitely go back and look at.
Nothing at all.
Okay.
Because churches would have to have the opportunity to prepare for next year, but nothing to Mount Pleasant.
We can definitely go back and look into all the churches that we reached out to and ensure that that particular church was one of the ones that was good.
Not just that particular one, but I'm just concerned with all of the churches being touched by this program.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Manager.
Did you want to make a motion?
Oh, I'll make the motion, thank you. To approve staff's recommendation.
Second.
Thank you.
Motion second. Commissioner Willis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Cochran, Ginyard, just because I saw it up there and it reminded me, area AMI. Am I reading that? Am I understanding that the AMI in our area went down by $7,600 between
It
2025
did, based on
and
HUD's most recent information to us in June. It went from 102 or 106,000
106,
down to the 98,000.
So does that mean, how does that work with all the programs that are, I know, home, ship, but then our inclusionary zoning? Does it get locked in at whatever it was when they first applied, got funds, or do they forever have to provide that housing at whatever the agreed upon AMI was?
So whenever they
when
apply,
this shifts, do people?
when it shifts, we make sure that we send it out to all of the agencies. We use it also within our in-house programs. So on May 30th, if they came in and made application, they were under the one that was effective June 1st, 2025. The next day, any new applicants will be utilizing the one for June 1st, 2026.
So, and I guess this is a question more in line with our inclusionary zoning, since that's goes on for perpetuity. You know, if it's 30 years of affordability, the next year, someone renting that same unit, can their rent technically go down?
It could, if that's what.
I understand
yes.
going up. I've always assumed it would
Right.
go up, but
Oh, I see what you're saying.
we're not in a situation recently in the past X number of years where AMI has gone down, and so it's breaking my brain a little bit, I guess.
So because we don't identify what's going to happen with a landlord and a tenant, I can't answer that.
Right.
That would probably more than likely be built into the lease. And also we would look at federal guidelines, especially if we're using the home guidelines for rental, because those home guidelines, if it reduces, then the rent reduces. If it goes up, then the rent goes up.
Okay, I just wanted to take this opportunity to talk a little bit about, because some of this data has just been trickling in over the past couple months, this year's update, and I've been paying attention and following, and so I'm interested in it, so.
Again, Corey Harris, Director of Housing and Community Development. So typically with a lot of your programs, it's based on a resident paying no more than 30% of their income. So in the event that income goes down, they would still only pay 30% of their income. If they have a voucher, that voucher will pick up the larger
of the
portion.
individual income, but
Right, the
some
individual.
of the things still said at the 80% of AMI, and so I just, particularly with our inclusionary zoning, that's the one that sticks out to me because it's very much based on that AMI, and then I always got the idea that it would go up.
Mm-hmm.
But suddenly going down, I'm like, oh, how does, a landlord is probably always willing to raise rent, but then, going down. In a situation that does not come with a voucher subsidy that is going to adjust, it is just their person, it is set at X number, AMI, someone who's fully paying out of pocket as opposed to any other source of the payment.
And also, it's at the point of entry. So if someone moves in, let's just say last year, and it goes down, they would still be eligible because they were eligible at the point of entry. So oftentimes, federal regulations don't permit you to kick somebody out because it's at the point of entry. As far as, like you said, as far as their rent, of course, that's based on their individual income.
Got it.
But they would still be eligible to live in the property because at the point of entry, they were eligible under that current guideline.
Okay. I think that, yes, that helps me understand. I'll come and ask you another question, I'm sure. Thank you so much, Ms. Cochran. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Willits. Commissioner Book.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so interesting, Commissioner Willis. You were just talking about the median AMI or the AMI rates, and I'd just been looking, and I don't have the expertise to figure out the nexus of why that is, but the article that came out within the last 48 hours was our apartment rates are down in Gainesville, North Central Florida. So the rates have actually decreased in multifamily, and while our housing prices have gone up slightly, what is very clear is our median rates for almost any housing period is lower than both the Florida median and the national median. So as expensive as we think our rates are, we're doing pretty well. And I always wonder, clearly housing rates tie into whatever formulas they do to come up with these AMIs. It's just a comment. I got to believe that's an interesting nexus. For the outreach, I would just think you may have reached out to Gainesville Faith Alliance. Kind of comes and goes. Sometimes it's very active, sometimes it's not. But I do know this: with typically the pastors and the reverends and our ministerial alliance members that are involved in that have pretty wide-ranging networks. They themselves have a pretty incredible informal network. So I just offer that as an option. You send out information to those kind of key faith leaders, and they end up leveraging our efforts. That's just future
Yes,
thinking.
and
Kind of
they have been contacted, and we've got something that may be of a possibility that we'll be working on. But again, as we know with cold weather shelter, it can begin as early as October and run into March. And of course, when the chief calls cold weather, you must be ready to go, which can last anywhere from 1 day or 3 days, depending upon what weather conditions are. But we're hopeful that there is a church on the horizon that will be working
Thank you,
with
Director.
that.
And if you went back to essentially the middle of the presentation, these are federal pastor dollars. So people say, what are we doing with money to leverage efforts? The slide for outside agencies funding recommendations. I'm doing the math. I think you have it here. It's a slide. I know it's difficult to read up there, but it's essentially we're providing $390,000 to, it looks like 20 different organizations.
Correct.
Right? It might be beneficial. Could you just tell us what those organizations are?
Sure.
That are getting some of the monies through some of the efforts we're doing for the feds?
Certainly. All right, so we have under our housing component, we have Center for Independent Living that builds ramps. You'd be surprised at the number of people who are unable to get out of their home just because they don't have access out, because they have a condition that does not allow them to be as mobile as they would like. We assist Neighborhood Housing and Development Corporation, of course, with our home program, Rebuilding Together, North Central Florida, emergency repairs, energy assistance activities. And then, of course, under public services, we have ACORN. ACORN is outside of the city limits, but they understand in their subrecipient agreement, they're very clear that the residents that they will be helping, and they transport them from Gainesville to that Brooker area. Under our youth services, we have Black on Black Crime Task Force. We have Episcopal Children's Services. We have Girls Place. There's mental health support. There's school studies. There is nutritional support, Food for Kids backpack program. All of these fall within the City Commission's requested initiatives to provide public services. And then, of course, we have the Greater Duval Neighborhood Association. They are one of our new entities, along with Food for Backpacks Children. And then First United Methodist Church, they are supporting an initiative for those who have been previously incarcerated to try to give them that lift so that they can become educated and know how to get a job. And then, of course, Peaceful Paths. Again, our one recurring agency where we provided emergency shelter services, Arbor House, as well as the Cold Weather Shelter St. Francis House no longer exists. So we do have some agencies that are looking to fill that gap. And then, of course, for our senior services, we have Elder Care of Alachua County and SIVA Care of Alachua County, which provide nutritional support. So these are our outside public service agencies, and then, of course, we have our outside housing agencies.
Thank you. It looks like I might have misnumbered, but at least 17 different organizations that are getting monies that don't affect, kind of tying into the bigger budget conversation. We're leveraging monies through the city from these federal funds, and they're not coming from our general revenue. And yet we're doing things. So I think that's important. And these are a lot of our leading, nonprofit organizations and things. So I appreciate the work in determining who should get funded and how it should be funded. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Book. Did we ask for public comment on this already?
Yes, I believe we did. Did we? Let me.
Is there any public comment?
There is no public comment, either way.
All right, I see no further lights. Thank you so much for all the effort that goes into this. It is a big undertaking, and I really appreciate the effort.
Thank you.
All right, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously, and we do look forward to get some action on, hopefully some bites on the cold night shelter, and we'll see where we go with that. All right, if I hear no objection, let's move the appointment to the Airport Authority and the name change for Office of Equity and Inclusion to the end of the evening.
Okay.
Pretty good?
Do we expect, sorry,
Sure.
Mr. Mayor, do we expect Mr. I'm trying to remember.
No.
Mr. Wright to be here?
No,
Sorry.
he was not
Okay,
here afternoon,
then I'm fine with that, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Eastman.
Mr. Wright isn't here. I'm happy to make a motion to approve Mr. Wright to it, so if we.
Okay,
if
go ahead and call it, read it into the.
Yes.
Just take.
Hold on,
It's gonna be a long night.
let me go through these lights, and then we'll.
Yeah. I have a question.
Commissioner Chastain, yes.
Yeah, I have a question about Mr. Wright. This requires city residency. Mr. Wright says he does not live in the city.
I don't, the Airport Authority, I don't believe requires city residents.
He would be replacing Mr. Thomas, who does not live, has been serving for multiple terms. And did not
This
live.
has come up before, and it requires county residents.
All right, so you see under opening, where it
I-
says city residency
correct.
required?
Yes.
Was that a mistake?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, read it into the record. Let's go ahead and do it.
2026-477, appointment to the Gainesville-Alachua County Regional Airport Authority with a recommendation the Commission discuss the application received for the appointment to the Gainesville-Alachua County Regional Airport Authority.
Second? Oh, I
I
thought
would
you.
like to move Randall C. Wright be appointed to the Gainesville-Alachua County Regional Airport Authority.
I thought you'd already said it. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any public comment?
There is no public comment.
Okay. Anyone? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously. Welcome back to the board, Mr. Ray.
Okay.
Okay, let's do move that last item forward. I need a break.
No worries. There is commission comment in the afternoon, but.
Sure, let's go ahead and have commission comment. Why not?
Who would dare?
All right. Seeing
Okay.
none.
All right, I will see y'all back here at 5:30.
All right.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us for this evening session. Lots of good work done earlier today. Lots more good work to do this evening. Let's start off, if you will join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we have our proclamations for the evening. Our first one is 2026-397 Parks, Recreation, and Culture Month. If all of our Parks Department would come forward.
We don't have one for everybody, but we have lots, so.
We're going to give it to our chairs.
Okay. All right. City of Gainesville, Florida, proclamation. Whereas parks, recreation, and cultural activities are vitally important to the City of Gainesville and play an integral part in maintaining the quality of life in our communities, encourage a sense of belonging, ensuring the health of all citizens, and contributing to our environmental well-being. And whereas parks, recreation, and cultural programs help build vibrant communities that aid in the prevention of chronic disease, provide therapeutic services for those who are disabled, improve the health of all citizens, and aid in addressing pressing social issues. And whereas these programs help increase a community's economic prosperity through increased property values, expansion of the local tax base, and increased tourism, providing educational, socio-emotional support, and out-of-school opportunities for youth in our community. And whereas our parks and natural recreation areas improve water quality, protect groundwater, prevent flooding, and improve the quality of the air we breathe. And whereas our parks, recreation areas, and arts facilities serve to generate imaginative, inspirational, and productive resources for sustaining the creative fabric of our community. Now, therefore, I, Harvey L. Ward Jr., by the authority vested in me as mayor of the City of Gainesville, do hereby proclaim July 2026 as Parks, Recreation, and Culture Month in the City of Gainesville, and invite all our neighbors to join me in celebrating, supporting, and promoting this month, and to take advantage of the many benefits that our programs and facilities provide. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the City of Gainesville, Florida, this 3rd day of June, 2026. Say a few words.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, members of our community. I'm Roxy Gonzalez, Director of the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs Department. It is my privilege to be here this evening for the proclamation recognizing July as National Parks, Recreation, and Culture Month. Each year, the National Recreation and Parks Association leads a nationwide celebration to recognize the vital role parks and recreation play in communities across America. This year's theme is the power of. Reminds us that parks, recreation have the power to strengthen communities, improve health, protect natural resources, inspire lifelong learning, and bring people together. Here in Gainesville, parks, recreation, and cultural affairs are much more than amenities. They are a core municipal service. Just like public safety, transportation, and public works, parks and recreation are fundamental to building a healthy, resilient, and thriving community. Every day, our department provides safe parks, recreational opportunities, cultural experiences, environmental education, youth development programs, athletic facilities, community gathering spaces, and conservation lands that improve the quality of life for residents of every age and ability. These services support physical and mental health. They foster social connection, create opportunities for economic activity, preserve our natural and cultural resources, and help make Gainesville a place where people want to work, live, and visit. The power of parks is seen every day throughout our city. In children learning to swim, participating in educational programs, families gathering at neighborhood parks, seniors participating in wellness programs, volunteers restoring natural areas, artists sharing their talents at community events, and residents enjoying the beauty of our trails, playgrounds, athletic fields, and cultural spaces. These experiences strengthen the fabric of our community and demonstrate why parks, recreation, and cultural affairs are essential public service. This proclamation is also an opportunity to recognize the dedicated professionals, volunteers, and community partners who make this work possible. Their commitment and passion ensure Gainesville continues to provide safe, welcoming, and inclusive spaces and programs that serve our community every day of every year. On behalf of the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs Department, I'd like to thank the Mayor and City Commission for your continued support of Park, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs and for recognizing the important role these services play in enhancing the quality of life of our residents. As we celebrate National Parks and Recreation Month, I encourage everyone to experience the power of parks and recreation by visiting a park, attending cultural events, participating in recreation and educational programs, exploring one of our natural areas, or simply spending time outdoors with family and friends. Outside of our free events, we're also hosting coming up soon, this Sunday on July 18th, we have all our community pools are going to be free to those under 18. And then on July 25th, Sweetwater Park will be free admission for those to walk the trails.
Just on behalf of the Cultural Affairs Board, thank you for recognizing the month and for the proclamation. And since I have you all in one place, you know that I love to tell you this each time. Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs could always use more funding.
I'm Bill Berger. I'm with the Public Recreation Committee, and we appreciate what you do for us. It's a tough job you have going through the budget right now, and I wish you very much well in how you analyze it and deal with it with all the problems that you have to confront on a daily basis. Thank you very much.
Okay, let's get a photo. Come on up.
Some around the side.
Big department. All right. Very good. Everybody ready? 1, 2, 3, and one more. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Mayor, we're on to 2026-445 World Hepatitis Day.
All right, who's coming up for World Hepatitis Day?
Okay.
All right.
One more time, World Hepatitis Day. Okay. Whereas the City of Gainesville is pleased to recognize and observe July 28th as World Hepatitis Day to raise awareness of viral hepatitis, a group of infectious diseases known as hepatitis A, B, C, D, and E. Whereas nearly 3.3 million people in the United States live with chronic viral hepatitis. These viruses cause inflammation and damage to the liver and can lead to long-term infections. Chronic hepatitis infection can cause severe liver disease and liver cancer. Hepatitis is a particular concern in Florida, as our state reported the highest number of acute cases in hepatitis C in the United States in 2020. Florida is home to an estimated 151,000 people living with hepatitis C infection, representing the second highest in the country based on data from 2013 to 2016. And whereas most people with chronic hepatitis B virus or hepatitis C virus do not have symptoms until the later stages of the infection. As a result, many Americans living with viral hepatitis do not know they are infected and are at severe, even fatal complications from the disease and can spread the virus to others. And whereas effective vaccines are available to help prevent hepatitis A and hepatitis B. Treatment for hepatitis B and C can prevent the development of liver disease and liver cancer. Testing individuals for hepatitis B and hepatitis C and linking those chronically infected to medical care and treatment can reduce related illness and death. And whereas foundations, research, teaching hospitals, and advocacy groups across the globe have joined forces to recognize July 28th as World Hepatitis Day to raise awareness, prevent infection, and strive to eradicate this disease. Now, therefore, I, Harvey L. Ward Jr., by the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Gainesville, do hereby proclaim July 28th, 2026 as World Hepatitis Day in the city of Gainesville, and invite all our neighbors to join me in supporting viral hepatitis testing, education, research, and treatment. And witness wherever I hereunto set my hand and cause to be affixed the official seal of the city of Gainesville, Florida, this 3rd day of June, 2026. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have early public comment, but do not have anyone currently signed up. So we're going to move on to our discussion item for the evening. 2026-318, fiscal year 2027 budget development with recommendation the City Commission hear the presentation from staff and provide direction as needed.
Very good. Mr. Manager, do you want to lead us off?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did promise that I would not steal Ms. Teslia's thunder. So I am not going to belabor a long spiel. I do want to use the opportunity to thank both the City Commission for your attention and support through this budget process. I think it's been a bit of a challenging year in terms of addressing the gap that we have. However, I believe, as you'll hear tonight, that staff from all the departments gathered here today did a really thorough, thoughtful, and careful job going through their budgets, providing you with the decrements that I asked for, as you'll hear tonight. Ultimately, where my recommendation landed, and as you, I think, all know and have in your backup, we provided at least 6 different scenarios with different revenue, different operational cuts, different options for the commission to consider. But as you're here tonight, my recommendation is that we balance using a combination of revenues and decrements to the tune of 85% fire assessment, $1.4 million worth of operational cuts to departments, the use of $1.1 million of excess fleet fund balance, and then, as you'll hear, we did have some additional revenue come in through the certified rolls on July 1. That a portion of that revenue I'm recommending that we use to balance the RTS budget, which currently has about $1 million shortfall that we need to be able to balance to prevent any route changes or route reductions, service reductions. So that's my recommendation. And for that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Teslia to take us through.
Welcome, Director Teslia.
Thank you. Good evening. For the record, Allison Teslia, the Director for the Office of Management and Budget. All right, so this is an overview of where we currently are in the budget development timeline. Today we're here to give the budget development update, to set the fiscal year 2027 maximum millage rate, and to set the public hearing dates to adopt the millage rate and budget. In the next few slides, we'll go over some details of what's changed since our last workshop and where we're at today. So first, we'll start with where we left off last. At the last budget workshop, which was on June 2nd, we had the final department presentations where departments were directed to provide some reduction scenarios. The revenues reflected the June 1st preliminary taxable values, and the budget gap was about $12.3 million. Right. So next we have the update since June 2nd. On June 18th, the City Commission set the preliminary and initial assessment rates for the fire, solid waste, and stormwater assessments. The fire assessment rate was set at an 85% cost recovery rate of the fire rescue assessable budget. Both the solid waste and stormwater initial assessments were set as those costs are being transitioned from the monthly GRU bills to the annual assessment on the property tax bills. These rates will all be included on the trim notices sent out by the property appraiser in August, and then the final rates will be adopted at the public hearings that are set for September 10th. Okay, here's an overview of how the property tax revenues have fluctuated as we've gone through the budget process, and a little bit of an explanation of why as we go along. And initially, we started with the same millage rate to estimate the property tax revenues based on what was adopted in fiscal year 2026. In March at the fiscal retreat, we were using a 5% anticipated increase for the taxable property values, which is about 3.87% increase in ad valorem revenue. Then on June 1st, we received the preliminary values that came in at a flat 3% growth over the prior years. So we reduced the initial estimates for the ad valorem by about 1.56 million. And then July 1st, we received the certified values, which came in about 6.2% higher than the prior year. And using the same millage rate, it equates to about $4.1 million increase in ad valorem revenue if we use the same millage rate. Okay. So based on the July 1st property values, the city taxable property values are estimated at about $12.6 billion, which is a 6.24% increase in the taxable property values for the city. And that includes about $97.7 million in new construction. The rollback rate, which is the millage rate that would equate to the same revenue as the prior fiscal year, would be 6.3839. The proposed millage rate is the same rate as fiscal year 2026, which is 6.7297. As I mentioned before, this rate is expected to generate about $4.1 million in additional revenue, which would raise the property tax revenues from about $77.5 million in fiscal year 2026 to $81.6 million in fiscal year 2027. Since maintaining the current millage rate is an increase in revenue, it's considered a tax increase per the state's truth and millage requirements. And in order to keep the existing rate of 6.7297 mils, the city commission must approve it with a 2/3 vote. All right, so this graph shows historical changes over time over the last several years for the city's taxable values and the millage rates that were adopted during those years. You'll see in 2024, there was the increase that went along with the budget cuts that we had to make at that time. Okay. So this is the updated fiscal year 2027 revenue estimates for the general fund. Update since the June 2nd workshop, the property values increased, which was related to the certified taxable values. It includes the indirect cost study estimates. It has updated revenue projections for parking revenues and adjustments for airport security and traffic signal maintenance contracts. We still have the state revenue sharing estimates outstanding, and those are expected from the state sometime in August. All right, and then this is just showing where the gap stands today from June 2nd to now with all the changes that we just talked about and using the July 1st taxable values. Currently, the gap is at about $8.6 million. All right, so next we'll go over some balancing options for the fiscal year 2027. We'll discuss the maximum millage rate, the city manager's tentative budget recommendation, and we'll set the public hearing dates to adopt the fiscal year 2027 budget. All right, so as we mentioned before, today's action is to set the maximum millage rate. At the current millage rate, this rate can be lowered at the September public hearings, but it can't go above that rate. And whatever rate is adopted today would go on the trim notices that would be mailed out by the property appraiser's office next month. All right, here's just an informational overview of all the proposed millage rates for the taxing jurisdictions that would be included on a property owner's trim notice. The city's portion of a property owner's tax bill is about 31% of their total bill. As with the city's maximum millage rates, these are all proposed rates, and the final rates will be adopted in September. Okay, so here's a summary of all the budget balancing scenarios that were provided in the backup to the agenda. The city manager's recommendation to close the gap would be maintaining the current millage rate of 6.7297, increasing the fire assessment recovery rate to 85% of the fire rescue assessable budget, and a combination of departmental budget reductions and the utilization of the fleet fund balance for replacements. The other 6 balancing scenarios all close the budget gap utilizing various adjustments to millage, the fire assessment, and budget cuts. Okay, so after today's budget workshop and setting the maximum millage rates, the trim notices will go out to the property owners. That date is no later than August 19th, and then we'll hold our first public hearing on September 10th, and then the final public hearing would be September 17th. And then we can't let it go. We want to look ahead and keep this on our radar. There are the 2 legislative actions that could affect future budgets. First, we have the proposed constitutional amendment, which would raise homestead exemptions and modify other property assessments. And then this will be on the statewide ballot in November for the voters to decide. And then we have House Bill 1329, which will go into effect January 1st of 2027. It sets additional budget and financial transparency requirements, many of which the city already does. The new requirements include publishing an annual budget development calendar by a set date in January, the requirement to publish quarterly payroll data reports, and then the 10% reduction scenario would be required prior to adopting the fiscal year 2028 budget and any subsequent budgets. It does not affect this year's budget, so just want to make sure that's clear. So that is the update I have. I'm ready for any questions you may have.
Very good. Any questions? Commissioner Eastman.
I did not hit my button, Mr. Mayor, but
it was coming.
No, it's fine.
For predictive coding on my phone.
Well, yeah, I was hitting my hand forward. So first of all, I just want to thank staff for all the work that you guys put into it. But what we have in the backup for our budget booklet is probably the best budget reduction booklet that we got, with the decrements and the transparency related to all of that. It's looking at, from the city manager's recommendation, but then giving us various options to look at. That it was very helpful. It was a shame that you guys gave it to us right before a commission break, because it meant that I had plenty of time to go and look through it. And because there's so much information in there, that's So, and you just put out a press release yesterday. You said that we have first, we in 2023 raised our mills by 0.9297, right, and then 0.3 mils the year after. What was the total revenue increase? Or did we roughly get from that?
Let me see.
Just for the actual tax increase. And I know I'm asking for math on the fly here, but.
So you're saying from 2024?
Yeah, I mean, well, not the total revenue, because we also have growth on the rolls and new construction, stuff like that. I mean, just in terms of what did a point, hold on, I guess a 1.2297 millage increase net the city.
That we will have to get for you.
No, it's fine. I guess my main
14 million would be my guess.
Yeah, I mean, I guess my point is that one thing that has been frustrating about this particular budget year, and I really want us to find a solution to this. Since I've come on the commission, we are consistently in a place where we're sitting here, we're looking at budgets, we're saying we have this budget gap. How are we going to raise revenues to do this? How are we going to? And I mean, at its core, the problem is we've lost, of course, $30 million from Gainesville Regional Utilities, which helped keep taxes low for many, many years. And now we've raised, if it's $15 million, it's about half the amount from that in total that we've gained from new millage increase at that point. I mean, but at the same time, I want us to be sure that we're in a position for the future that we're not here every single year, that we're not saying, okay, well, how are we going to increase revenues to make this up? I mean, that we are in a stable position. It's one of the most important things I think the city is up to. And so, yeah, I mean, I hear the city manager, the recommendation for the revenues. I'm curious if we've looked at FY 2028, FY 2029, kind of looking forward. Do we have any of those projections with this at this 85% number?
We don't currently, but we will probably within the next week or so.
Okay.
Well, depending on the direction tonight that you give.
That makes sense. All right, that's all I have for now, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Book.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is tremendous work, and the complexity of the information that you gave us, the amount of detail that we have that's available to the public, and the granular aspect. I mean, it is down to positions, divisions, ways to balance is outstanding. And so I know that folks who really are thinking about how are we doing our job to basically tighten our belt, have a balanced budget. All they need to do is take a look at this information that's in the backup, and they'll look. We're not leaving any stone unturned here, so I think it's really good work. And I know it's the entire, finance and budget and staff across the charters also have had to do this exercise that we call a decrement. So it is really, really meaningful. I like the fact that we're tightening our belt, and I think, Mr. Manager, the fact that you gave us, 6 varying options with your recommendations has been very helpful. Otherwise, 7 of us are going to have probably slightly different nuanced versions of how to come to a balanced budget. I did wonder, I know everyone's going through the budget exercise right now, all municipalities, all counties. Where do we fall if we keep our millage? I do not favor a millage increase. That's absolutely do not. Where does that place us in the county, in Alachua County and in the state? Do we know that? Or is that something maybe before we're finished with our conversation that we could give at the moment?
I don't have that information right now, but we can certainly get that.
Maybe somebody can work on that.
Sure.
Context and comparison to how we're doing, I think, is always pretty important. And I realize everybody else is going to be changing their rates or not changing them also. But where are we currently? And I think we're in a favorable position, actually, if we were to keep our millage the same. One other thing, Mr. Manager, a question is, so this budget scenarios you provide us, does that include the other charter offices as it relates to balancing our budget?
Mr. Mayor, so when we went through this exercise, I think each of the charters had provided some information to us. Importantly, as we were going through the balancing scenarios, because ultimately that's a city commission decision in terms of the other charters' budgets, we balance the budget just using the city manager's charter. So what you see before you is a balanced budget with just from the city manager's charter alone.
That was my understanding also, and just want to make sure, so like to Commissioner Eastman's point, that's the potential options where we're only talking about, while it is our by far our largest and most vast amount of services and programs and people, there are other opportunities if we across the entire organization, there may be the capability for some slightly different scenarios, or at least getting us farther and better prepared for 1 and 2 and 3 fiscal years out. So I was kind of thinking of what you said, and we do have to look, notwithstanding what might happen in November, we just know that we have to prepare no matter what happens with that. We'll be facing the same exercise in the next 2 years. So I would think we need to vote with the understanding that we probably need to get as close or incrementally close to dealing with the next 24 months today, or over the course of our budget cycle. So I'll just stop there. I'm sure there's some other questions, and I do have some thoughts about maybe the us as a city commission also, just from a role modeling and setting the example perspective in what we do with our funds. But thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the work.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. Commissioner Engel.
I just wanted to speak in favor of the manager's recommendation. So this is my second budget to sit through. And looking back at what's been done over the past several years, there's been a lot of cuts to personnel. We have cut a ton of positions, and we have asked the remaining positions to pick up more and more work with not a whole lot more money going into wages for those. So to see that we've gotten to a spot where we're moving some responsibilities around and we're kind of balancing the budget without those drastic cuts and continuing to put more and more of a drag on the workforce, I'm a big fan of. I think there was a lot of kind of change in what buckets some responsibilities came out of. I like that we're not dipping into the reserve fund to the extent we had in the past. Obviously, we're pulling a little bit out of fleet, but I think we're still kind of right-sizing fleet. So compared to the budget I saw last year, I'm very happy with the manager's recommendation, and I'd like to see it move forward. I'm thinking the same boat with Commissioner Book, and that I think we've found a way to do this without raising millage rates. And yeah, so of the scenarios I like in here, the city manager's recommendation is kind of the way I'm leaning. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Engel. Commissioner Willis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, thank you to staff for doing this. I think it seems like a lot of work when we said give us several scenarios. I don't want those scenarios to have been wasted because it's not, particularly because it's a change in state law going forward where we have to do that 10% decrement exercise. This is, it is good practice for next year. Not that I don't think staff needed practice or anything, but develop those habits and be able to then the next year kind of go right back to that. But also for all the staff across the city, all of our community builders, if this felt unnerving, it's very sad to say, the legislature has mandated that we get into this unnerving position every single year where we at least theorize a 10% decrement. And it does, so every year we're going to be, it sounds like the legislature has demanded, for whatever, the way I interpret it is they want us to voluntarily say what is not necessary in our city, and we have to make that decision every year, not cut it, but we have to express something like that. I don't like that form. We don't have to. I don't want to always be saying like, worst case scenario. You don't in your family. You say, oh, worst case scenario. I'm going to save you in a fire versus you to your pets. You don't tell them that, right? You might think it in the back of your head, but you do not tell them that. And so I know that the part of this exercise was stressful this year, but I know that that's also the exercise we're going to do every year from here on out. After we balance the budget, we have to do the exercise. So unfortunately, this is now, to some degree, standard practice for all municipalities. Some of them, I hope they're practicing this year, because otherwise next year is going to be very stressful for them. I feel like we're a little bit in the habit of this. Thank goodness. At first, when I looked at this, at first I wanted to do like quite a bit of tinkering, and I kind of talked myself out of it that going forward, if we just use the manager's recommendation this year, but then knowing that next year, to Commissioner Eastman's point a little bit, the longer term, there may have to be some changes in all charters, all departments that we haven't looked at yet. I also understand that some of these operational changes, some of them are about the buckets that we're paying for. They're just merely no longer being paid out of general fund because we do have some flexibility where you put an urban forestry person. That changes part of that. So, so to some degree, that is not that it is a 1-year fix, but it is a not necessarily permanent fix to some of those individual issues. Not necessarily, maybe, but it's a little up in the air. Several years into the future. Can we? I did have a question about. Is there in this recommendation? There's no changes to the number of job positions. There's some small. Is there a small change in job title? I saw one in HR that at least this is what I'm looking back at this. It's a couple weeks old, but.
Right, that's correct. There is one change to a position in HR that was sort of happening before the budget process. It's a MAPS employee, and that was already kind of in the works when we went into the budget process.
Okay.
But otherwise, yes, there are no changes to FTEs in the general fund. There are some changes to some of the other funds in terms of FTEs, but in terms of the general fund, there's no. My recommendation has no elimination of positions.
And as far as the Fire Rescue Administration proposed reduction, do we have any data? And so this is about how we recruit new members. Do we have any data from when it was first established to now that it was kind of like working or not, so that we would know potential impact? I see a potential service impact listed, but did we actually have some data? And I can't remember when that started versus.
It started several years ago, and Chief Hillhouse can certainly speak to it if needed. But my understanding is that the program has not been as successful because it's a non-certified program to bring in people who do not have the certification into the fire service, and it's just not really been able to get off the ground very effectively. So I think it was the fire department's first primary recommended cut.
Okay, sometimes we try things for a couple years. You give it a go. We experienced this with some of the housing programs in East Gainesville, where this particular thing we were thinking of, we gave it a shot. It just didn't really, pan out. So we go look at it. We continue to innovate. Look at something else. Okay, good to know. So I've had worries about the taking the fire assessment 85%, mostly because I don't like the full methodology of the fire assessment. But I do understand that between not just this year, but if we really tie together about 3 years, the cost of public safety and fire in particular has been one of the growing forces. It's the force that's causing our budget up. So putting that into a fire assessment, I feel it's somewhat. I think I'm okay with it at the 85. I don't know. I'm a little waffly. Just to let y'all know. I'm a little waffly on that because I don't know about the methodology necessarily. So whether it's the rate, the methodology, because if I don't particularly like the methodology, and then you make 85% of the cost is recovered there, it makes it even bigger, the impact on the part of the methodology we don't approve of. So that's one of the issues. I personally have felt more comfortable with the idea of 70% of that recovery. However, that would have probably necessitated either much larger cuts, which probably would have been into staff members, which this year I'm just not interested in, to Commissioner Engel's point that we've done that multiple years. Maybe this is the year where we pull other levers. But with the 70, it was either job cuts or a small millage increase, which I know some people, and I don't think it's the right time for a millage increase. So I think I'm going to, I hope I get there, accepting the 85%. But I do thank you, Mr. Manager, for working through this, giving us multiple options. It's what we asked for. And so also city staff, if we asked for the multiple options because it was a very large number and there really are multiple options, and we owe it to the public, particularly in the mood, I think, of the Florida public about, like, they want to know, where's all this money? What are your potential options? But then when we put it in the book, we can tell people, like, oh, you think there's magic room for X million of dollars cuts on the let's say the staffing side, and you go, oh no, just be clear, it's this position, this position, this position, this program, this program. This has been able to help me tell people at first blush, this is probably what would be cut under some of those millions and millions of dollars scenarios. So I think you did everything we asked for, and that is needed to be able to communicate to the public different chunks of this. Also, so when they go to the ballot in November, they just kind of understand a little more, like we like, oh, this is the budget. But when you start to cut, where we would probably cut, or at least some recommendations from all these departments versus what they instinctively think. I don't know what it is they first think could be cut. Every time I hear them, the average person, when they tell me something cut from the city, it is almost never an actual city expense. It's not actually us, it is somebody else. But I really do appreciate this. So thank you, Allison, and thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willetson. I appreciate your consistency on your position on the fire assessment. I appreciate that. I don't necessarily agree, but I appreciate your consistency. Before I go to you, Mr. Manager, I did find the 9, 10 millage rates throughout the county. I could read those out. It'll just take a second. Micanopy is at 5.2. Newberry is at 5.88. Alachua is 6.25. Waldo, 6.4. Hawthorne, 6.4322. Archer is also 6.4322. La Crosse, 6.541. Gainesville, 6.7297. And High Springs at 6.99. So really, more than half are very, very close together.
Yeah.
MSTU is 3.5678.
Is that included?
No, no. I don't believe so. The Alachua County Property Appraiser publishes a table every year, and this is as of October 6th of 2025. This is a quick look, so feel free to take a look at that. But really, the city levied millage for way more than half is very close.
Can I make a statement kind of
Please.
out of turn as it relates to this? So I appreciate that. And they're going through the same budget process we're going through. Probably a couple of them are about to move. Their millage rate may
that's true.
move.
Yes.
And I hope we land on ours not moving one bit. And so it'll even probably be a little more compressed than your observation, Mr. Mayor. So
I think you're right.
anyhow, thanks for providing them.
All right, Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did want to mention, well, first I want to thank you all for the comments. I really appreciate it. I think all of the packets and information is a culmination of all of the hard work of the budget office, our office, and every single department leadership that spent the time and energy to go through, provide the information in detail, talk about the impacts, rank them, and be able to provide that. So I would agree, this is, I think, a very transparent budget document, and I think it's very easy to see where decrements would come, where revenue options are. We've spoken a lot this year during the budget process about some structural alignment with our budget to be able to align the city's budget with our operational costs. With respect to the fire assessment, that is absolutely the first step of that. The fire assessment is tied to fire service, as the commission knows, and it has been set at 53% for several years now. However, as we've talked about, everything is getting more expensive, but largely the growth in the city of our overall budget is largely been driven by some of the changes that we've made to public safety in order for necessary recruitment, retention, some of the things that that the commission has heard since you've been here. Importantly, the decrements are also another structural option for the commission to consider, whether it be what happens in November to ongoing, addressing ongoing issues. I could tell you, I think I speak for probably every single staff member in this auditorium, we're all weary of being in this, sort of semi-continual position of where we're having to do more with less, because at some point we are doing less with less. And should we have to cross that bridge in November, I feel much, much more prepared through the exercise that we did this year through this budget. I feel like the city is ahead of the curve. Should we have to cross that bridge, we essentially, as I've said to you before, have a blueprint for how we would address that. I also would offer to the commission that as we go forward into future budget years, this is an opportunity, I think, to continue to align our operational needs with our revenue sources, especially in the light of, regardless of what happens in November, as you've heard Ms. Teslia talk about, we will have additional constraints on the city's ability to increase millage in the future. So essentially, we're going to end up living within our means, and I think the work that we've done this year is a really big step towards that, and the work that the commission has done as well.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Manager, and thank you to everyone on staff, not only people in the room, but the entirety of city staff. Nobody up here enjoys doing this every year. Nobody wants to make anybody's tax bill bigger ever, and nobody wants to ever reduce staff or services. That is not the position any of us want to ever be in. But I am real proud that we promised back in March when we started this process on a deficit that we would get to, sooner rather than later, a balanced budget. And I believe we're going to be able to agree to a balanced budget this evening. And not everybody's doing that. Everybody will eventually have a balanced budget, all 411 cities, 67 counties, because we don't have a choice. But the hard work that our staff has done brings us to that point before the bell tolls. So thank you very much for that. We promised the community that we would get a balanced budget in plenty of time, and here we are once again with that balanced budget. I appreciate what everyone has put into it. We'll go around one more time, and then we'll hear from the public, and then come back for whatever we need to do next. Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with you. We don't, and I agree with the city manager really, is that we need to have structural alignment of our budget, our operations with everything, regardless of what happens in November. I would feel better. I think tonight is a good time for us to kind of make some of the bigger questions about revenue and expenditures, but I would like for us to circle back around and have a conversation about, after we have a 5-year look at our overall budget, some of the details of this. I'll say that I have been struck as I go through our budget, not just on balancing it this year, but sort of the growth trajectory. I get concerned about not just where we are, making sure we can match it next year, but also what departments seem to be growing, which departments seem to be shrinking, and whether or not that is sustainable in the long term. I mean, I don't think it's a secret. You can go through the report that our city staff worked really hard on when Florida DOJ came in. It says that that our public safety budgets have increased significantly since 2023. In fact, nearly every dollar of growth has gone toward public safety, while the rest of the city has basically declined. So I know that's in no way because there's new level of service that is going into police, fire, combined communications, trunk radio system, which is how we define public safety in this particular document. But it is concerning. I don't want to keep being back here again and again as we're asking parts of our city to do more with less or do less with less, parts of our city growing, and then us kind of trying to figure out how we're going to plug revenue gaps. And I would like to see, this is just my assessment of where I see our current budget here, which is growing at about 3% revenue increase, while police is increasing by about 7%, so that's about double the rest of it. If that continues year over year over year, we're going to keep being in this position. And I don't know what there is to do about that. I don't know how you do that with the constraints that you have around police. Fire has to obviously go out and keep our ISO rating and respond to fires and be on each one of those. But I do know that I can look at the overall budget and I can see an increase in a couple of our two largest departments and a decrease in other departments and wonder, how is this going to continue forward? And I would love to have city staff come back and do an analysis of that and let us see that, because if we can slow the growth now, then we'll be in a better position whether the property tax bill increases or passes or doesn't pass. But that has been my main concern as I've been looking through this, is I want to make sure that we have a sustainable budget going forward. And I'd say just the increase in those two departments, most of which are, as I said, salary increases, insurance, fleet, the stuff that's hitting everybody. But is there anything that we can do so that we can have a sustainable budget going forward? And I know that we have a tentative meeting on August 6th to discuss that we could talk about the budget again. I would love to get the big questions out of the way of this meeting, but then have some of these more nuanced questions at that meeting, if that's at all possible.
What are the more nuanced questions?
I want a 5-year budget. I want a 5-year budget projection. We know what we are passing this year to get to a balanced budget next year. I don't know what this looks like the year after, the year after that, the year after that.
But we're not going to vote on future year budgets.
No, but we can slow, if we can see a growing expenditure trajectory and we can slow that trajectory down, then we will not have continuing then we will not have that. I mean, like I said, I am concerned about the long term. I want to, as the city manager said, structural alignment between our operations and our revenues. Our revenues are increasing at about 3% a year. So is our whole city increasing at about 3% a year in our general fund? And currently they are not. And so how do we get into that? Because otherwise we're going to continue to be here year over year over year over year. And that's something that has been happening the whole time I've been on this commission, is we've been here year over year over year over year. And I want to find a way to put an end to it, frankly. And I don't know what that means, but that's something that's very important to me.
Okay. Commissioner Chestnut.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, a 5-year budget, we've done that before. I mean, yeah, we've done that before. And I'm sure the manager will be prepared to do that. That's something that we can use for planning. Now, what I like about this budget is that it is very transparent. We're holding the millage rate, which I agree with, and that we're not cutting staff, which I like very much. I also appreciate having all of the wonderful recommendations from staff for the budget that were included here. So thank you for doing that. I have some comments when we get to the charter officer budget. Thank you.
You should.
This
is the
Oh, I
time.
can
We're
go
not
ahead
actually
now?
getting back to that until August 2nd.
Okay. Well, on the charter officers budget, the recommendation is to reduce the city commission allotment, if you will, by $2,000. So it would be down to $3,000. I would also like to see us take part of that reduction and allocate it for the ethics training, that if each person gives something from their budget line, you're shaking your head? No?
So my understanding is that none of those decrements are going to be implemented that were presented, that the city manager is doing the decrements from his office. That the decrements are not coming out of the commission budget, is that?
I thought they were. I
think
thought it was being reduced.
I think the commissioner is you're suggesting taking those even though they're not part of the balance. The balance.
Okay.
Yeah.
So to go ahead and have decrements from your budget.
Correct. But have the commission contribute to the ethics training.
That sounds good.
So that we can have that allocated. I would prefer to have the one-day training. I would also like to see us take part of the decrement, if you will, to allocate for the meeting refreshments. That each person contribute a certain amount from their allotted amount for that. $250 maybe per each person, but that we pay into it is what I'm looking for. Thank you. I was also looking at telephones, but then I discovered that there aren't as many telephones as I expected to find. So I'll leave it at there. Leave it there. Thank you.
So before we go on, if we're taking piecemeal bits of the budget, how does all this start to add up? How do we tally?
But, is it possible we could have like a 10-minute recess? I'd like to have I would like, is it possible to just recess just for a moment?
Tell you what, let's hear from the other two lights that are on, and then we'll take 10 minutes and then come back and go around again and then hear from the public and then come back. All right, is that all right with you, Commissioner Chestnut?
Yeah.
You're good? Okay. All right, Commissioner Willits.
Thank you. Hopefully we can clear up any kind of confusion, because we have a lot of recommendations. We have like the main one, but there's a lot of extra information. So if we start to pick which I think that's fine if that's what's proposed. But I do, to Commissioner Eastman's point, I think, I said it in the past, but I want to say it again, is like, that Gainesville cannot just merely be, the purpose of the city of Gainesville cannot just be public safety. Like, at a 7% increase per year, at 3% revenue increase per year, literally public safety will eat the city. And at the point, everyone has a different opinion, but we could probably pick out 60, 70, 80, 90% of our budget going to public safety, at which point someone would say, police belong at the sheriff. GFR belongs with the county at some rate. Where it is right now, no. Hey, I like my GPD, my GFR. I like that. But at some point, what is the purpose of a city if public safety eats all of it? And so I do get that idea. Like, something in there has to, either we got to get more revenue. That's an idea. It's an option. I don't have my numbers in front of me, but I just want to reiterate that Ocala brings in more general fund tax revenue from their millage per person than the city of Gainesville does. Ocala. So when people say that we are overtaxed in Gainesville, it is a very odd thing to hear. Ocala brings in more, like 15 or 20%. It's a big chunk more per head, per capita. So is there room for more revenue? Maybe, in different forms. I don't know. But I get that idea that one portion of our city can't be grown by 7% forever. Particularly not 7%, and that's literally bigger than our revenue growth. Because then we are spending out every last we're just squeezing rocks, and trying to get, my metaphor is gone, I'm sorry. But so I get that, and I agree that long-term something's like, now part of that may be health insurance costs may change, knock on wood, if we get some sort of a universal health insurance by the federal government that really frees up businesses and municipalities to worry about providing services rather than health insurance. I would prefer that. Yeah, that's all I have for now. Well, actually, yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Willits. Mr. Manager, do you want to plug something in there?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just want to be clear. So tonight we're asking you all to essentially bless the big levers that we talked about. We're happy to do projections if it's the commission's will. We're happy to come back on in August with the essentially the completed budget. I do want to talk a little bit about, so on the public safety side, we are like every other jurisdiction across this state where we have historically, with public safety, been right at about 50% of our budget. We're still right about 50% of the budget. I think as has been discussed a little bit, and I know as both chiefs would attest to, on the operations side, there really has not been an increase in either agency. Not more people, not more service. It's largely been wages and benefits that have been driven that. And this commission knows how we got there. I will say, to Commissioner Eastman's point, it is going to be somewhat difficult in terms of projecting, far out, because we don't know what the next CBA agreement will have in it. So it's largely going to be a bit of a guess in terms of that. But that increase has largely been driven by wages and benefits, not by, we're policing more, or we're running more calls necessarily, or having a bunch more equipment or more staff. So I just want to make sure that that's the case on the record. And yes, I don't anticipate a future where we're getting to the budget being 60, 70, 80% of public safety, because I don't think that is what the commission wants, or frankly what our public safety agencies want either, because I think that there's a balance to every city. Public safety is a core component of what we do at the city. Will always be a core component. But like everything we do, we still have to be able to fit it into our fiscal box. And so that constraint is really the level of service that that we can provide within the revenues that we have coming in. So.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Manager. Okay, 2 more lights, and then we're going to take this 10-minute break. Commissioner Engel.
I just want to say that one of the things I liked about using the fire assessment in this situation is that as that fire budget grows, that fire assessment at 85% automatically grows with it. So in some ways, it's started to be held aside from the regular budget, and then having a dedicated funding source that is automatically going to grow as that fire budget grows addresses some of those issues to me. I would be 100% behind getting a good ethics trainer to come in. I think I got a lot out of having someone in person that was qualified and doing that stuff. So I don't know that I want to get into little tiny line items and whatnot tonight, as you were alluding to, as far as just figuring out the big levers, and we can make some small tweaks moving forward. But in general, as I said, I'm pretty happy with the city manager's recommendation, and looking at the things, long-term problems that we've addressed in this budget. We always kind of carried that insurance out there and didn't really address it on the front end of the budget. We're doing that this year. That's part of the reason that increase is there. As fire safety grows as a chunk of our budget, we're addressing that with using the fire assessment for some of that. I think ultimately one of the big problems we have, Gainesville historically, we're a college town, right? A big chunk of our property is off the tax rolls because it's UF and UF doesn't pay taxes. The state legislature made that worse by deciding the GRU also doesn't pay the taxes it should be paying in the city. So we're left scrambling trying to make up some of these, but I think we have addressed several big structural issues that hadn't been addressed in the last couple of budgets in this budget. And I think we're moving towards that long-term stability with those.
Thank you, Commissioner Engel. Commissioner Buck.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me kind of try and wrap up 3 or 4 kind of differing thoughts here before we go to break that kind of finishes up some of the conversations. So as it relates to just the public safety side, interesting, we do have to be concerned about raises, the bargaining unit, the staff across all 7 bargaining units. And we do have to build that in if you're talking about visionary 5-year planning, because the most important asset we have is the staff. It's not the program, it's the service, because that drives everything. That being said, the police department itself is actually smaller today than it was in 2011. It's smaller. So it's interesting. It grows. You're right. It grows with salary and benefits. Some of that's out of our control with the nationwide landscape. But they used to have a downtown unit. They used to have aviation unit, which is no longer a shared thing. And they used to have mounted patrol. Those are gone. And yet we have a focus on things such as in traffic violence and reducing pedestrian death, which we've been doing really well on up until very recently, but been doing very well, at least on a 3-year decline. And then as it relates to violent crime, we're doing really well. And so at the time, it's very, very difficult to backtrack on those things when they are absolute community priorities. So that's just on the public safety side. But your idea about getting in front of 5 years and thinking about one maybe visionary, I understand completely. Police department is smaller today with a much greater population in the city of Gainesville than it was many years ago when I was there, and I haven't been there since 2011. I think as it relates to the assessment and the values, I'll just say this, since the people will be thinking about all the different permutations. I actually favor, by the way, your recommendations are outstanding, Mr. Manager. I said it before. I probably disagree in only one minor area, and it's the fire assessment that Commissioner Willetts was talking about. I think we should incrementally grow that, because by doing that, that's how you prepare for future years. So if it was me, I would hope that we could figure out a package that gets us in scenario D with a 70% fire assessment. We do need to get to 100%, but it's very difficult to do that all in 1 year. And you don't want vast increases in fees, even where we're not recouping all of them in 1 year. But if you went to 70% this year, it gives you more opportunity. I think it gives us more opportunity as a commission to make incremental increases. And then residence owners and multifamily can anticipate that, and they themselves are not hit with large increases. So for me, your scenario D is terrific in the way that you then balance and hope to prepare for the next 12 to 24 to 36 months, is we do talk with the other four charters. Because I know that, I see, thinking, and the other four charters do have to have decrement packages. It has to be across a whole organization. It can't just be in the city managers. It can't be one place, even though that's by far the largest portion. So I would be prepared when we come back, depending upon what you all as my colleagues think about, is to do something like direct those four charters to now they've already done some package decrements, so they already have it. But if those four got together and said, how do we make this minor gap in scenario D and make up that gap, and we could do everything else that the city manager recommended, and it may affect slightly positions, but not much, because we're getting pieces of decrements from four other charter officers, and it would be something like work together to figure out making up this gap. There's a couple little gaps here in one of these lines to balance the budget and add that to the city manager's, all his recommendations outside the 70 to 85%. I think 70 to 85% is a fairly large increase, and I think you're going to need that. I think the community is going to need that incremental increase, or the potential for that as another lever down the road. And then lastly, what you said, Commissioner Chestnut, I would hope maybe to talk about when we come back, I think we should freeze our own salaries. It's got a minor impact on the budget. Minuscule, it does, but it's about role modeling and setting the example. So if there's a mechanism that we direct staff to freeze our own salary, reduce our budget, put into refreshments, we should do all those things, because we have to set it from here, because we're asking everybody else to do as the city manager said. Essentially, it's time to do less with less. You don't take an existing reduced workforce and say, stretch it even a little bit more, like Commissioner Engel said. No, there's a point. We say, this is what you have. Those are just some of my thoughts. I land on scenario D, and the charter is working through to make the other four charters together, working through to make that other gap. That's just me. Thank you. Thanks for indulging me on that.
I appreciate your consistency, Commissioner Book, on reducing salaries once again, even on your way out.
Just remember, okay, that's a very good point. But just remember, in February of 2023, I said we should reduce our salaries right then.
Yes.
And I was actually getting paid at that time. So yes, I want to reduce your salary. And it won't necessarily impact me, but it does impact the city. And so, yeah, thank you. That's a good point. You got me on that one.
All right, so we're going to take a break. I will say, though, that I'm going to vote for the manager's package. I'm not sure I'd vote for something different than that, to be clear. Now, I don't think it's not true. The majority has not asked for anything different than the revenue package that has been presented to us, and that's the big thing that we need to agree on tonight. I had hoped that since everybody had meetings with the manager's office and the budget office, that we were at a point to cut bait tonight, but we'll see. All right, let's take 10 minutes. We'll be back here. Let's take 15. We'll come back at 6:55. I've got everyone back on the dais who's going to be. Let's go to, is there any public comment for this item?
Yes, we have Jen Powell. Pass.
Okay, all right. Okay, so we don't need to, does anyone feel like they need to make a motion on this item? Or can you wait until the next item? Is there a recommendation that anyone needs to make here? Or provide direction here on this item before we go into the next item where we actually do have to vote on some things? All right, Commissioner Book. Commissioner Book. Yeah.
All right, let me just start with an easy piece that's a little outside of the one of these sentence scenarios, which just deals with us, because I think things do start with us. And I wonder what you all colleagues would think about is if we had a motion that allowed us to just freeze ourselves, our salary, reduce our operational budget, which is what Commissioner Chestnut was talking about, and really it's starting with something that doesn't have great impact at all, but it has meaningful impact from a standpoint that says it starts with us. And I think it comes outside this. These are big millions, and we're talking thousands. But I really ask for your feedback, because I'd be prepared to put that motion on the floor now and get a very small piece out of the way.
So let me just jump in there and say it is hard to get people to run for these offices. Yeah. There's a reason for that.
Because we're overpaid.
Sure, that's it. Yeah. We would like to get more people who are not necessarily retired to run for the office, right? I mean, we want people in different stations in life to be able to do this. We restrict ourselves by some of the things we do with that. Obviously, I'm not going to vote for that. I don't like being in that position, particularly right now, but that's where I am. Commissioner Engel.
Similar. Listen, if this job is your side gig, if you're retired and you're pulling a pension, then to me, like, you're not accomplishing anything budget wise by looking at our salaries. Like, between all of us, the raise for this year wouldn't be $10,000 total. I mean, like, between the entire commission, I don't think. So if you're talking about trying to make some actual impact in the budget, I don't think that does anything. As a commissioner, I make okay money on my other job. And if we were trying to do some performative thing to show people what you could do, if you want to donate to a raise and I'll donate my raise, that's one thing. But there are commissioners on here who aren't drawing a pension and are having to miss work to come do these things. And I don't think it's fair to expect anyone that works for this city. I don't think we should be backing up on that. Whatever the deal was when you came in here, I think should be the deal. And to do something that doesn't actually affect the budget at all will hurt some commissioners while other commissioners have got other forms of income that it doesn't matter to. I don't think it's good policy. And I don't think it actually addresses the problem, and I think it's more some performative thing that we would do than to actually make a difference. I think there's some areas we can adjust between retirement and other things that we may want to take a look at. But as far as freezing salaries for commissioners, I don't think it makes sense. And I think it puts the commissioners that this is primary income for, or that are having to miss hours at their other jobs to come here and do this, in the position to have enough to follow along with that. It puts a lot of personal hardship on them without actually accomplishing anything. And I would not be in favor of that.
Yeah, Commissioner Engel, Commissioner Eastman.
Attorney General.
Well, Mr. Mayor, if I may, I don't want to go out of turn here, but just the topic sort of turned towards commission salaries, and I would draw your attention that your salaries are set by ordinance. And unless you're talking about giving direction to change the ordinance, what it provides for is the salary of the commissioners dated 2023-24 year, and then absent as provided in years where the management professional pay plan employees do not receive a budgeted increase, it says the annual salaries of the mayor and commissioners shall be adjusted by the preceding August percentage change in the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and the salaries shall be paid on a bi-weekly basis. It's shall. I think in order to not increase the salaries of your position, you would be directing me to come back with an ordinance. We'd advertise it, we'd have 2 readings, and we could change the shall to a may then perhaps if you want to make that a topic of budget discussion year after year. Otherwise, your ordinance currently provides for the commission raises shall occur except in years where management professional services employees do not receive a budgeted increase.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Commissioner Eastman.
No, thank you. I'm happy to have any conversation. We can go in on the question of salaries or any number of things. I do think that if we want to have substantive discussions, and I do want to have substantive discussions about the different buckets that we're putting things into and how things are going, and how we're looking in the next year, then we should probably push that into a different meeting. We still have a number of things that we got to discuss at the meeting tonight. The question of revenue is a really important one. I'll point out that every taxpayer is going to be already receiving probably one of the largest increases in their tax bill in over a decade as solid waste and stormwater moves onto their tax bill, which is going to be somewhere in the order of $300 to $500 that people are going to see an increase in. And so there's already going to be a hit to folks. And so it's always hard to talk about it. To adding to that, this increase to the single family homeowner will not be anywhere near that amount, but is something to think about. But that's a big question. Do we increase the millage? Do we increase the fire assessment? Do we accept that we want to make cuts at the city level in the way that the city manager discussed? And to me, it makes sense that, I hate increasing the fire assessment up to this level and to pulling those levers. I don't see, just looking at our overall budget, and as I said, my worry about structural alignment is that I don't see which way we have to be able to pull in the revenue to be able to do the basic functioning of our city government, which has been cut. 161.5 positions, 3 years ago, 30 positions frozen, which we will now be eliminating this year, correct? And then in your budget, Mr. Manager, another 7.85 positions are getting eliminated. Am I understanding that right?
Non-general fund, but there are positions, in other funds.
Okay. These are, we're seeing our city get cut back, and I want to make sure that we, so I would rather push that into a different discussion, a meeting, and I think anything could be on the table for that. But I don't know if I want to get into that level of detail with all of this tonight. That's all I have.
Mr. Mayor, we need direction from you all to be able to finish the budget. So, I would look for a recommendation. If I hear a consensus on the city manager's recommendation, we need direction so we can start completing the budget process. And that's largely the big levers. So the fire assessment, the millage, as we'll hopefully get to next. The cuts, if there's a desire from the commission to make some additional small cuts, there's time for that. But we need to basically have direction so we can start the next phase of the budget process.
Okay, so you need direction on millage rate, fire assessment, the big revenue items.
Correct.
Are what you need to know.
Correct.
Okay. All right, well, let's start rolling through here. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. I think the agreement is with the budget that has been presented by the manager. I think perhaps at another meeting, we want to come back and look at maybe some incremental cuts, but to basically accept the budget is put out here tonight with the millage rate.
So is that a motion?
That's a motion.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All right, thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. We'll go around Commissioner Willits.
Okay, I think we've gotten to some of my, so the big levers have to be decided. this is, the motion currently says, let's go with that. The very next item will actually be setting the max millage, which is our current millage. So that what it does is it cancels out maybe 2 of these scenarios. Those drop out of, we cannot do those. Setting the fire assessment at 85% basically says we have chosen, it narrows it down to still like, what, 2 of the options about, I think that's right. And then the final is the fleet, that and the proposed 1.4 million in out of the city managers, the largest portion of our government that is general fund funded. That's where the cuts come, and that's what. So it's really kind of 3 different decisions, but in essence, the biggest one is being made kind of in this motion. Like, yes, this is where we're going. We'll do the millage, fire. I understand if there's like some small things. The commission salary, that is, if that's the decision, yeah, it takes ordinance and all of that. So, and then if that's why I said I was thinking about doing more tinkering, but I was looking at what percentage is the 1.4 out of the entire general fund budget or general fund budget that is under the city manager. But the thing is, not all of that is actually a cut. It is a moving of a bucket of where it's being funded from. And so I was digging deeper and deeper in to try to find an equivalent portion from each of the other charters to change, because the other charters don't have quite as much like, oh, I can go dip out of this other budget, this other bucket, right? They don't quite have as much of that wiggle room. So this proposed budget still uses some wiggle room. I know that, Allison, that's not a technical term. It uses a little of the wiggle room, decisions that we have enabled, and then we will be stepping through. So that's why I pulled back on the idea of trying to do a kind of sympathetic 1% cut for all the charters or whatnot. And part of that is because if we'd chosen the option that did say this kind of decrement, we're going to have to cut X number of positions, that is when I was going to be leaning back on and saying, oh no, if we're literally like firing people out of general fund, then some of that other, then absolutely, let's save 1% or 2% out of the city commission budget on travel and this, and I do the online ethics training, but I'm gonna trust that you like it, or that it is useful to the entire city operation. But I've been understanding this as those steps. So thank you, Mr. Manager. It's a little confusing, but we're going to survive. We're going to get through it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Willens. Commissioner Eastman.
So basically, the motion on the table is to approve the city manager's recommended budget, and then have a follow-up budget meeting. Is that or is it just what is the motion exactly?
Is to approve the recommendations that the city managers put forward, and then next is the resolution, right?
Right. Are we determining that we want to have a follow-up budget discussion? Right now, there's a tentative one scheduled for August 6th.
So could I suggest maybe adding an extra line to the motion that says we'll add a meeting on August 6th or whatever the date was to discuss future year scenarios and to discuss potential incremental changes to spending.
Yeah.
Would that be okay?
Yeah, we could do that.
No, I'm unlikely to support them, but sure.
But it gets the discussion out there.
Right.
So we are approving what is presented now as he's presented it with the levers that are there. And then August 6th, I think it's August 6th.
That's the whole, right?
Yes.
Perfect. That would have been my motion as well. And so I
Okay.
appreciate that.
Yeah, August 6th, we can come back.
Okay, so and the seconder is okay with that? Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that seconder was.
There we go.
Good, okay. Okay, Commissioner Engel.
I only hit my button to make that motion.
Okay, all right, Commissioner Book.
This is just.
I think this is just a question. So the 2/3, if we had the lever with keeping the millage at the same, 2/3 is how many members?
5, sir.
5?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, see no further lights. So, are we ready on this one?
September.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that passes 5-1 with Commissioner Book in dissent and Commissioner Duncan Walker absent. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we're on to 2026-478, setting the proposed maximum not to exceed millage rate to the fiscal year 2027, the rollback rate, and the date, time, and place of the first public hearing to consider the millage rates and budget for fiscal year 2027. With the recommendation, the City Commission set the maximum not to exceed millage rate at 6.7297 mils for fiscal year 2027. Adopt the proposed resolution, set the first public hearing to consider the proposed millage rates and budgets for fiscal year 2027 for Thursday, September 10th, 2026 at 5:30 p.m. in City Hall Commission Auditorium at 200 East University Avenue, Gainesville, Florida 32601, and approve the second public hearing of Thursday, September 17th, 2026 at 5:30 p.m. in the City Hall Commission Auditorium at 200 East University Avenue, Gainesville, Florida 32601.
Very good, thank you. Madam Director, did you want to lead us off on this, or is there anything else you need to add?
No, I don't think there's anything
Okay,
else.
all right. Okay, Commissioner Engel.
Second?
Motion and a second. Commissioner Willets.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just say, because largely the previous motion that sets this in play, can we just, we're sure about all the dates that are listed here, right? Because I know at least one year we had a weird date or something.
Yes,
sure
yes.
we can get everybody.
We've confirmed September 10th and the 17th with both of our, with Trim and with the other other jurisdictions.
And barring illness or injury, we'll be able to have enough commissioners here to make that work. Okay. Okay, good.
So, I guess no trip to Cancun, all right.
Not even making a big
Yeah. Oh, yeah, not.
And for that vote.
GPD may turn me back at the city border and say, no, back to City Hall.
We would need 6 affirmative. For that one? No,
It's
five.
Five
Five
sevens for
affirmative.
those two.
Yeah, so I just,
5 affirmative.
I support it because it is that holding steady and that this cuts off a lot of our other options. And so once we do this, we're really, particularly on fire assessment, we are looking at, we're narrowing ourselves down with potential options between here and final budget approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Willets. Commissioner Book.
Agree with Commissioner Willetts. We keep it flat, we tighten our belts, that's what we're supposed to do.
Okay. See any other lights? Is there any public comment?
Public comment.
Okay. All right, let's call the roll.
Commissioner
Like
Book?
how I got that right?
Yeah, you got that right. Commissioner Book? Aye. Commissioner Willets?
Aye.
Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Commissioner Engel?
Aye.
Commissioner Chestnut?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker is absent. Mayor Ward?
Aye, that passes unanimously with Commissioner Duncan Walker absent. Okay, thank you, budget staff, and we'll do some more of this in some other kind of way on the 6th. All right, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor,
Well, let's give the room a moment, yeah.
Earlier today. I'll give you a call.
Okay.
okay.
No, you can't do it.
Should I go ahead and,
Let's
Mr. Mayor, should I go ahead and read in that?
go ahead and read it in, yes.
This is 2026-489 Regional Transit System Proposed Fare Increase Project with recommendation the City Commission hear the presentation on the proposed Regional Transit System Fare Increase Project and authorize staff to move forward with the public engagement process as outlined.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, as you know, as part of the RTS budget, fare increases was a topic, the discussion, so that's what we hear today. Let's see. Okay. So the staff prepared an analysis on the fare structure. Today we presenting this to you. And, you know, it takes, what we basically asking from the city commissions to let that to continue that process, basically. We're gonna be having, next week, Citizen Advisory Board, we'll be presenting that. We're gonna have to have, public engagement. We have to do equity analysis, and then we'll be back, here for a final approval. Then after that, of course, we have to do a lot of public notification and education as a part of that, if that, you know, is approved. And the idea is to implement it in January 1st of next year. So the common analysis for fairs is called elasticity analysis. They they consider the change in consumer price, change in consumer demand, and change in revenue. So basically, for every 10% increase on the fare, you reduce the ride by 4.3%. Then you analyze that by every fare type and calculate that revenue. So, yeah. That. So, just to give you an idea of what we before we haven't had that rate increase in 18 years. Last time was in 2008, and before that was in 1997. 1997, you know, we went from 1 to 150, just to give you an idea of on the table. And trying to point out, but that. So then 18 years later, the proportion on the increases are kind of the same. So what we're proposing now is regular fare from $1.50 to $2. The all-day pass from $3 to $5, that's a 67% increase. The monthly pass from $35 to $50. The student semester pass, that is now, we want to change it to 3 months pass, so from 60 to 100. And then the discount fares are basically half of that, you know, the regular fare and the monthly pass. So how we compare to other agencies? If we increase that, basically we're gonna be in the middle. You can see this is for one-way fares from 150 to 2. And we heard that other agencies also consider fare increases as part of their budgets. For all-day pass, it's the same thing. We almost in the middle, from 3 to 5. The monthly pass is also almost an average from 35 to 50. Since we provide an ADA service, the common fare is double the regular fare, so from 150 to 3, from 3 to 4 in this case. So since we're doing from basically the $2 are gonna be the proposed regular fare, so it will be $4 for ADA. So you have the analysis by type, so you're gonna calculate on the last column would be the increase on every single fare type. And for the 9 month, we have a $92,000 increase in revenue. You projected that for a year, it would be $113,000 increase in revenue for 1 year. So the recommendation is basically to let us to continue with the process. We have to do a lot of public input, and then we'll be back to you for final approval.
Very good. All right, thank you. Madam Clerk, is there any public comment on this?
There is no public comment.
Okay. Commissioner Willits?
Mr. Mayor, so it's the part year is the 92,000 because it's a January 1st. But for a full budget year,
113.
113. Okay. And the all-day pass basically. So previous, our all-day pass is twice as much as a one-way fare. From 150 to 3, so that's twice as much. But this new proposed is
5.
One-way fare being 2, all-day pass being 5. Do we know anything about our all-day passes? Are they used more than twice a day? Is that why it makes a little more sense to go towards more than a double?
Yeah, that's the most common pass that we have, the all-day pass.
And then what I'm saying is, does it end up getting used more than twice a day?
Yeah.
Usually.
Multiple times, at least 3 or 4 times a day.
2 trips. There, back,
Yeah.
there, back. You get to 4 trips. Yeah, I get it. Okay. Particularly if you're transferring and whatnot. So this isn't a very large amount to change budget, and so that's the only. I'm a lot hesitant. I thought I was like, oh, it's not very much. It is not the 50. I was doing the math real quick, going back to 2000 or going back to 1996. To go from $1 then to $2 now, basic inflation is 108% since roughly 30 years. So really, this is just putting it back to what it cost in 1996.
Yes.
My quick math. The inflation is about equal. If we moved, I'm just talking about the single fare. If we move it, I didn't do the math on the all-day pass.
Mr. Mayor, also keep in mind this is mainly from 18 to 65 years because you already have programs that prepay for under 18 and over 65.
Right, and so that's why because it's such a narrow and there's been some conversations about, let's go all fare free and all that kind of stuff. I shy away from them because I think in the end, public services need to be paid for, and people need to pay for them. So I'm a little hesitant right now because this also does not I don't feel like it does enough change to the overall RTS structure, knowing that we have some structural issues where we want to provide a lot more services, and some years have provided more services than we had budgeted for, is the way I'll put it. And so I'm now, at first I was like, oh, this isn't bad. This makes a lot of sense. It tracks with some of the inflation. But now I would rather pause this and go back and look at the overall budget and see where we're at. Because we've also had some conversations about advertising on bus stops if we change the sign ordinance, our advertising revenue in general, and then our lease revenue. So because there's lots of those moving, I kind of feel like I want to know all of that before this. That's where I'm at. And I know, sorry, Jesus, previously, I'm sure, I think I told you like, oh, this seems very reasonable because I'd done the math in my head, how much of an increase from that many years back. But now I'm arriving at, it feels like an easy thing when we have more difficult, maybe not difficult, but more intricate discussions to be had. And so that's where I'm at right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Willetts. Commissioner Engel.
So I had some similar concerns as Commissioner Willetts, but one of the things that kind of got me over the hump on that was so much of RTS's budget is restricted from the source we've got, and we can only use it for X, and that one of the just kind of the most available, flexible forms of money we get into RTS is the fares. Like, that doesn't have any restrictions on it. We can use it for whatever. And that was one of the things to me, where it wasn't a huge part of the total budget, but it was a fairly significant chunk of the flexible budget, I guess, for lack of a better word. I don't especially like raising fares, but every couple of decades, I suppose you got to knock something up there. So I'm, given this budget situation we're in, and that RTS is struggling with, and the kind of structural debt they've had for a long time, I think this makes sense. So I'm in favor of at least continuing to move on with the process.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Engel. Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm kind of with Commissioner Willits on this. We heard today, I mean, obviously, so RTS is trying to find ways to get to its own balanced budget, right? I mean, we're using a significant portion of our general fund now to help balance it, and you're trying to get yourselves into a sustainable position, right? I would like to sit down. I mean, the first time I'm hearing about this is here at this meeting. I mean, I saw it on the agenda. I had a brief conversation with Jesus about it, but I mean, I would like to see I don't have a problem necessarily increasing fees, increasing rates, increasing things. This one in particular is really hard because fares are, I mean, this is a cost that is being taken from the poorest residents of our community, who are the ones who are paying into it. But if we have to do it, we have to do it. But I would like to see what options we have with RTS. I mean, you're right, $100,000 is a drop in the bucket of what I mean, I could see route changes that could do this. You could see, small changes that could do it, or it may be that fares are the right way to go about it. But I would like to be able to sit down with city staff, with RTS staff, get an understanding of RTS's budget as a whole. It seems to me like you guys have your projected timeline here is that July, and so we approve it today. It's about a month of public engagement. Is that right? And then we have about 6 months until implementation, right?
Well,
So January 1st.
Yeah.
So there's still time for us to kind of take a look over at RTS's budget and then circle back around. I believe, looking at your timeline here.
Yeah, I mean, we can wait a couple more months, to present it before maybe November, December.
Before I approve or put my stamp to increasing fares or increasing fees, I think we deserve to do our due diligence on every other option before we do.
Yeah, we need
Same with
to-
the fire assessment. I mean, I spent a lot of time on that budget that we just went through and really struggled almost supporting Commissioner Book's position on the 70% until I realized that we can't. Like, you got to do your due diligence, and I just want to make sure. I'd like to sit down with you. I'd like to sit down with the manager. I'd like to sit down with your finance staff and just do the due diligence of like what options are there to get RTS into a good sustainable position. Because fares are sort of the last of that, but I understand it's flexible funding, so I'm not totally opposed to the idea.
To Mayor, by policy, we need to get a public input, so we don't have that yet.
Yeah.
So the public input may say we don't do it, or they're fine with it, so it's still, yeah. That's what we wanted to come back to you later on and present the results of the public participation.
Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Chestnut.
Were the fares developed in conjunction with your advisory board?
He's going to present it next week to
Or
the
you're going to take
advisory
it to the
board.
advisory board next week? And so the only people paying this fare would be those who are 18 to
To 65, yeah.
65, 18 to 65 would be paying it. Well, I kind of endorse the changes. You're saying we haven't had a change since 1996?
2000, well, that was
Or
the first time.
2008?
2008, yes.
Yeah, I would endorse the changes. Be very interested to hear what your advisory board say. They probably would want to raise the rates higher, probably, in looking at it. But, so, I would be prepared to endorse it tonight, but I think we have some people who want to get more information. Thank you. But I support it as it is.
Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you.
Mr. Manager, and then we'll go to Commissioner Book, and then I have something to say before we go back around. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think a couple of things. One, we've already, I think, had the start of a series of conversations internally about really kind of getting a full handle on RTS's budget, how it relates to the general fund, both historically and moving forward. Largely what that's going to look like is, I think, a deliberate and sustained investment year after year from the general fund into the RTS fund. But there are, we are talking about doing a holistic sort of view of the of all of RTS, so we have a really sort of full picture, but largely historically, a intentional infusion from the general fund. We've done it in past years, as you all know, sort of at the tail end of the budget, whether it be putting in funds from the city's fuel hedge, or putting in funds to be able to not make route reductions as we did last year. Really, those things should be ideally done on the front end, but obviously that would take. We would need to have the space in the budget to be able to do that. We'd need the direction from you all to do that year after year, because largely, as you all know, and I think as Commissioner Engel pointed out, the RTS is made up of a bunch of different funding sources, and as you've seen, we are awesome at pulling down capital. Like, we're really great at grants. We get a lot of capital grants. Operating is tighter. We have some grants that we receive from FTA, some from the state. A lot of the operating comes from the contracts that we have with UF and Santa Fe and the county. We do have some unrestricted funds that come in from advertising. Fairs is obviously an unrestricted fund that has operating impacts as well. From a larger budget perspective, $100,000 is not a lot. And as I think you've heard, because this year we're putting in $1 million from general fund, and we still have a little bit of slack from the better than expected certified role. If the commission if y'all ultimately decide through this process that you don't want to raise fares, then we would make up that difference through just through an additional $111,000 of general fund for the next year's budget. But I think it is important that we think about all of operations, just as we've talked about with the general budget. The same goes for RTS as well. So we are making sure that we're not having to patch year after year after year, or the alternative, we're continuing to cut hour after hour after hour of service, which is not good for overall longevity of the transit system. So,
thank you, Mr. Manager. Commissioner Book, and then we'll get back in the regular rotation after I. No, you go ahead, because it's your first shot on this one. So.
Yeah, I just have a question about the recommendation on this, so that I understand order. So it says here the presentation, you understand that. Authorize staff to move forward with the public engagement process. My question is, are we potentially authorizing an increase in fee, and then we're telling people that's coming, what do you think about it? Or are we saying, this is what we're considering, what do you think about it? Because it's a very big difference from an engagement perspective.
You're right.
And I don't understand which one it is, so I need to know that, and I have a couple other questions.
All right, Mr. Gomez.
Mr. Mayor, I would say you're considering it, and then, you get final approval in after the public input, you see the results, and then you make a final decision later on.
Okay, so that makes me much more comfortable with the staff recommendation. So we're saying, let's say it went forward, we're recommending this potential rate increase, give us the feedback, and that's where Commissioner Chesso was saying, we need the board to tell us. It could very well be, make it more, or change this fee but increase this one, or make the daily pass, like Commissioner Willits, and then make some changes on the engagement process. My question would be, how long is that typically going to be? I know we mentioned 30 days here or so.
Well, we could be longer, but we present it to before the January 1st. We need to be presented to you for approval.
I think it would need to be at least long enough to catch incoming University of Florida staff and students and Santa Fe College, recognizing that most of them ride at no cost. I understand that. Still, these are huge communities. So if we just did it up till 4 weeks from now, then we kind of run the risk of hearing two gigantic communities did not get to weigh in, and I think that would not be good. So I would like to hear the board engagement, but I would certainly like the engagement process to be at least long enough to hear from these two big communities. Most are going to be returning in about 30 days there, and if that extended 2 or 3 weeks, our feedback, well, then it does. But at least it doesn't shut out the capability for that. And then, Mr. Manager, the question is, so really, this is like our previous discussion. We basically have a plus 1 million plus budget gap that we're trying to fill, and that won't get better. Okay. Last thought would just be, perhaps in the engagement, we probably should be considering what we're doing with Fare Free. I'm more concerned about cutting those fees off for our elders because they don't have other options. The youth who are riding the buses, at least anecdotally at the moment, have other options, complete other options provided in law and provided in policy by the school board. So it may be worthwhile to tell us the impacts of the Fare Free. I know you've been doing that to the Gainesville Alachua County Transportation Planning Organization, but there may be some wiggle room there for the Fare Free program and some potential adjustments. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. So I'll take a minute, and then we'll go to the other lights. Then we'll go to the public if anyone has anything. My position on what I'd like to see for RTS hasn't changed since 2017. I want us to maximize usage on the system. I want it to be a transit system that really functions well, which means a couple of things. We need more and more optimized routes. And I'm talking blue sky here. I'm not talking what we're going to do tonight. Just want to make sure that I'm clear about my vision for the program. I want more and more optimized routes. We all want that. That seems like an obvious thing, but it doesn't hurt to say it. And that means changing some of what we do to be more optimized and make more sense and not be tied to things just because that's the way we've always done them. It probably ought to be the sort of thing that changes pretty regularly as population moves, but that's one thing. I also want us to get to a point where there's very little friction, whether that's financial friction or logistical friction, not understanding really how to use the fare box or the system in general. Just very little friction to using the system. So I want one that is possible to use, and then I want regular Jills and Joes to be able to just get on the bus and use it. I am 100% convinced, and I have been for a very long time, that one of the best ways to do that is to take all the different ways, minimal ways to pay out of the way so people don't have to think about that. You find other ways to fund it. It's not free. It's never been free. It's not going to be free. It costs money to operate. But you find other ways to fund it that do not involve figuring out how much you have to pay to get on, because that keeps people from getting on. Just the idea that you got to know the secret handshake to use the bus keeps people from using the bus. Well, the more people there are in our community, we need people to use the bus and not drive. If everybody drives, we're Orlando. You know, we are all stuck in traffic all the time. I don't think that's what we want to be. So it is good for everybody, for a variety of reasons, to make it easy to ride the bus. I have been trying to figure out for a long time, with some obvious hiccups in the last couple of years, how to make it free in the moment for anybody to do that. A big way we did that was with the Fare Free program a few years ago for 18 and younger and 65 and older. UF students already have an alternate way of paying. Santa Fe students and faculty and staff have an alternate way of paying. I want to find more of those alternate ways of paying. And that doesn't necessarily need to come from the city coffers. It can be things like going to our other major employers in the community and saying, hey, wouldn't you like to make it easy for your workers to get to work? Here's the reduced cost for you to pre-buy their travel. There are ways to do this. We need to be more entrepreneurial about this, is what I'm saying. And there are ways to do this till we get to a point where there are only a couple dozen people left in the community who have to use the fare box, and then I can make my case that we ought to just take the darn thing out. this is, if we're going to have the kind of successful transit system that we deserve in this community and be a model for other communities, that's what we need to do. That is the path forward, is to remove the friction, whether it's financial or logistical, and make it a really usable system that gets you where you need to go without thinking too hard about it. We can do that with the equipment that we have now, but we're going to have to think outside the box. And it's super non-traditional, and it'll be hard for us to think that way, but that's what we ought to do. In the short run with this, I don't know that it makes a whole lot of difference. The friction is the problem for most people. It's the change we're making to this after 20 years at the same rate probably doesn't keep anybody from riding the bus. What keeps people from riding the bus is you can't use the bus well enough to get where you need to go, and maybe you don't know how to use it, and that's what keeps people from riding the bus more than anything else. So I feel like this is not unimportant, but it is, and I'd be willing to vote for it or not, but I don't think it gets us even incrementally down the road where we're trying to get to have a premier transit system. Those are my thoughts all over the place. Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, there is some elasticity. So the number of trips, we have some data. It's probably hard to quantify it, but it's established as industry best practice that we've gotten here. But I also know that a lot of things, when you cannot raise the price and change ridership in all those other ways, like you mentioned. So I appreciate that. I do think it's kind of small and overall. I do appreciate, Commissioner Engel, that it's because it's unrestricted, we get to spend it in those ways. I feel like we're taking, and this would be an easy step as part of a larger something. When we go to the public, or however we wanted to phrase it, public engagement process, are they just seeing the basics of what we're seeing, including the elasticity, a little bit of history, or are they also also told a little bit about how the entire budget, is and those other potential, these much bigger, that this year already in the past and in this year, general fund, large chunks of general fund are being invested into to keep the current bus system? Or do they just walk in, or do we just walk in and say, hey, this is what it was, this is what it will be, we'll lose some riders, this is elasticity, or does it get into the rest of the kind of the larger budget picture, which I know the average person, even in our wonderful advisory committee, they're not super into the entire city budget, they're into RTS's budget.
Well, when we have done it in the past, 18 years ago, we have a lot of feedback, and we modify the type of fares to present it before the city commission. And even after the city commission, they changed the fare structure also a little bit to accommodate the public feedback.
So were you here in 2008?
Yeah, you have people
Were
telling
you
me
here in
that.
96?
I wasn't in 90, no, I wasn't in 96, I was in the 2008.
Okay.
Director Gomez built the buses.
But when we did it, there was a lot of feedback. The majority the concern about the how much they're going to be paying more for their fare.
Right.
More than anything else, not the whole budget, or the RTS budget, or not.
Well, I mentioned this because one of our partners across the street is going to immediately have an opinion, even if it's presented through members at the TPO. They're going to immediately have an opinion, and sometimes I think that they don't see our entire budget process. We're sitting through that. We don't see their entire budget process, and so we have to go back and say, oh no, the city from general revenue does support RTS in these other ways, and this year even more so, or more directly, more clearly. And so how we communicate to the community, whether through this or even as our partners across the TPO and the county, when they start to, I want them to understand that if we're going down this path, part of it is not, it's not because we're cheaping out from the general fund, which is, I feel like is what we have been accused of very clearly by members of the county commission just within the past year. And we have to kind of clear up hold up, we do have this kind of, it's not on the front end of the budget, it's on the back end of the budget. This year, this is like, I don't know if this is a question for you or the manager, what our plan roughly is this year, will that appear when we go to, let's say, to TPO, will that appear kind of on the front end on that pie chart as support of the budget, or again, is that going to be something that is a little hidden?
I think we can make sure that we have that information up front in terms of the you're talking about the regular reports from RTS?
Yeah, when we talked about where the budget comes from, particularly talking to TPO, because the county puts in theirs, Santa Fe, all these different revenue streams, but when we look at that doesn't, at least in the past, did not always kind of take into account any of the kind of backfill at the end of our budget year. It only really showed, what we put in up front. At least that's my understanding. If I am confused, please correct me.
Just to, maybe this will be helpful in the going in with the city manager's recommendation. We're putting in about $1.4 million of general fund, which is the $522,000 for the routes that we restored last year, or that we added last year. The portion of the local option gas tax that goes to the mobility on demand, about $190,000, which is the 1865, the fare free, which we upped last year as well, and then another about $9,300 from the city employee pass. On top of that, as we're talking about today, would be another about $1.03 million. So we're talking about this coming year, if everything stays the same with the recommendation, we would be putting in roughly about $2.4 million of general fund to RTS all told.
That's kind of what I want if this is where we're going. I want the community to understand we are not balancing the budget off of the budget. All matters, right? It all matters, and it does get us there. But it is not truly, and maybe it's because you go down 2 slides, or however many slides. Proposed revenue by fare type, the totals, one way is all that, and you get these numbers, and you go, okay, yeah. Now I understand. They only get proposed $786,000 from the kind of really pay at the fare box or go buy a pass. So I'm just trying to have all this. I'm going to stop because it is getting late. So, sorry, Mr. Mayor.
That's all right. Thank you, Commissioner Will. So, Mr. Manager, you're saying 2.4% of $2.44 million from various funds, or $2.4 million from general fund?
From general fund.
All right, so that's about 1.4-ish.
Yeah.
Or about 1.4% of the total budget. 1.3 and 1.4, which is more than we spend on Grace or lots of other individual things in the budget. Okay. That's important. That's a big deal when we get in those discussions across the street.
And that is likely what it's going to take to continue to make sure that RTS is funded at the level, year after year.
At the way that it serves our neighbors now.
Correct.
Yeah, that's without adding extra stuff. And I'm sorry, just a second, Commissioner Engel. Mr. Gomez, is the fare box still about 3% of the total budget?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. Commissioner Engel.
So as far as what we're looking at tonight, it sounds like several commissioners had some questions just in general on the RTS budget and if this is the best way to move forward and all that. But the staff recommendation I've got in front of me says authorize staff to move forward with the public engagement process as outlined. I think that's an obvious next step. I think that there are several commissioners that get some questions that staff's going to need to reach out and give some answers to on that. But as far as whether or not we should go ahead with the public outreach and everything else, that's an easy question to me. I'd like to make a motion that we move staff recommendation.
Second.
All right. Is there any public comment, Madam Clerk?
There's no public comment.
Okay. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. Jesus, have we done an evaluation of the free fares recently? I mean, how many school-age children are riding? Do we know?
We have that information. I don't have it with me.
Okay, all right. Well, what I'd like for you to do is to have your board evaluate all of that. I'd like to see the number of students that are riding that are school age. I think Commissioner Book made a good point, because they do have other options. I like the mayor's idea of a pre-buy. I don't know if you've marketed that way to, for example, for Shands, to pre-buy for their employees. Do
We have that problem for Chance employees, yes.
We have that?
So Shands employees have Gator One cards, right?
No, they participate in the Employee Pass program that we have.
Okay, well, I'm trying to think of what other group we could offer such a program to.
HCA, school board, Publix.
Publix. So I think we need to work with someone, but Mr. Manager, to begin to look at marketing in a different manner. I think that the mayor had a real key point. So HCA, Publix, the county commission, they might want to do a pre-buy for their employees.
They also have that, the employees.
They do,
yeah.
they have that.
What about school board workers?
School board.
What about teachers?
No, then we have offered that to them, every other year we try that because, like the mayor said, we're looking for new opportunities.
Well, I think
Publix, not so much, but we can offer that to them.
I think we can offer it to them, but maybe you should bring this up next week when you're meeting with your advisory board. We may not have as many school-age children riding as we think, but I'm sure we have the senior citizens, so we don't want to do anything to hamper that.
She's looking for the numbers, so.
Oh, she's from your department, okay.
Yeah, we have the last quarter information, and under 18 is 59,000 passenger trips, and over 65 is 28,000.
28,000? Okay, so those are good numbers. I don't want to touch those numbers. I think I'm more interested in you working with your advisory board to develop a marketing program for Publix, the school board, HCA. Somebody else said somebody else.
You look at VA, I don't know if it is.
Yeah,
All the big employers in town. That should be something that we work towards as soon as possible in trying to get them signed up for RTS.
Yeah,
Offering.
we haven't done it in a while, so we can go back to it.
Well, if you could look at doing that, that would be great. You begin to get some revenue for your department. And I think that's it. But working, use your citizens board a little bit more, because they are your pulse to community engagement, and they're your filter. But I think it would be good to look at, because you do need to increase these fares. I can see that. Okay, thank you. That's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. I see no other lights. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay, so was is that a 3-3 deadlock, I think?
No.
Let's roll call it, not, because I just didn't hear everybody.
All right, Commissioner Engel?
Aye.
Commissioner Willets?
Nay.
Commissioner Chestnut?
Aye.
Commissioner Eastman? Commissioner Book? And Mayor Ward.
All right, so that passes 4-3 with Commissioners Eastman and Willets in dissent.
4-2.
4-2, yes, yeah, that, and then Commissioner Duncan Walker absent, yes. Yeah,
Okay.
All right, thank you, Mr. Gomez. And we'll have lots more discussion about this in the coming weeks and months, yes. Commissioner Eastman?
But I would like to support this eventually. I would like to hear, I mean, obviously, RTS's budget is something that is something that is a discussion. I would really like to hear about these things before I'm sitting in front of a fair study to talk about increases in the future. I mean, I don't know how we get to a point where we're having, proactive conversations with commissioners about these issues, but that is where I would like to be on this and on other things that are coming forward within our city. I don't like being surprised by this kind of stuff, and I would like to, I don't know, I would like to be able to support this. I will have a conversation with Jesus and the rest of the staff over there. That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Let's see. So, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we have our ordinance on first reading. Ordinance number 2026-436, an ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending Chapters 8 and 14.5 of the Code of Ordinances by renaming the Office of Equity and Inclusion to the Equal Opportunity Office, as more specifically described in this ordinance, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Frankly, this seems kind of a straightforward sort of thing. Mr. Attorney, did you want to lead us on?
Just a simple name change ordinance. I think it's 4 places in your 3 sections in your code that refers to the old Office of Equal Opportunity. Change the name to the Office of Equity and Inclusion. This changes it back in those places.
And to my understanding, we changed with the times the name a few years ago. We're changing with the times again at this point. The functionality continues.
I think the legislature changed the meaning of those words. So to reflect the fact that we have an ongoing commitment to anti-discrimination, federal and state laws, and that's the bulk of what is done in that office.
Very good. All right, thank you. Commissioner Engel.
I'd like to move passage of the ordinance.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Is there any, Commissioner Book?
I'd just like to, so from the Equal Opportunity Director, anything you'd like to provide us in the way of context or process here from your standpoint as the director?
Zariah Foss, Equal Opportunity Director for the City of Gainesville. I would like to say that I'm in support of changing the name back. The new direction is the old direction. We haven't changed. We're not going to change. Anti-discrimination is still against the law, and it's something that the City of Gainesville takes very personally. We've never provided deferential or preferential treatment to anyone, and we don't plan on doing that in the future. Just for context, the City of Gainesville in 1970 established an ordinance prohibiting discrimination based on protected classes, laying the foundation for this office, and that was done in 1970. So nothing's going to be changing. We're going to still do equal opportunity work.
And when did we make it a charter office?
We made it a charter office in 1989. In 1989, we made it a department. In 2002, the voters approved the charter amendment making the Office of Equal Opportunity independent charter office, reporting directly to the City Commission. That was in 2002.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Anything else, Commissioner Book? No, sir. Okay, all right, thank you. Madam Clerk, is there any public comment?
There's no public comment.
All right, would you please call the roll for us then?
Commissioner Duncan Walker is absent. Commissioner Book?
Aye.
Commissioner Willets?
Aye.
Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Commissioner Engel?
Aye.
Commissioner Chestnut?
Aye.
Mayor Ward?
Aye, that passes unanimously with Commissioner Duncan Walker absent.
All right, Mr. Mayor, we are on to commission comment.
Commissioner Willets.
Quick, I know it's late. Just that Commissioner Book mentioned, we've actually had an increase in just the past couple weeks of pedestrian and cyclist death, including one last night. And it is
the night before.
And then, yeah, so between pedestrian, bicyclist, the most recent one for this bicyclist, it sounds awful. It sounds like someone who's cycling for transportation. I know that type of rider when they're perhaps on the wrong side of the street for a moment. They're trying to get to the right street. I don't know all the details. I will check in with GPD. I know that my first instinct is that this is where the 6th Street Trail terminates at 16th next to Domino's. I just have this, I could be wrong, but someone who is traveling that way and then suddenly they're not on the right side of the street because we don't have a crossing there because the trail doesn't go through, and then they want to go west. I'll find out from GPD. I'm making some assumptions and I'm not going to go beyond that. But this is one of those examples where, and this was not at it's not an intersection that we normally talk about where we're trying to control, or in our hotspot of intersections. It sounds like this is in the road because someone crossed. And so my sympathies go out to particularly this family. But it's with the stay on top of this and continue, and know that our fight and our effort continues. But 16th is a road that does not have bike lanes, and it is an odd one to not have. I know it is county on portions of it. On that portion, I don't know if it is all over this. It is all county. So, county has a big road budget set out with a lot of stuff. This is one of those examples we have to remember and tell the county, this is one of those places in Gainesville, it is your road. I'm sure if we're starting over today, we would redesign it differently than it was designed when it was expanded decades ago. I don't remember exactly the time. So anyways, I just wanted to, people haven't seen that. It came out today, about last night, and there's some other ones. But thank you, Commissioner Book, for reminding us. We had some really good data with statistics, and it looks like we're having some deaths in our community that are very unfortunate. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Willits. And to follow on that before we move on, and I am not trying to beat the county up at all here, it just happens to be their road, but the fact is between 13th Street and Main Street on 16th Avenue, particularly at night, it is very dark, and that is not a well-designed road for cyclists. It just is not. That doesn't mean it isn't heavily traveled by cyclists. It is. And it's less problematic west of 13th Street because there are wider bike lanes and sidewalks on both sides. You can travel safely as a cyclist. It's pretty well lit until a little farther out. But the cycling community has come to me many times over the years about 13th to Main on 16th Avenue. It is dangerous. And it is a little bit of a surprise that we haven't had more injuries and deaths on the length, really, of 16th Avenue from all the way out going west. We had late last year we had a death, someone crossing the street, a pedestrian crossing the street near 34th Street, because again it's dark and there are a lot of hills and there are a lot of stoplights, which puts both pedestrians and cyclists and drivers at a major disadvantage. Not trying to throw shade at the county here, but these are conversations we've had in the past, and we must have them until something changes, because this is the result of not moving forward with it. So thank you, Commissioner Willits. Mr. Manager, did you want to say something about that particular?
Only just to say we did have, as you mentioned, roughly about a year ago, we had Maggie Manos, who was a community member, and everyone I think up here knows. He was killed in a traffic accident. I believe that there was just a conviction of that driver recently. Will serve 10 years in prison from the results. So, and it is a very dark stretch, as you said.
Yeah, and that's basically on 16th Avenue as well, but farther east at 7th Street or so. Yeah, and so it's a good opportunity to remind everyone that engineering is by far the most important thing we can do to save lives and injuries. But sometimes it really comes down to everybody who's traveling has to be focused on traveling. And that is hard. It is really hard to keep your mind on the wheel or on the handlebars or on the sidewalk. But we all have to engage in that. And this young man who killed Maggie Manos, known to all of us a year and a half ago, is going to spend the next 10 years in prison, and is going to come out at 30 or so years old. That's tragic. I mean, that's more than one life ended, basically, because of, or seriously curtailed because of a driving stunt. And it's important to talk about those things and refocus ourselves from time to time. All right, Commissioner Eastman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it's really important that our commission make sure we're doing our due diligence, particularly as it relates to our fiduciary responsibilities as a city. Recent changes have affected the legal framework surrounding parts of our city government. So I'd like to ask that before additional debt is incurred for obligation, which the city may have legal responsibilities, I think we owe it to our residents to understand exactly what the city's role is today and ensure we're operating under the current legal framework. So I just wanted to make a request to our staff to kind of just took an overall review of our city's role in debt issuances that are made in the city of Gainesville. I'm no longer comfortable assuming that prior obligations, resolutions, practices, or any kind of support should simply continue without, a full review. So I'd like for us to take a look at what obligations and actions related to those debt issuances are mandatory versus discretionary, what discretionary actions have been taken by the city, and whether any of those actions may be reconsidered or revoked in the future, just so that we know exactly what all of our rights are and to make sure that we are going forward with all the knowledge that we have as a city. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Is that in the form of any kind of motion, or is that just a general direction?
Statement for now. It might be a motion in the future, just a general statement.
Okay, all right, thank you. Commissioner Engel.
My Aunt Joyce is awesome, and I love her very much.
All right. We love your hat, too. Just saying. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had no idea until a few weeks ago of the impact of potholes on car tires.
You've been lucky then.
I've been very lucky. But I got some calls a couple of Sundays ago when people lost their tires due to potholes on Southeast 15th Street. I did contact the county commission chair, and people were out there the next morning addressing the potholes. I don't think we have that problem here in the city, but I just wanted to bring it to your attention and bring it to the attention of the public, is that if you drive and you see the potholes, you can call the county commission, particularly on Southeast 15th Street. I believe that if you lose your tire, I believe you are entitled to them replacing that tire. But if not, they will let you know. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. So if you encounter that kind of problem on a city street, certainly let us know. Go to the My GNV app is by far the best way to get quick action. My GNV. Southeast 15th Street, of course, is County Road from University Avenue all the way south, where it becomes the Kincaid Loop, even through the city of Gainesville. So is 83rd Street, by the way, just in case you're wondering, even though it's not anywhere in the, not in the city limits. So the good news is, again, I am not trying to throw shade at Alachua County, but they have moved up because of pressure from the Gainesville City Commission, among other folks. They've moved up 15th Street and 83rd Street up the chain and are planning to not just resurface, but rethink those roads and do the right thing with them in 27 and 28, I believe, instead of future years at some point down the road. So the pressure works when we push hard enough. And I joke a little bit about 83rd Street because, of course, it is about 30 blocks outside the city of Gainesville. But every single day I get calls from people about why the city doesn't fix that road in front of Santa Fe. So there you go. Commissioner Book, speaking of Santa Fe.
Yeah, those were, you pointed out, those were the two roads that they moved up on their plan that were under county jurisdiction. And everybody thought Southeast 15th Street was ours. And even though it was in the city, it was not. So it's a good pickup. This might be an excellent topic for our marketing and communications to put out something to say, if it's a city road or something, use my GNV, because the county right now is marketing their email. They have an email address. I can't remember what it is offhand, but it's one that you email directly, and then it essentially generates a my GNV-like work order and email. So that might be a really good topic, so folks know.
It is as a result of the call about Southeast 15th Street that
Is it?
they're doing that.
Okay, well, good to know. I didn't want us to get bogged down on the budget, and we don't need to do that tonight. We have the August 6th, essentially our next budget hearing, and I wondered if there was, if what we kind of had decided was to also hear from the other charters. I'm asking this question because I don't want to assume something that's going to come forward and they're not ready. Are we asking the 4 other charter officers that are here in the room to tell us they have already done decrement packages? They've already done some internal stuff, but hasn't been presented us to in a formal way. And on a several-year planning plan and preparing for future types of actions, I think we do need to hear that, because that's how you get into some of the nitty-gritty of what might be other levers. So this is my question to my colleagues: or do we need a motion to tell them, or just be prepared for that August 6th to tell us, just like the city manager had a presentation today, what would you do? What is your potential cuts and levers in there? So it's,
Mr. Mayor, that I think we provided that information. It's in that.
it is.
It's in the notebook.
It's there, but that's very different, from, this was a 185-page notebook, which was terrific, it really was. And that's different because by hearing that and hearing those key recommendations from the leaders, we can't micromanage that. We can hear what we think, or what the leaders think would be. If they have to cut, what are they? What are their best cuts? And then we hear it, and we may take no action, but it gives us some opportunity to take action that day, with their expertise kind of driving us. So that it's it's really a question, my colleagues. Are we expecting them to do that, or should we not? Do we need a motion for that?
So my thought would be that since it's already in the book, I'll remind everybody that every time we have another budget discussion about decrements, there are 1,000 people who perk up and say, am I about to lose my job? We don't have to govern that way. We don't have to manage that way. When we need to make cuts, then they need to be ready to do that. But I don't want to keep everybody on the edge of their seat all the time. There's enough edge of our seat stuff in the world already. And I don't want to be that employer. But I'm one of 7. So, and let me say also that as we do all the budget conversations, you're not wrong. None of y'all are wrong. I'm just telling you my outlook on this stuff. And I do not want us to be, if we can avoid it, in the business of having philosophical discussions about the budget, because while they may be philosophical up here, there's somebody out there watching thinking, do I need to sharpen up my CV? And I don't want to put our workers in that position. So that's my thought. If anybody want to address that specifically.
Yeah, I would like to have that discussion. I don't think that the manager's office should bear all the brunt of cuts or addressing them. So, yeah, I would be interested in, I think, August 6th, discussing that.
Okay. So it sounds like charters, be ready to talk about it. It's already in the book. Just be ready to talk about it.
I have my light on.
I know. I didn't want to change the topic.
This is the topic. I'm hitting it on the topic.
So this is the problem with commission comment is I don't know if we're about to take a right turn or a left turn or stay on the same thing.
I mostly just wanted to agree with you, Mr. So first of all, we just selected a city manager's budget. We did have a 70% fire assessment rate, which did have more filled FTEs than what was selected. I don't think anyone is talking about any filled FTE reductions from this point forward. I'm certainly not. I don't think anyone should be hearing anything else as we're talking about marginal decreases to the budget and thinking, is my job on the line? It is not. I also point out that I think if we went with a no fire assessment increase, then I would have expected each charter officer, and if we are to come forward with a 10% decrement, from what I can tell, we have about a 1% decrement in total for our overall budget, right? According to the city manager's budget. That to me doesn't call for, all of the, I mean, maybe we're talking about marginal decreases in some of the other charter officer amounts, but I wouldn't say that we need to ask for more from the other charters than we have asked from the city manager's office. I'm comfortable having that conversation, but I mean, the budget that we selected was not the draconian budget that I think would have, I was ready to walk in and say the same thing. Why didn't all of the charters come in with the same decrement package that the city manager's office is? I understand why that is. City manager has things like fleet that they can go to. They have fund balance they could go to. Our other offices there's no vacancies. We're talking about real positions. So I'm a little bit less enthusiastic about that. If we want to talk about, office supplies, things like that within some of the charters, that's basically what we're talking about with a 1% decrement in some of those other ones. So I mean, I'm comfortable having that conversation, but just the reality of where we ended up with the budget this time was not a draconian budget across the board in terms of our general government. So I don't think it should be for our charters as well, our other charters. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Engel.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat. We've approved a budget that covered a balanced budget. The city manager made that decision in concert with some of the other charters. There were some positions there we were able to move over to other funds, and I think we got there without having to do any of that. I'd be hesitant to make charters cut their office for the sake of doing it if we've already got a balanced budget and we don't think that there's much fat left to cut in those areas. And I, much like the mayor said, I'm pretty tight with labor, community, and town, and it causes an awful lot of anxiety and stress when they hear like there's going to be more cuts coming and we don't know what we're looking at, those type of things. So to have the discussions like the state wants us to have on this, like, if it was a 10% reduction or if it was these huge reductions, or what could we be cutting in those areas when we've already cut back to what we think are reasonable to provide the services we're doing. I'm not interested in doing that. Like I said, if we're talking about, is there a way we can save on printer costs or something, or do we want to cut back our travel budgets, or do we want to make sure we get somebody that's good and doing an ethics class or something this year? I'd be happy to have that conversation, but I don't want to I don't see any reason to drag the charters up here and go through their budgets. If we've already balanced the whole budget, we're not looking to cut any more, and the manager's, excuse me, comfortable with the cuts he's made, is where I am. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Engel. Commissioner Willetts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just, to my colleagues, in part of that, if we go down that road of having that conversation, I kind of mentioned before, but I sort of glossed over. If you go in under the city manager's recommendation and go dig through department and look at service impact, it will help to describe, of the roughly 1.4 million, which is less than 1% of the total general revenue kind of budget. I think it's also less than the city manager's portion of general revenue budget. A bunch of these are some different pockets, different buckets thing, where it looks like I cut to them, but it is from, we are making some decisions, some of these that we started to make a year or two ago about how things are funded. And I would probably ask the manager a little bit about, like, what can you circle the things that are truly a reduction of service, or our staff have to like double time on something, right? That do more with less, or do the same with less. And I think at the end of that, what pops out is the equivalent of what we'd have to ask our other charters to do is smaller than even what they put forward. Some of them quite a bit smaller. Because like I said, the other charters don't have as many optional ways to fund their work that some of the other funds do, and that the city manager is saying it is now time to use that option. That's where I'm going to say, city manager, if I'm not sounding crazy, am I? Like, I'm hitting on, like, there's there's some magic in a budget that y'all spend a lot of time and y'all are experts on, and I see some people in the room who help us with this magic. And so I would encourage before that conversation to have that one more meeting with not just the manager, but probably also some of the other staff, so they can go down and circle and almost highlight. I could probably do it right now and say, this is kind of not a real reduction of service. This is kind of not a real reduction of service. But then when you go to a charter and say, reduce $110,000 worth of service by not having a equity inclusion manager, coordinator, I forget what it is. They're just dramatically different actions we're asking staff, because the manager has worked really hard for scalpel is what I'll say. But when it comes to the other ones, a 4 or 5 or 6% going to feel like a sledgehammer in some of our charters, even though it's a small dollar amount, and the manager has worked the scalpel approach. That's all I'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Willis. And I would ask everyone before the 6th, a week or so before the 6th, if you have a specific thing that you want to talk about in the budget, if there are decrements that you're specifically interested in, talk to the manager or the specific charter about those, so that we can talk intelligently about them instead of just having an open discussion about the budget that makes everybody nervous and doesn't get us anywhere. If there's something you really want, then make sure the manager's office knows about it, or the charter in question knows about it, so that we can have a good conversation about it and they're prepared to back it up with detail. So, Commissioner Book.
Those are good points, and I think the part about the anxiety for staff whenever we made cuts is excellent, so it was not my intent to talk about what other positions we can cut. We are already 100 plus less positions than we were in 2022. I don't know what the number is today because it changes every day. We've added IT. 100 less positions across the organization, most which were vacant positions, some which were then replaced in other parts of the organization. So that actually wasn't what I would do. And I would not want the people that we have who are running who are basically running the city right now, to be concerned that we come back August 6th, we go, that position, not enough value, cut it. That wasn't what I was talking about. But if we're going to have meaningful conversations about visioning and projection, we need to know what's on the table, and it's in the book, but the experts are the members who have provided that information. So yes, it would be my intent, Mr. Mayor, to talk to the charters and say, what if there were other levers, what would you pull? Because they're best prepared to talk about it. You're going to need to know that, and that's going to have to be in the public eye, and that may be some questions, but there'll be no gotchas on August 6th, or what I found $50 on line 342, page 142. We're past that. We've done the big picture items, and now it's a question of, we need to know, how do we get past 12 months and 24 months? And the time, Commissioner Eastman was right about that. The time for that conversation is right now during the existing budget. So there'll be some additional questions, obviously, but nobody's going to be caught unaware of what the questions are. And I would think the charters would be very prepared, even if we were to catch them unaware today. They're experts on, well, what were you thinking about if we had to cut 1%, 2%, 3%? Where would those be? So, thank you. But very good point about the staff and the anxiety that we can create. We're down. We're leaner than we were. That's what the state wants us to be leaner. We're already leaner. And we're doing pretty tremendous work with a leaner organization. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. I don't see any other lights, so thank you all for a very long and mostly productive day. And we will be back at it next week. Thank you.